We're going to get started in just about 2 minutes as one more member of the Finance Committee walks in. Deputy Mayor Burns, if you just want to let the mayor know, we'll start in a few minutes. Thanks. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first day. Oh, thank you. Start over again. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first day of the City Council's 25-26 budget hearings. I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll for the Budget, Finance, and Governance Committee.
Councilmember Gruber.
Here.
Councilmember Martin.
Here.
Councilmember Monroe.
Here.
Vice President Harris. President Melendez.
Here.
Thank you.
I know Vice President Harris is joining us in just a few moments, and let the record show we're also joined by Councilmember Lightfoot, and I believe Councilmember Lupien will be joining us shortly as well. So a couple things before we get started. First, I just want to say a big thank you to the mayor, the deputy mayor, Director Warren, and the entire budget team. This is always an incredibly difficult task to provide a balanced and on-time budget. I think it's probably I think it's safe to say it's particularly difficult to do at a time with probably the most uncertainty we've had in 4 years, that's for sure. And certainly there's going to be lots of questions and probably some certainty that's developed since this budget was printed and that we'll talk about over the next couple of days. But I really want to highlight how appreciative I am of the transparency in the budget. For those of my colleagues who joined us for the RCSD budget hearing, one of the major concerns that we had was that there was really no narrative, no ability to trace what changes happened or why they happened. And I'm not saying anything I didn't say at the budget hearing itself, and I think the district was very receptive to some of that feedback. And if you look through our budget book and you look through OpenGov, which is available on our website, it would be very difficult to argue that this is anything but a completely transparent budget. You can find what the changes are, you can find why the changes were made, you can find what they were. You may not agree with them or like all of them, that's what we'll talk about the next couple of days, but there's just no doubt that it's transparent and available to the public, and I think that's what we owe to the citizens of Rochester. So I really want to thank the entire team. I'd love for everyone in the OMB team to just raise your hand so that the council members can know who you are, if you don't mind. Thank you everyone. Maybe a little round of applause from our council colleagues. Thank you for your incredibly hard work. And let me just give a little bit about the run of show, and then I'll turn it over to Mayor Evans to make an introductory statement. So we have today 1 hour built in, although we're starting about 15 minutes late. We have about 1 hour built in for the budget overview, and that is new. We haven't done that in the past, so this is a time to ask really general questions. Anything that is very departmental specific, I'm just going to table until we get to that department, but we may not take that full hour. We'll go right into administration, which is a pretty big meaty part of the budget, and I'm going to call out specific bureaus, and then we'll get into undistributed and contingency, and then we'll break for lunch. If we finish before 12:30, which I think there's a good chance that we will, we'll just break for lunch early. We're not going to have a break until lunch, and then we'll come back at 1:30 regardless. And I'm going to do my best to just make sure I'm calling out pages, letting people know where we are. Again, for transparency's sake, anyone listening on XXI or YouTube should know where we are and what we're asking about. And if people are getting ahead of where I'm calling out the specific pages, I'll just table it until we get there. Okay, so with that said, just last couple housekeeping pieces. We are streaming today's hearings live on our social media, and WXXI is broadcasting. Our schedule is posted all over the City Council pages and social medias. And so you'll see after lunch we'll get to finance and NBD, and then I'll call out what we're talking about tomorrow in short order. So before we get into the budget and talk about the overview, I'd like to turn it over to Mayor Evans and give him an opportunity to make any opening comments and to introduce your team.
Thank you, Councilmember Gruber. So here I have with me Mike Burns, Deputy Mayor, of course our Budget Director Suzanne Warren, Director of Finance Kim Jones, our Assessor Mike Cesara, Sarah Ruckberg, Rose Nichols, along with our Corporation Counsel. And then I have Sarah Boyce back there. Tom Miller is here, as well as and Emily Lohner also from our budget office, and then other staff here in the audience that can step in and answer any questions that you have. I'll be brief because I know folks want to get into the meat of the budget. The only thing I will say, and just start by saying, is that one of the most important parts of the budget is on page 4. I think that it illustrates our challenges that we have, that we've had to deal with this year as it relates to our budget. We had to close a $97.5 million gap, and you'll get into this probably throughout the budget, but we had the highest pension bill since the 80s that we've had to pay. Sales tax revenue is down significantly, and that's a lot of it has to do with the larger macroeconomic environment, including what's happened at the federal level in which people are spending less money. When that happens, that affects Rochester in a major way because the vast majority of our budget is no longer property tax anymore or state aid. It is the sales tax. So that has a lot of challenges in our budget. But despite all of that, we've maintained every single service that we had last year. That same service is maintained again this year. We're keeping the tax levy flat again, and we're not having any layoffs. I want to say very clearly, because you mentioned transparency, I want to be extremely transparent. We could conceivably be in the fall. I could be sitting here and saying to you all, the budget that I just gave you, there might be changes that need to be made depending on what happens at the federal level, particularly as it relates to CDBG dollars, where the federal skinny budget calls for zeroing out all of CDBG dollars. Obviously, that's not reflected in this budget, but that will be something that we might have to confront if and when it happens. But today, I think, today and going forward, I think is focusing on what it is and what we know right now. For the second year in a row, we were able to secure dollars again from New York State to increase AIM aid. Again, that's the first time in probably 30 years that we've gotten 2 years in a row of a little bit of an increase in state aid. It's not enough to put us where we're exactly owed, but it is very welcome news for us to be able to do that. And then there are other things that aren't in this budget, but flow through other sources. Also, our poverty aid, we got $25 million last year that's running through Monroe County, and we got another $25 million this year that's running through Monroe County. So that will also help us with some of the programming and things that we'll be working on in the months to come. The last point I want to make is ARPA. When the book is written on ARPA, what Rochester did with ARPA will go down as something that is extremely critical and important, because other cities used ARPA to plug their budget, and now they are in big trouble as it relates to what's happening with their budget. We didn't do that because we knew that this was a temporary item that will go away. So this budget has $27 million less than it did last time because we have less ARPA money. ARPA was a sugar high. It was something that we could get for a little bit, but we knew that it was going away. And if we wanted to keep our bond rating strong, if we wanted to keep our overall financial strong, we knew that we could not count on ARPA to be a regular recurring revenue stream for us. So we're $20 million left short in ARPA, and then we had to find $7 million in efficiencies, which you will see also reflected in this budget, and we had to pare back some of our capital expenses, which we will talk about as we go into the capital budget on Friday. So all in all, this is a balanced budget. It is a budget that reflects the continuity of hard work that we wanted to have in some of our great programs that we started that we didn't want to end, and also it makes sure that our employees are also secure and that they don't have to worry about layoffs at this time. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks, and the team is here to answer any questions that you have on any of the sections of the budget. And I would just note that if we don't have an answer to a question, we will get it in writing. We are not going to make it up on the fly or try to guess. We'll get you an exact answer on anything that might be asked that we cannot answer at this moment.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just as a reminder to council, we are going to be looking starting at the mayor's message on page 1, and right now going all the way through the summary section, all the way until city council and clerk. So again, these are big picture macro questions about revenues, about expenses, about dollars and cents. When we get into specific department stuff, I will table those. So let me start with a particular question built off of what you just stated, Mayor, and I'm particularly I just want to call out that the mayor's message, which is literally the first pages of the, well, I guess it's the first, it's a tab, mayor's message, is very clear and gives a lot of the specific that you just talked about, including the $27 million decrease. And I think the community should know, you know, this is the first time in a long time that we've seen a budget decrease, and is exactly as the mayor said, because of the sunsetting of ARPA. But I just want to ask specifically about our ARPA spending. Have we zeroed everything out? What is there left to spend? What kind of flexibility have we gotten in terms of deadlines? Any kind of information like that would be helpful up top here.
I'll let Suzanne take this, but I'll say that our goal was to make sure that we spent every single penny as it relates to ARPA. We are still on track to do that, and that's why you see us swap different things back and forth to make sure that we meet that deadline in terms of ARPA. All ARPA spending has to be done by the end of the year, correct?
By the end of December 31st, 2026.
Yep, so that's the end of
Yes.
the calendar year.
Correct.
It's almost our new year in a couple of weeks, July 1st, right? But all of that has to be spent by then. We are on track to make sure that all of our things are spent, and that's why I would also point out that the ARPA dashboard, which is on the city's website, is up to date, correct?
Correct.
So that details every project, where it's at in terms of its spending, and how much is left to still be spent out of each of those things. We've appropriated all the dollars for ARPA, and the goal is to make sure that that we spend every single penny, and we're doing it in accordance with the guidelines that we got from the Department of Treasury. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add as it relates to ARPA.
Sure,
Suzanne.
Mayor. We were able to encumber every single ARPA dollar as of December 31st, 2024. So we are on track. Everything is currently encumbered. Multiple projects still underway, especially capital projects, the Maplewood Nature Center, the Maplewood Library, some fire station renovations. And I kind of thought it was a little bit of a benefit that we were able to lighten the capital budget this year so that we make sure that we get those projects done and all those funds are expensed by December 31st, 2026. We still have money encumbered in some of the Peace Collective, the workforce development. We're restarting our meetings with the departments and the contractors to make sure that they are on track to spend those dollars by that December 31st, 2026 deadline, and making arrangements if we need to move anything around, if we need to pressure anyone. I think it seems at the federal level they are pushing, this new administration is pushing to make sure that all those dollars are accounted for, and I'm happy to say we have done so.
To that end, about moving or pushing things around. So I appreciate the comment about lightening the capital projects so that we can make sure that the ones we have ARPA dollars are prioritized, but there are some things that are beyond our control related to construction, et cetera. What happens if we are approaching a time where we don't think we're going to get them all done? What's our flexibility to move things around?
So the money can only be moved around to the same purpose or an authorized purpose from the original ARPA plan. That's why we're starting that work now, to make sure that everyone is on track in case we do need to move things around. I'm pretty sure we'll talk about it on Friday during the capital hearing. Pretty sure we're good on those capital projects. We will probably do some extensions of the contracts. Some of the contracts for the workforce development, the Peace Collective, they were due to expire like this fall, the end of the year. We may push those into the following year, into 2026, to make sure that they're spent.
But just as an example, not knowing anything about the progress here, but if the Maplewood Nature Center, for example, the construction on it for whatever reason got delayed, we would have the latitude to move those dollars into other things related to improvement of parks, for example.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then my last question for the time being, and then I'll look to council for hands, and welcome Vice President Harris. In terms of the $6.3 million that is just reductions to CIP and operating expenses. I know we'll get to CIP obviously later in the week, but can you just give a high level overview of the operating efficiencies that were found? I mean, it's pretty remarkable to do that without layoffs. So what are the things that happened?
I would have to say that we've had some vacancies amongst different departments, so we did push vacancy allowance in the departments, basically saying, okay, we're not going to lay anybody off, but we're going to hold hiring new positions, possibly into the beginning of the first quarter of the year, seeing how 24-25 ends up, what our sales tax dollars end up being. We pushed some other efficiencies in terms of professional services, reducing some of those amounts, reducing some travel allocations. They're on a much smaller scale within the operating budget, but the majority, I think you can see from the maintenance of effort level or year 2 of the 24-25 CIP is significantly lower.
Thanks. Okay, so any of my colleagues have questions, again, starting with the mayor's message and going through the summary tab? President Melendez.
First and foremost, good morning, everyone. Thanks again for your work on this budget. Particularly interested in the community input section. I noticed that in the survey, I don't believe it gave us a total number of, oh, it did give us respondents, but the priorities that were identified were drinking water, which was the highest priority, the most essential service that constituents cared about. And I'm assuming it's based on what's happening around the state and other places with respect to the water. And so I feel like we've done an excellent job in servicing lead lines, keeping our water safe, and working on that issue. But the next 3, which is kind of where I want to get a sense from the administration how it's reflected on a high level in this budget. The next 3 items that were important to community were safety in Rochester, fire and EMS response, and police services and crime prevention. So given those priorities from community members, it seems like public safety is top of mind for so many people in our community. How do you take that into account when building the overall budget and the overall strategy of the administration to ensure that we are focusing on safety in this community?
It's essential, and not only is it done from the survey that we did, it's also reflective in the thousands of people that attended my telephone town halls. So when we do our telephone town halls, we have people from every single quadrant of the city, and it's not like 50 people on it. It's literally thousands of people on the call. They get the opportunity to vote on. They get the actually vote on the topics that we're asking about, and then weigh in and talk about what's important to them. So drinking water is something that, in the other 3, but just let me say something about drinking water as well. Drinking water is important because people watched what happened in Flint. They watched what happened in other cities across the country, where water is a major issue, and it's why you see us investing not just in lead lines, but also having sessions on the importance of our water, because we want people to see, when they see us investing and getting resources in for this to take care of our water, it is something that's mission critical, and it's something, by the way, that we can't afford on our own. So almost a lot of the stuff that we're doing with water are dollars that I've been able to secure from New York State, as well as ARPA dollars that we're using, and then some locally. But in terms of safety in Rochester, I think when we go through the budget, when we go through the prevention, intervention, and suppression sessions of the budget with the police department, the R centers, as well as the Mayor's Office of Violence Prevention, you will hear us talk a lot about safety, as well as police services and crime prevention, and then fires. Fire is still one of our most important elements in the city, not just because they put out fires, but they do so much more. They're the first on the scene for so many of the things related to our medical response, and that's critical. And as you know, we've had a lot of conversations as well about medical services in Rochester. You know, we just did the EMS contract at the end of last year. So all those things are taken together really relate to public safety, both safety in Rochester, fire, emergency, medical response, and police services and crime prevention. All three of those things. That's top of mind, but that's not only top of mind in our surveys, but even when you look at independent third-party surveys across our city, really across the country, safety always ranks #1 in terms of top issues. But I was actually very pleased to see drinking water rank up there, because sometimes when people think about infrastructure and the investments that we make, it's something that you don't see, but you experience it when you have multiple water main breaks. Every 10 seconds, there's a water main break that breaks across the city. I mean, not across the city, but across the country. And when you do that, guess what? So you hope that you don't have to do a boil water advisory. But we've had, I think, 2 boil water advisories during my time as mayor, and it just shows the aging infrastructure that we have as it relates to water. And that's why it's so important that and essential that we make those investments in the critical infrastructure of water, so we won't end up like some of these other cities where they really have challenges with drinking water.
Yes, thank you for that, Mayor. And I looked at the Budget Bucks activity too, which one of my favorite activities that the OMB team does across the city. And I think it's probably no surprise to anyone up here on the dais that housing is the #1 issue in terms of what community residents want to see more investments in. And I know we've built a significant number of units, but in terms of the opportunity for increasing housing capacity and ability in our city, one of the things I did notice is that there was further down the line some look at CIP and maneuvering funds around related to affordable housing. And I just wonder, overall strategy, I know what it takes to build housing in this community. It requires a lot of partnership. The state really does come in with a lot of resources to help us build more units. But can the administration speak at a very high level about what the overall strategy will be in the next year to increase the amount of housing stock in our community?
Yeah, and I think you'll get into this with MBD, so I'll just say at a very, very high level, you have to make sure that you continue the partnerships, because it is the city just can't say, oh, I'm going to go build. We don't own any of the housing that we build. Everything that we've done is related to the partnerships that we have. And Rochester was just recognized. There's a great video that everyone should watch from the New York State Homes and Community Renewal. If you haven't seen that, you should watch it. It talks about our ability to be able to build particularly affordable housing as it relates to partnerships that we have had with the state. They say that we are one of the best in the state, and we know how to do it, but you have to have partners in order to be able to do that. And just not over on the affordable side, you have to be able to also look at market rate, single family home, and they all have to be different. And you just have to say, look, we're going to build. The more you build, the more availability that you have, but it takes resources to be able to build those houses, and that's where New York State comes in. We're a pro-housing community, which has helped us immensely. If you look over, we got a big affordable housing unit with supporting housing unit right over here at Center City Courtyard. That would have been built next year, but because there were some other places around the state that weren't ready like we were able to get next in line and be able to move and do that. So that's why it's very important to do that. The other thing that's critically important, absolutely critically important, is that you have to look at also where the private sector is building, and also build in that area by making sure that you collaborate with nonprofit organizations, builders, as well as the state and local, county, to be able to do that. Tent City is a prime example of that. That's going to be veteran housing right on Lau Avenue in an old building that was dilapidated and torn apart. That would not be able to be done if it was not a partnership between multiple people. And the city of Rochester is a smaller player in that, but we help create the conditions in terms of putting people together in order to make that happen. So that's what you have to be able to do, and it has to be an all of the above approach. It just can't be one or other. And I always say, whenever someone says, oh, it's just one thing, it's never just one thing. It's multiple things in order to address housing in Rochester, and it has to be a collaborative approach. And that's what's been our approach here in Rochester. Now, again, I hate to throw a wet blanket on some of this, but a lot of this also is dependent upon stability. And if a lot of what's proposed federally, that could severely damage us. It won't stop us because New York State has made the commitment. We're a pro-housing community. Rochester has made the commitment. But when you look at subsidized housing, people who are already in their homes, Section 8 vouchers, all those things, if any of that is eliminated, look out. It's going to be we'll be having a different conversation. And it could, because for 60 years, we've relied on that. We've had that as a way to be able to have stability. I mean, you can take Section 8 vouchers, for example, and be able to apply that to be able to buy a home at some point. Think about the flexibility that people have had with that. If that instability happens for us as a community, and not just us, but across the country, I don't even like talking about it here. But that's something that we need to make sure that we're prepared for in the back of our mind. If that was to happen, it would severely alter the calculus of how we handle housing, affordable housing, particularly in Rochester, because we literally have hundreds of thousands of people in RHA properties that would be destabilized, and we would have to figure out what would we do.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And my final question, I think for now, is related to personnel. So first I want to commend the administration for finding a way, out of no way, to keep every staff member here in city government. I think, given all the changes in ARPA and federal funding and what's gone on federally, to be able to have stability locally is important. With respect to bilingual positions, I did see that there was 13 position changes related to the bilingual positions in the budget, some of which are new positions that are added, some are title changes, some are adding the bilingual title to existing positions. So I appreciate that. One question I have is, and this might be more suited for HR, but at a high level, I do want to get an understanding if the city has done an analysis on if someone has the bilingual title, and maybe this is benchmarking with other cities, is there a change in compensation that could be considered? And this could be maybe in writing or in HR that we can have a more deep discussion, but compensation for the skill of having bilingual staff is something I think we should be analyzing, seeing what other cities are doing, other communities are doing, because it is a skill that often when you have a bilingual staff member in a department, they're called on for everything. And anytime there's, in addition to the normal service of doing whatever the other person next to them might be doing, they have the added layer of having the ability to do it in multiple languages, not just Spanish. So I would hope that as we consider moving forward at a high level, we consider how we compensate people with the bilingual title.
Yeah, we can get that in writing on how that will work. So often in the private sector, if you have another language, I know I benefited from this in the private sector. I speak Spanish, as you know. If you're able to speak another language, you sometimes get a supplement or an extra amount that's there. But we can make sure that we get something in writing for you related to that on what our current practice is, things that we might be looking to do, but more importantly, how it relates right now across our community. I mean, people speak multiple languages. You see this with our folks that are on the front line in fire and the person in crisis team, as well as police officers. Now, if there's a language that someone may not know, we have a language line in which we can call. But we do have many people here that speak French and Spanish and Urdu and Arabic and a lot of different things. So that's something that we can definitely get in writing to you and give it to you more expansive than just here. And I'll have Dr. Nichols follow up with that, and I'll ask our city council liaison to. I'm sure your staff is also capturing the questions as well. I'll have our city council liaison also capture that and get you something very detailed as it relates to that.
Thanks, Mayor. We are, just so you know, our staff is collecting questions, and we'll be making sure that we have a pretty good system at this point of how to follow up collectively. So we'll make sure to capture that. Vice President Harris, then I'll come down the line.
Thank you. I also would like to echo the remarks of President Melendez. Thank you for holding the line with layoffs or eliminating positions that are filled. I was looking at the priority area when you talk about building towards a prosperous future on page 8, and I wanted to ask you a question regarding to how do you plan to handle the outreach to delinquent tax homeowners to prevent foreclosures? I know we had an extensive process that was put forth through the whole reassessment.
Yeah.
So how would you like to plan?
Yeah, I think one of the things we're doing this year is also we're going we're going to start going door to door with people who you'd be surprised how many people ignore notices, may not see the notices, but there's help out there that they can be able to get. And one of the things that we have in this budget, which you'll see from the finance department, and I'll turn it over to Director Jones in a second, is that we're going to actually go back to doing door-to-door outreach as it relates to people who might be late on a tax bill, not paying a tax bill, so that way it's not a surprise. It should never be a surprise when you get a delinquent tax notice, right? And things could happen. You may not pay attention to your mail. You may put it somewhere else. You may be going through a crisis. I mean, if you have a death in the family or you get ill, it could be that could be something that the last thing you're thinking about probably is your tax bill, right? So that structured outreach will be extremely important for us. We piloted some of this stuff with the last tax auction that we had, where we actually reached out to folks and said, "Hey, you only owe this amount," and they, that's it, and then they were able to pay it or get on a payment plan. So there's a lot of options out there that to be able to do that, and it's no different than what financial institutions do. When you call somebody and say, Miss Harris, listen, I know you're late, you're coming up on this. This is something that we can try to help you with. So it's about prevention, but also intervention. We also use the Office of Financial Empowerment to make sure that anybody that might need help with finances, because this is so critical, that they are connected with our financial empowerment centers through the Office of Financial Empowerment and any of our workshops or sessions or nonprofit organizations that are partners with us, such as the Housing Council, the Housing Council at Papstone, to be able to also help folks before it gets to that point, because prevention is extremely important before you get there. And if we can prevent that from happening in the first place, that will help. That will help us in the long run. Director Jones, anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, you basically summed it up, Mayor. But I do want to add that we will be issuing an RFP this year, and we're actually looking for a company, an entity, to assist us with the outreach. So this company would basically go out and post notices on, property owners' doors and knock on doors and things of that nature to help us, reach that particular population.
Yeah, and that's very good to hear, because I was really concerned about our senior population, our most vulnerable population, when it comes to that, because they are disconnected, most of them, from technology. Some of it's just by their own desire not to be plugged in. So it would be great to see efforts into reaching out to them, and I appreciate that. The other comment I'd like to add is if you can also just add to the efforts to making sure that they have a way to get them plugged into the different rebates or tax rebates.
Yep, that's also part of it. The STAR tax exemption, enhanced STAR, veterans exemption, clergy exemptions, these are all exemptions that many people sometimes don't know that they are eligible for. And that's also part of this initiative as well, saying this is out here for you. Get connected to it. And I always tell people, you don't know what you don't know. We can't expect people. If you ask me to go wire the lights in this place, and I've never done that before, I wouldn't know what to do. So if you ask someone to take advantage of something that's out there that they have never heard of, we can't expect that they would know automatically, right? It's something that we have to do in terms of making sure we put the information out there, and this gives us the ability to be able to do that. We were successful this past tax year reaching out to folks individually, and what we found is, particularly with the senior population, stuff happened. Their husband might have died, or their wife might have died, or they may have been in Florida and didn't get the notice because their grandson was supposed to go and come down to City Hall and pay it, and they didn't. And then when they find out, we're able to help them, and we were able to, and me and Kim know of many cases in which we were able to intervene and help these individuals understand that, but then also educate them to know be on the lookout for these notices because you work so hard to obtain these properties. We want to make sure that you maintain them, but more importantly, we want to make sure that you create generational wealth to pass these properties on to your families, particularly in the African American community, where for years, because of redlining, they were denied the opportunity to be able to own these types of own homes. So that's why it's so important, and to the best of our ability to be able to keep homes and families. That's what we want to be able to do, because that actually leads to the stability of our neighborhoods and, more importantly, to the stability of our city.
Thanks, Mayor. And we will get more into the weeds on collections and taxes when we get to the finance section at 1:30. So I want to make sure that folks have a chance to ask about any of the pieces in the mayor's message or any of the high-level revenue or expense lines in the summary section. Any one down on that end? Vice President Harris, Councilmember Lightfoot, Councilmember Lupien.
Yeah, I just want to commend the administration, all the work that was done to put this budget together, to the Director Warren and all of the departments who were able to make their budgets in the constraints that they were given. And and Mayor, thank you for keeping the lights on and keeping the budget balanced. I wanted to ask about ARPA funds. While we didn't use it to plug holes in the budget, we did use it for capital projects that we were planning on that we were able to get done sooner. I wonder if I can get a breakdown in the ARPA funds and what was used for capital investment versus programmatic supports and new programs.
Sure.
Also,
Probably best to get back to you in writing on that.
Of course.
One. Okay.
Yep. And which of the ARPA funded programs are continuing and which ones are being phased out? And I wanted to know the amount of money in fund balance, both at the beginning of the budget and what we plan to have at the end of the year.
Okay. We'll give this to you in writing, but I just wanted to give you an overall update. You don't have to write this down. So we ended fiscal year 23-24 with $117 million in fund balance. We used approximately $31.2 million in 24-25. We expect to restore at a minimum $7 million of that. That would leave us with $92.8 million at the end of 24-25. This budget uses $25.8 million. That would leave us with approximately $67 million in fund balance, which at the 12.5% required, we would meet that fund balance policy.
What is the 12.5% number?
So it's 12.5% of the general fund budget for 25-26. So just general fund, right. Not all funds. That is $531 million. So 12.5% of that is $66.4 million.
Okay, so we're pretty close.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
As I said, too, we expect to restore a minimum of $7 million. Mm-hmm. It could be more. We're going to watch that as we're nearing year end as right. It is. So
and this is a very important question actually regarding fund balance. I mean, I'm hoping that we can restore more of that. The challenge that we have right now, and everyone should be very concerned about it, is sales tax collections. I mean, it used to be that property tax was our bread and butter, but across the country, it's more so sales tax because we don't want to put a bigger burden on our residents. So I'm hoping that hotel, motel tax, sales tax will see a little bit more of a bump, and that will allow us to restore a little bit more because we are extremely close to that $12.5 million. And then, like I said earlier, I don't want to throw a wet blanket on things, but federal level is very concerning. So if we said, hey, what if are we going to stop? I don't want to get into this now, but do we want to stop having roof replacement or housing for people with AIDS? We'd have to go into our fund balance if collectively we decided that was something that we wanted to continue. So it's a very important topic, and I'm hoping for a higher return on our sales tax. I will say that the first quarter of this year, hotel motel tax was the highest it's been in like the last 20 years. So that's a good sign for us. That's a very good sign for us. We have a lot of big festivals and events and stuff that are coming up, so hopefully that would juice some things up. but a lot of people are really, really holding back on spending. And we're seeing that. Who can blame them? The uncertainty. And that actually affects our fund balance in a major, major way.
Councilor Malupian, are you, in terms of your questions about ARPA and operating capital, there's a lot of detail in the departments about this stuff. Can we just figure out how to, with staff, how to capture that question appropriately to send it back to them later? I just want to make sure that that after we get through some of the departments, that we figure out how to frame your question about the capital versus operating question.
I think it's a general question across all departments. How much has gone to capital versus programmatic?
Okay,
Does that make sense?
if you don't want to sit down later and try to wordsmith it together, then staff will do their best.
Do you understand my question? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so on that note, Mayor, a question about sales tax. So I would point people to the summary, page 10 on sales tax. So the actuals from 23-24 were about 196 million. The estimated this current year is about 199. Amended is significantly higher, and then proposed there is a decrease in what the amended was, but it's still an increase from what the estimated is. So are those numbers at this point, given the state of the economy, numbers you feel confident in? And I'm just wondering how are the projections calculated?
I mean, there's Director Warren can give you how they're calculated, but you have to remember anything in a budget, including sales tax, is based just upon projections. So when you have bombs that could be thrown in, i.e. tariffs, right? It has a major impact. So, for example, if Walmart starts raising prices, and people go to Walmart and they start spending less money, and we projected that they would spend more, that's going to have a major impact on our overall sales tax collections. Cars, for example, we get a lot of. You buy a car. We like when people buy cars because that's a heck of a sales tax hit for us. But if you say, you know what, I'm going to start keeping my cars longer, and I'm not going to go buy a new car, that affects us. So we look at all of that over time. We look at it seasonally. We look at it yearly. We also rely on Monroe County because of our sales tax sharing agreement with them. So Suzanne is in regular. Director Warren is in regular contact with Director Franklin over there to look at what they're doing around sales tax. And then we also look at what other counties and other people have around sales tax, and that gives us our projection. Usually, we're always very close. We're always right. We're pretty close. Sometimes we might be off a little bit, but when you have an externality that you may not have planned for, it can throw it all in the window. And that's what I'm concerned about right now as it relates to sales tax. And it's why you can't separate our conversation about sales tax away from fund balance and everything else, because that is really, if we get extra state aid, that helps a little bit. But that is really what allows us to be able to replenish our fund balance and everything. So
right.
It's very concerning.
Well, and given the state of the economy, I guess all I'm saying is I'm surprised that the decrease is not projected to be even more than it is in the budget. So
it isn't, but it could be at some point, which I hope won't be the case.
So, Director Warren, any sense, any explanation for the layperson of how these numbers are calculated?
That's an excellent question. If you were to look at the county budget, you would think we were going to collect a lot more. So this definitely developed at the end of 24, where you started to see sales tax really start to trail off. You're dealing with, I think, for the most part, people don't have a lot of disposable income for anything other than housing and food and clothing, which is not subject to sales tax. So you're starting to see those purchases related to, going out to eat or buying things that you don't really need. That money is really starting to trail off. You're going to see some weird numbers for this past quarter in terms of sales tax, because I think some people are jumping to try to buy things before the tariffs go into effect. So we're going to have this weird, probably quarter, where sales tax actually looks like it's going up. but it will likely come down. We really had a few years post-COVID with stimulus programs from the federal government where people were out spending, doing home improvements, things of that nature. That is really has gone away in the past year. So our sales tax is really going back to a pre-COVID level.
But you're saying this 203 that's proposed here is conservative compared to what the county has budgeted?
Yes.
Yeah, our sales tax number projections are always much more conservative than in the region because of what we just mentioned. And I'll also mention that if you look, prices really have not come down. Prices are still relatively elevated. Inflation has come down a little bit, but it's still relatively elevated. These things all affect spending and prices that are happening. So, we'll see.
Okay. I have. I'm just going to ask two more quick questions because they're right next to the following pages. Then I'll turn it to Councilmember Martin, Monroe, and then back to President Melendez. On the utility gross receipts tax, I'm old enough on council to remember when we didn't have a utility gross receipt tax. Right? There was a time where that was hanging out in court for a while. We weren't sure what we were going to be able to collect or not. Is 3% what we are mandated allowed to collect, or is that a decision that we've made?
That's a decision.
Got it. So
codified in law.
Got it. And every municipality chooses to work to determine a different number.
I believe so.
Okay.
And what you are talking about is there was a time when some of the utility carriers were indicating that they were not subject to the utility gross receipts tax because it was based on the delivery charge versus the consumption. We still have some telecom carriers that are not paying the 3% tax.
And that's something that's still subject to legal reviews, or that's been settled in court?
Still subject to legal reviews.
Okay.
I don't know if Patrick wants to add.
Patrick, it might be something we connect on afterwards.
Yeah, that's fine. Just real quick. So the 3% is statutory. We can charge up to 3%. So that's where our discretion is. And on this issue of the telecoms, yes, that's an open issue and one that we've been strategizing about how best to attack.
But the state law says we cannot collect more. It's up to 3%. That's not our decision. That's what the state says.
That's right.
Okay. And then finally on revenues is the marijuana dispensary tax. It's nice to see some dollars finally starting to come in related to this tax. I'm just curious, is from a logistics perspective, is the money actually flowing in like real ways at this point? Are these projected collections, or are they real?
These are, so the number for 25-26 is a projected collection. The number for 24-25, this revenue is really getting a slow start. So hoping it picks up, but not banking on it.
Yeah, we have not, I'm just going to be very transparent. We have not realized the revenues that I anticipated, and probably most people in this room anticipated, related to the weed tax, which I call the weed tax. We just haven't seen a lot. I remember one quarter was a couple of $1,000s or something one quarter.
I think our first payment was $13,000.
Yeah, so our first payment was only $13,000. So I'm hoping that as we start to ramp up, I mean, Rochester, we were the first city almost in the state that zoned for this, if you remember. It was like one of my first initiatives when I got sworn in. We worked on the zoning, I think, in 2022. So we're anticipating, I mean, we do have 3 or 4 dispensaries currently operating within the city limits, but I'm hoping to see more of that revenue picked up because it just has not been coming in at the level that I would like have liked to see so far.
And this tax is specifically for dispensaries. It's not for people who have other types of licenses. It's basically for businesses that are selling in a retail manner.
That's correct.
And this may be a question for law, but my understanding is that the smoking lounges, et cetera, are going to probably be starting in the next couple, at least be approved by the state in the next couple of years. Do those also provide a direct tax to municipalities?
I believe they do. Suzanne, if you know differently, but I think that's right.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay. Councilmember Martin?
Yeah, I'd like to echo the congratulations and the thank yous to the administration, Director Warren, and all the department heads who worked together to put together this budget. Also, thank you to our council staff. The analysis you did is incredible, excellent, pulls out information in a way that's accessible, so thank you. Starting with the community input section, Mayor Evans, can you talk a bit about the role of community input in putting forth your proposed budget?
Sure, and it's a good question, Councilmember Martin. And in fact, we start that almost immediately. So after you guys vote on the budget in June, we almost start the community input session almost like right in the fall. So it's critical for us. It helps us to be able to hear what community members are thinking. And what we try to do is not guide them. The telephone town hall is something that would be great for people to listen in on. It gives people the opportunity to vote on a poll. They can be in their car listening. A lot of times you hear people, we had to put people on mute because they're cooking dinner at home. And we get people from each of the quadrants of the city, and we just ask them, what's your top priority? And then they rank them. And then we ask them why. And we tell them what we're currently working on. What would they like to continue? And that's more virtual, which allows us to get maximum participation because not everybody can come to City Hall or go to a rec center or a library. So we get a lot of participation from that. I think that's one of the most effective tools that we have because it allows people not only to listen in but also be participants by pressing a number on the phone or saying, hey, I want to say something, or have the moderator read a comment. And we always use a outside moderator to do that for us. And then also, what also is very instructive is what I call what would you do with the budget, where we actually give the community members money, fake, not real money, monopoly money, that they can stick in different priority buckets that they want to do. And then we take that and get information from that. And then the actual survey also that is online and that we push out to other people, that also gives us an opportunity to do that. So it's critical that we get. Now, as you know, humans all believe in different things. So all we do is take what they give us, rank it, and then based upon that, then it's your job and my job to figure out, okay, this is what we've heard. What would that look like in terms of crafting a budget? But it's been absolutely critical for us, and probably one of the most impactful things that I do at City Hall, because I really get to hear what people think. And you hear all different ranges of the spectrum. And then the question is what does that look like? Because people say, drinking water. Yeah, we know what that means, but what does that look like? Is it the, and we take that to mean making sure that there's not lead in the water, that we make sure that all of our reservoirs are clean, all those things. So, and then that's the other part that I think is important. And there are times when we'll do a follow-up meeting as it relates to something. Like, for example, zoning is something that we'll be talking about later. It's also looked at in the context of this budget, but we haven't passed zoning yet. So then we went back and did another town hall to say, okay, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts about that? So the community input sessions gives us the opportunity to hear from folks, but also gives us the opportunity, if necessary, to go back and dig deeper about how they see the drinking water or safety in Rochester or fire emergency response or economic health of Rochester. So it's very important.
That's really helpful, and I'm impressed with how many people you consistently get to participate. As you mentioned, thousands of people tuned in, gave feedback. But with that piece, I think the part I want to understand is how in the telephone town halls, over 48% of people mentioned that they want investments in prevention services like mental health, alternatives to policing, compared to folks who wanted to see more police, but yet we see that the police budget includes more employees than any other department. We see with all those other crucial prevention services provided, the budget is not even a fraction of the entire budget for policing. So how does that community input saying we want all these other things show up in a budget where instead of all those other things being funded at a high level that they're asking for, we're seeing that be primarily put towards policing?
Yeah, I think too, with the policing budget, and you were in the pre-budget session that we said, a lot of the dollars in policing is grant dollars, which I hope that we can continue to keep and go away. Like, for example, there's a police lieutenant in the police budget that's funded by a grant, which we've used. But also, my message has been across all departments, including the police department. They also have a preventative role to play. albeit different. The police department under my leadership has launched they also have a violence prevention section. The gun involved violence elimination program, that money flows to the police, but again, that is preventative as well. Department of Recreation and Human Services, that is preventative services. I think when people think about Department of Environmental Services, DES, people don't think about that as prevention, but we have 3 of our most successful job programs are under the Department of Environmental Services. Our rejob program, as well as our CDL program, is under that program, and our BEST program, which is our Brownfield education training program. So for us and for me, my belief in prevention, intervention, suppression has to grow across all departments. So I could see how someone could look at the police budget and say, okay, you're just investing in police. But I think what I've tried to frame differently is for people to see that prevention has to go all across the budget, because some of the money that's in the police budget, for example, also goes to Pathstone for preventative services for their prevention when they're working with people that are high risk. So I get how you could see that, and then there's some people who say we need more police. I mean, if you listen to these calls, there's some that say that, but I think there's people across the spectrum. The challenge is how do we equalize that across the departments, and I think that's a tough part, but it's also important, I think, to point out, and I think we could do a better job of saying, okay, of all the departments, what are they doing as it relates to prevention? And I think that's the part that we could improve upon, and also highlighting that a lot of the funds that we get that might increase the police budget year over year are really dollars that we work extremely hard to get, and you see them come before council. A lot of the equipment purchases or grants that come from the Department of Criminal Justice Services, as well as New York State.
That's helpful, thank you. And just to clarify, the $115 million allocated to police, which is the highest department budget, does that include the grants you're talking about?
Yes, it includes any grants that we may be getting at this time. So give money, any department. Yes, it includes all that stuff. And I think in the tabs, it should have it broken out. But if not, I'm sure that's something that we could get for you in terms of what's personnel, which is expensive. I mean, that's an expensive department. I mean, pension costs, healthcare costs, all of that is included in that number. But
and we'll have a chance to we have a long section tomorrow for the police department specifically. Do you have any other questions about the general tab, Councilmember Martin?
Yeah, I have several questions I would like to get through.
Okay.
Thank you. So before I move forward, back to the budget and how it's allocated, I really would have liked to see more investment in some of the services like the person in crisis team, the community action program. I understand it's new, but it seems like there will only be 2 people to start off with.
No, there'll be 10.
10, okay, that's helpful.
And the 2 that are in there currently are the folks that are just starting up. So the money is allocated there, but obviously we're still working on the position descriptions and all of those things. So there'll actually be 10 there.
Okay, so 10 in comparison to, according to this, 918 police positions. So again, we tend to say we support a lot of these things, but the funds that are being allocated to them are just not distributed equitably or in a way that truly demonstrates that this is something we're really getting behind and proposing as a real alternative to meet the needs people are asking for. Turning it over to a procedural question, I appreciate the work you all do to provide questions in writing, but I have received feedback from the community that they don't access those questions, the answers to the question. Procedurally, how are we going to provide the answers in writing to the community? And I think that might be a finance chair question.
Sure. I mean, council could post the answers to the questions. They're all public. They're public record unless it's something related to maybe personnel or legal, but they're all in the public domain, so people can get answers to.
Yeah, I mean that's a general council question. We could talk about it with staff and the president.
Sounds good. Okay. Other questions on page 15 in the. Actually, I'll move to page 12 with the marijuana dispensary tax. How how is that revenue used, and is there community input in deciding how that revenue is used? Although it's not a lot, I see it's projected that there would be $600,000 in revenue. I'm curious to see what the community input role.
Yeah, I mean, if we realize that revenue and we get it, we would do something similar to what we do with the opioid task force that we have. And we've had sessions for those. We would do something similar once we start to realize a large amount of money. And if we start to realize a decent amount of money in that, do we keep that in the lockbox, right? We keep or does that flow generally?
That's going into the general fund.
Yeah. So right now it's going to the general fund, but if we start seeing large amounts, I think we'll start having more of those conversations. Keep hoping for that, hopefully, because one of the things we talked about was using it for youth programs, for prevention aspects. So for the opioid stuff, we use it for like preventative stuff. It's all going for stuff to help people that might have opioid addiction, substance abuse disorder, right? We try to use it for that. If we start to see that type of revenue derived from the marijuana tax, we would follow a similar tactic in what we do with the opioid dollars.
Sounds good. And two more questions. So with the youth policy pilot grants, I see that's ending. That's a great program. So I'm curious about what's going to happen to it. Is that program also going to end?
No, it probably won't, and it probably will continue. And in fact, we have another grant that we're getting that relates to some youth policy stuff through the National Civic League, through the Community Foundation that we're working on. So the hope is that will continue. I'm very supportive of those programs. That's how I came up through these youth development programs. So I'm sure it will continue in some form. It's just what it will be called the same thing. But yeah, that will most definitely be continuing.
Thank you. And finally, on page 15 in the revenue section, there's $15,000 expected for red light camera violations. Can you say what that is?
What page is that? 15?
15 in the
On page 15. We actually still receive revenue. There's a collection company that continues to collect revenue from the uncollected fines from that program.
Okay, from when the program was in.
When it's
Correct.
Okay.
So people who still had tickets, and they're still responsible for paying those tickets. So some of them still pay it, and it's around that $15,000 amount.
Got it. And I think maybe a longer conversation is, since we realized there were issues with the program, especially around equity and where the cameras were placed, what would it look like to get rid of those fines for folks? But that's a longer question, not in this budget, but I'm curious about that. Thank you.
Councilmember Monroe, do you have any questions on this section?
I just wanted to underscore one of the things that the mayor was saying in regards to our AIM aid from the state, and the fact that we've been working for decades to get the same per capita funding that our larger sister cities, Buffalo and Syracuse, get. The fact that budgeting and this city has done such a great job with accurate and conservative budgeting to make sure that we maintain a great bond rating and have a very stable footing has ironically punished us in the fact that we don't have a state fiscal monitor board. We are left with less funds to do the kinds of great programming that we see here in the budget, simply because we do such a great job with the funding that we have. And while I certainly congratulate our team here at the city, it is really more than past time for us to get the equitable AIM aid. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And we continue to work with our lobbyists in Albany. I'm sure everyone here should know the number that we would get if we got Councilman Monroe, which you said, per capita. We got just per capita, not more. We're not even asking for more. But if we just got with Buffalo and Albany, Syracuse got, it would be $35 million. Just on the per capita. And remember, 60 cents on every dollar in our budget is spent before we even get it, because we give $119.1 million to the school district, which we're proud to do, because we support education, all of us, right? There's a maintenance of effort that calls for that, so we give 119.1. So imagine what 35 million more would be able to do for us if we were able to realize that. And it's not that we're begging for it; it's just that we're saying we'll do it because we've been good fiscal stewards. I give a shout out to every single previous mayor before me. They've been able to maintain what we've been able to do because we don't want to make a mess of things and then have people do stuff to us. And they give us a fiscal monitoring board or all the other stuff. But because of that, because we've been fiscally responsible, it's hurt us in one hand because we're getting way less from the state. But it's helped us on the other hand because we've been able to maintain our bond rating, which went up again last year. And it's actually helped our taxpayers because when we bond for sidewalks and all the other stuff, we're paying less than other cities will pay. But it's still a major issue. And we are still due this $35 million. We've floated lots of different proposals. I believe the state Senate has floated a proposal for an AIM redesign task force, which I think will happen. I think it should happen. But we all of us in this room have to continue to push for equity, and we just have not been getting it for 50 years. Although I am thankful, because I want to end on a thankful note. I am very thankful for the state delegation and the governor for giving us $5 million more last year and this year because it's the first time we got that in decades. So I don't want to be. I got 2 little kids at home, and I always tell them, say what you're thankful for. So I'm thankful for that. But it would be great. But it would be great to just get parity. That's all we want. I'm not asking for more. I'm not asking for anything extra. All I'm asking for is for us to be at that $35 million that we're short, and we be having a different conversation in here.
Thanks. Last few points on this section, and then we'll let people change seats. President Melendez, Councilmember Lupien.
Yes, thank you. So Councilmember Martin really asked my question, but I do have a comment follow-up on the marijuana dispensary tax. So my understanding is Henrietta received a significant amount of tax dollars already from the dispensary tax. And I think this is one of the fears I had going in, that the communities that were most impacted by the war on drugs and specifically targeting marijuana are the communities that are not receiving the tax revenue that's supposed to come back and help address the issues and address the opportunity for economic development in those communities. So as we continue in the vein of trying to increase that revenue locally, I wonder if the administration could speak on and or provide in writing some context to what are our strategies to grow the industry inside the city of Rochester. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a longer question. We can kind of get that in writing. I mean, and I also have to get clarity on, because there is countywide, there's a sales tax profit sharing. So if somebody goes and buys something in Henrietta at Home Depot or somewhere like that, the city still gets a portion of that because of the county Warren Ryan sales tax agreement that was passed a long time ago. So the city has a generous sales tax agreement sharing with the county. The question that I have to your point is does that count for it? I don't have the answer to this, so we'll have to look this up. Does that count for dispensaries that are throughout the county? Do we still get revenue derived from that? I don't know the answer to that question, but that will help, I think, also inform your question. If we do, that's great. If we don't, the answer would be why not? And can we get some of it, right? So let's get clarity on that, because I don't have the answer to that.
Councilmember Lupien.
Yes. So one clarification. When we were talking about the police budget, Mayor, you mentioned that pension and benefits were included in the $115 million. That's not accurate, right? They're an undistributed?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the budget is actually much more.
Right.
Yep. Is there a way that we could get a number of the benefits and pensions broken out by department? Is that
if you look in the summary section on
is.
page 45, there's application of related expenditures. So we take each department and then allocate a portion of the undistributed, cash capital, and debt service. And then you'll see the total value assigned to each department for all those expenditures added together.
Perfect. I wanted to follow up on the gross receipts tax. I was looking this up recently, and I thought that the maximum was 4%. Patrick, is that not true?
For utilities gross receipts tax?
Yep.
I'll double check, but I believe it's 3%. And
Okay.
it's only, for other municipalities, it's 2%. There's only certain cities that are allowed to charge up to 3%. Rochester is one of those, but I'll confirm.
Okay, yes, thank you. And last point, in terms of the community engagement, are we monitoring what we've heard from the community versus what we actually did with the funds to understand, you know, how much community input is actually replicated in what we're spending?
Yeah, I mean, we try to the best of our ability replicate what we hear from, you know, the surveys, the public input session, and in any of the in-person sessions, and map it to what we're putting in the budget. Now, where the conversation comes in is drinking water safety in Rochester. One person may say, "Well, I meant this." Someone else, "No, I meant we need more police officers." Someone say, "No, I want more. I meant job training." Right? So,
Sure.
So we try to parse that out to the best of our ability, and then make sure that it's matched to what is reflected in the budget.
And I understand the intent. My question was, are we monitoring it? Do we have somewhere, you know, what we heard from community input was 30% of people wanted to spend on public safety. Here's how those dollars were allocated.
I mean, that's something that we could easily do because the budget's there, and we have the inputs. I mean, anyone here in this room could look at that and map it to what it is as it relates to what someone said. Again, I think where the rub will come in is you might say, well, here's what I thought they may have meant, right?
I do understand that, and I think maybe in general buckets, but it sounds like we're not actively doing that. It's more of a, we could compare it on our own, and if it is easy to do, could we get that?
And are you asking for actual dollar amounts in terms of investments? Because we do, when we go back through and prepare, work with the mayor on his message, these priority areas match, for the most part, what the public is asking for, and that's how we come up with these, where we've made investments or continuing investments.
I think I'd be interested in percentages, if
Okay.
that's possible.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Final thoughts, and then I'll ask folks in the administration just to change seats however they'd like to. But one just request on there's been a lot of good questions on the marijuana dispensary tax. To President Melendez's point, I just looked it up. I didn't realize that Henrietta at least says they realized $1 million in receipts. I think at the very least it'd be good for us to make sure this is part of the quarterly financial report to us, is to see that dollar amount specifically and see if it is increasing. So can we just add that to the general report that we get on a quarterly basis?
Yes.
Thanks. And then just a really minor question, but I'm curious, on page 17 of revenue and expenses, there's a section called miscellaneous. And then moving to 18 where it bookends, there's a section of miscellaneous under miscellaneous, and it has a $400,000 net increase. Can you help me understand what that might be, Suzanne? If you need to follow up separately, that's fine.
That is actually additional revenue that we will realize from the cancellation of prior year encumbrances. It's kind of a misnomer because it's not actual revenue, but when we close the year, we have a certain amount booked in fund balance in encumbrances, and we anticipate that a certain amount of those will actually be canceled.
Got it.
So that's an increase in that amount.
Thanks. Very helpful. Okay, so that closes our section on overview, and we're going to move now to administration. So while I call out what we're going to be doing, if there's anyone in the administration that needs to change seats, please, this is a great time to do it. Within the mayor's office, we have several different departments, I guess, or bureaus or teams. So we will talk about the Office of Violence Prevention, the Office of Public Integrity, the Project Management Office, Office of City Planning, and Office of Financial Empowerment, in that order. And then after that, we'll move on to OMB, Human Resources, Comms, and Law, and then we'll break for lunch. So we will go in that order, and I'll call out pages as well so people know what to look for. Okay. Thanks for the quick segue. So just to orient at least us up here, I'd ask people to look at section 3, page 4. There's an org chart. So mayor's office, administration, and there's the 5 different teams. So we'll go through those one at a time, and each of them have KPIs, have goals, have year-to-year comparisons interspersed through the next about 10 pages. So we'll go one at a time. We'll start with the Office of Violence Prevention, and I'll open with Councilmember Lightfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. I wanted to also take the time, since I didn't do it earlier, just to thank the mayor and administration as well, and everyone in budget for doing a great job and providing us a balanced budget. This is more of a kind of a question, Mayor and Mr. Chairman, being that the information is framed from the public sessions and the community sessions, and seeing that public safety is one of the priorities of the community, and I think it's a priority, and I would be comfortable to say it's a priority probably of every one of us in this room who live and want to work and play safely in our city. Throughout the years, typically, a lot of the work through, and this is Office of Violence Prevention, so I'm at this kind of a question or an offer for consideration to see if this makes sense. But typically, like the work of the Rock Against Gun Violence Coalition typically does not make its way in the budget, and that's fine, because we understand, obviously, first of all, a lot of that work is volunteer and working with many of the partners that the Office of Violence Prevention is working with. But it is good over the years to see interweaving through the budget a lot of the strategies and information and work that has come out of the coalition. The Homicide Response Unit, the Crisis Intervention Team, the Mobile Trauma Unit. I mean, we can go on and on and on. But one of the things that this year I thought was I was looking to kind of see even referenced or as a strategy, or just specifically because one of the priorities obviously is public safety. And we know with public safety, gun violence and violence in our community is probably at the top of that list. And we're in a very unique position here in the city of Rochester, where we have been one of only 5 cities to have a gun trace data report. Now, I know when people will look at that and say, hey, well, you know, through the blessing of the relationships, as the mayor talks about things being relational and having these partnerships and relationships, we have been fortunate and blessed to be able to have such a tool without it costing the city a dime. However, but it's a major strategy in regards to police strategizing, us strategizing, answering community concerns about where are these guns coming from, going out into the community, educating them on crime guns and the impact of crime guns and what they have, and we've extensively done that type of work. So Mayor, I was just wondering, and there's a commitment from you that, you know, I already know that we're looking to do this in 25-26 fiscal year. So I was, you know, kind of, you know, being that public safety is a priority, that to me fits. Like, it seems like to me that to me should be a part of answering one of the questions of the community that's major, especially national, since we're so unique in that we're only one of 5 cities. I think there's Los Angeles, New York City, Chicago, Pennsylvania, and then Rochester. So we're the only small size city that has done a gun trace data report and potentially getting ready to do another one. And I really believe we're on the cutting edge of that. And to me, I feel like it should be reflected, not only the commitment, because I know you're committed, but just the work that's come, because a lot of work has been done in that, and it's a major, major part of our dealing with the public safety in our community.
Yeah, no, I think it's great. It's funny. I'm sitting here, I'm looking at a note about the next report that we're going to be working on, and now because of the way we collect data now in Rochester, it's much easier for us to be able to do it and have Brady do it with us because we have so much of the data. I think that's a good point. I think it's something that we can just make sure that we call out to say that as part of our strategy. We're doing this gun trace data report every year. I mean, we're going to start this year doing Rochester's data report again this year. I think it's just a matter of how we call it out. I will say It's free, but it's not that free because of the time that it takes. And now we have an individual here internally that can do it, and that takes a lot of time in being able to get that done. We do have a partner in Brady that can help us synthesize the data, but now it's going to cost us a little bit more money to do it. And remember, we're looking to turbocharge this by also connecting with an organization. We haven't picked one yet because we want to make sure we follow the rules, but we have one in mind, as you know, that can also be a partner with us in this. And this report will be even more important than ever because now it's going to be ongoing. Because remember, the first one we did, Councilmember Lightfoot, is we kind of look back, right? But now that we have our own NIBAN machine, we have all this information. Now we're going to be able to do it a lot more consistently and get time and get it quickly because of the technology that we have now, and because of the connection that we have with Brady and other partners. So yeah, I think you're right. I think it's just a matter of how we highlight that this is a part of now our DNA. This report, and I mean, I think it's exciting, but it's another tool when we look at prevention, intervention, and suppression, and that fits all three. Because if we can find out where a gun came from and we go get it before they shoot someone else, we're preventing something. If someone is shot and then we immediately can trace it back with the NIBAN machine that we have down at the public safety building, we could conceivably get somebody off the street. So it's a great report, and our report was used, without going into too much detail, to stop a lot of nonsense that was happening in other places. So I agree with you. I think it's a matter of us collectively making sure that we're talking about it more, that we're putting it out there and letting know this is part of the strategy.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I just being that one of the ones, a lot, like you said, a lot of hard work and time, effort from the Rock Against Gun Violence Coalition and the partners. There are so many people at that table, influential people from the county, the RIT, the U of R, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, who have worked extensively, Brady folks, to highlight that. And oftentimes we can quantify and qualify how many lives have been taken, but we can never quantify and qualify how many lives that we've saved.
That's right.
And we believe that we're saving lives with people just look at the data and go, oh, well, the data matters. And we've proven that throughout. That's what we're doing now. We're going through a data process right now, you know what I'm saying, for this budget. But I'm very encouraged to hear that because of the work that has been, I spent my whole 8 years in this work. And to see it reflected going forward, I'm very proud of that. And also, it's morphed into even more, because now we're working on looking at filling the other data gaps in regards to violence and gun violence, and we have an extensive amount of people at the table working on that process too. And I know it's evolved from being free to being somewhat of a charge, and I think that's why it was germane for me to have that conversation with you now going forward, because again, I want the public to understand all of the areas that we're working with to reduce gun violence and violence within our city. And I believe that this is a major tool that should be reflected.
And if I can just make one other point, just to put an explanation point on what you said, it's also important to highlight, because oftentimes when people come to meetings and other things, they're like, okay, I'm coming to these meetings, I'm doing all this. What's happening? That's an output of people spending their time here in chambers, on Zoom calls, talking about all the other stuff, which is not happening anywhere else. Like you said, that's a historic thing that we did that report. I mean, so that's the other reason why I think, to your point, it's important to underscore and highlight. And I think I'll definitely take that under advisement. And when we talk about our public safety book that we put together, that needs to be front and center as part of our strategies that we're doing. And the fact that it's a Rochester report now is really, really a big deal. And we're thankful for the Rock Against Gun Violence Coalition for that, for Brady for that, for the data team of Nick Petiti for there, because had it not been for that three-legged stool, you know how long it would have taken us even longer to be able to do that. So we're grateful for that, and I think you're right. It's worthy of pointing out, because it is a tool, especially in terms of saving lives. More important, providing information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mayor.
Vice President Harris, Councilmember Lupien will go down the line.
I just got a follow-up question, and this is a great discussion, and it brings me to just clarity. The gun trace data report, or the that particular report, will that be married with the open data portal eventually?
I mean, that would be great if we could do that. Absolutely. You know, we had it as a standalone, but it's funny. The chief had that idea as well. Once we start doing it regularly, maybe for this next one, we might be able to have that there where it could live as well. So
That'd be great.
That'd be a good synergy.
Any further questions, Vice President?
Not right now.
Councilmember Lupien?
I have a number of questions. I'll start with advanced peace. I'm confused by the decrease in neighborhood change agents being tied to recruitment being down when, to my understanding, neighborhood change agents are the ones that are helping build trust in the community and recruit young men into this program. This is one of the most impactful things that we are doing in terms of violence prevention, and it's only in the 10th ward, which is extremely, puts it at a disadvantage because it isn't able to really mediate those disputes that are outside of the 10th ward because of the history of abuse in the community. Many of them are outside of that area, and they need to be building relationships with the opposite, you know, with the other side, which is such a key provision in advanced peace, which is building connection between opposing gangs. I'm really disappointed to see funding decrease for this effort when if we're serious about public safety, we should not be sacrificing violence prevention efforts. So can we explain, or maybe even have advanced peace, who is our technical assistants, put in writing that this is, you know, because it says it's to basically to right size, that this is in fact the right way to go.
Yeah, I think a couple of things is we can confer, and I'll turn it over to our experts back there that can talk about the model. I will add that if you remember, this was a pilot program funded by ARPA, but we were committed to make sure that we continue it. So now it's continuing without ARPA funding. Long term, there is a goal to expand it outside of the 10th ward, but it's where we got it right now. But in terms of your question related to the number of position sizing, I'm going to turn it to the team there. I was happy. I was fine with the explanation that they gave me. I asked the same question you did, but I'll turn it over to them to expand upon it further, and then we can get anything else in writing.
So, good morning, council.
Good morning.
So in terms of advanced peace, we had 5 neighborhood change agents, and we're going down to 3, and it is based on the data that we have. And we did talk to our partners with advanced peace when we made this recommendation. And so if you recall, the goal was to have 30 fellows in each cohort. We have not been able to reach that number. And so our fellows are not having that number of, our neighborhood change agents don't have that number of fellows. So we've reduced it to match what we have been doing. And so with the 3 neighborhood change agents, we will continue to have cohorts. We have expanded it from the 10th ward to the southwest as well this year. So we are in 2 areas of the city, and we will continue with both of those areas of the city.
And I think also, Councilmember Lupien, to your point, there is flexibility if we start recruiting more to add more neighborhood change agents. There's nothing to stop us from doing that if we recruit, are able to recruit more.
I guess my question would be, why are we not recruiting more? You know, in the mayor's office, your explanation here, OVP's biggest challenge is balancing increased demand for violence prevention services. It seems very incongruent that we're not able to recruit for this program. And 3 neighborhood change agents over 2 now different areas. I would like to see something in writing from Advanced Peace giving their input on this change. That would be very helpful for me.
Yeah. But I think also in terms of violence, we have so many other programs as well under the Office of Violence Prevention. So Advanced Peace is just one tool, right? And I'll just say that as well. It is not our end all be all program. It's something that is extremely important to us. It's why we expanded it into the Southwest. And continuing, and this was originally done with ARPA funding. Right. So it could have easily been something that we could have just said, we're not going to do it anymore. So I think the fact that we are now shifting and using non-ARPA funding here shows that we're committed to the program and trying to do what we can to make sure that we even continue to expand it, because we added it to the Southwest. Technically, I could have said, you know what, we're done with the advanced piece. It was ARPA funded, and we're moving on and we're going to do something else. But we wanted to make the commitment to continue to fund it. I think Dr. Green can put in writing what Dr. Green and Zeke can put in writing what they garner from advanced piece and get you further explanation there. But I want to be clear, we're still committed to it as evidence of us still putting dollars behind it, even though this started out as a pilot ARPA-funded program. We're now making this, want to make this a regular part of the Office of Violence. And
I'm remiss in not saying thank you, because it was ARPA funded and you did find the dollars in this budget. However, it would be a shame to end this program because it's so effective. And I don't mean any disrespect, but we've been lied to before about this program when it was attempted to end at 12 months, when the program's model is 18 to 24 months. And when we asked for that in writing from Advanced Peace, all of a sudden it was like, no, we'll continue it. So I'd like to see this directly from Advanced Peace, that going down to 3 is somehow because of recruitment. And are these positions that were filled and then these are people that we laid off?
No one has been laid off.
Okay.
And as the mayor said, we have multiple components under Office of Violence Prevention, so all of those people will have different positions, all under Office of Violence Prevention.
So were they moved out from under Advanced Peace to, say, Pathways?
Not necessarily Pathways.
But there were people in these positions, and I ask this because Advanced Peace is so built on relationship. So these two people were out in the community building relationships, and to, potentially disconnect them from the fellows that they were working with, trying to recruit, and the ones that they had already gone through the program could be very disruptive. So are they able to keep, in their new positions, keep those relationships?
Yes, they will be able to keep those relationships.
And also, let's get this in writing, because the folks that we have in the Office of Violence Prevention, they're not talking about it, they're being about it. They're on the ground on a regular basis, right? So they know what we need, and they bring it to me to tell me what exactly it is we need. So I think, for clarity, let's get what Advanced Peace, what their thoughts are. And by the way, I don't have to. We don't have to take. We take recommendations. We don't have to dictate what it is that they do. But Advanced Peace is here to advise us on what we're doing, and we want to make sure we carry the program with fidelity. But I think that you guys can. Let's make sure we satisfy the council member's question. Let's get that in writing for what we're doing with Advanced Peace. But I just want to underscore and be clear again. This is a program that could have ended. It was a pilot, but we're committed to it, and we're committed to it because we put dollars behind it. Number one, and number two, we've expanded it to another area outside of the 10th ward. So the commitment has not stopped. The commitment is continuing. If there's conversations about whether or not it should be 5 or 6 or 7, I think we can continue to have those comments. But our goal is, if we get, and here's the commitment I just made. If we, let's say we get more people, let's say 50 people come up, we're willing to find the resources to add those folks. So I just want to make. And
I'm glad to hear that. I think it's just we're decreasing our capacity to recruit, so they're not going to fall out of the air. It takes months of building trust to get people to say yes to entering this program, and we are decreasing our capacity to recruit.
I don't, but again, I don't think that we're necessarily decreasing our capacity to recruit because of the number of people that we have in the Office of Violence Prevention. There are other folks that might not have the title of neighborhood change agents, but if they run into somebody in their daily lives and think that they might be good for Advanced Peace, they still can add those people to that program. And then if we need to add more neighborhood change agents, we have the ability to do that. So we have to be extremely flexible in the Office of Violence Prevention, and we're willing to do that. So I think we're not disagreeing with you at all.
Yes.
And we're willing to do what needs to be done. But
I do appreciate that.
There's no disagreement with you on that.
I just want to highlight that Advanced Peace is different because of the focus of the men are the ones who are currently engaged in violence. And it's not just, oh, this would be a good person to add to the program, let's throw them in and hire more change agents. Those change agents need to have daily contact to be able to recruit them, to the program. That is the model.
I'm very aware of the model.
Okay.
As is Zeke.
Sure.
It's out of our office. We're aware of the model.
Right.
Mayor, thanks for your willingness to get something from Advanced Peace in writing. I also think that it would be helpful to just have a brief understanding in a written response as to what the high-level challenges to recruitment are, and also what the high-level strategy for recruitment is going to continue to be with the changing staff model. But I appreciate the dialogue. I want to keep us moving. Councilmember Lupi, do you have other questions there?
I do. I have a question about basically why, one, the action team is in the mayor's office when the recommendation was to put it with the person in crisis team, because it is essentially the same model responding to different calls.
I can answer that very quickly and very simply. Only because it's only there right now for budgetary purposes. It will be moving over to the Department of Recreation and Human Services.
Okay.
It's there just because the dollars are encumbered, because the actual positions, as you remember,
Thank you.
have not been created yet.
And you mentioned that there will be 10. Are those positions all reflected in this year's budget?
They're reflected in the dollars, yes.
Say more.
They're not reflected in the, we have not laid out the actual 10 positions, but we know what the cost was. So in
You allocated
the dollar
that.
amount. That's
Okay. And I do appreciate you taking action on the recommendation of the report that I worked to commission. I want to ask again about the entire Office of Violence Prevention. Right, Dr. Shirley Green is up here for a reason, right? You supervise the employees. Why is the Office of Violence Prevention still under the mayor's office when it is not being supervised by the mayor's office? And I do just, acknowledge the extreme loss of Vic Saunders and how much he contributed to this city. But he hadn't been supervising the employees for a while. It's important to me because workers that are in the mayor's office are not eligible to be in a union. And if they were in the department, budgetary-wise, under the department where they are supervised, they would be eligible to be in a union. And these men are out there risking their lives. And I would like to see them be able to be protected by a union.
First off, the pathways are union, correct?
They are not. They are not.
Well, I mean, I think that's something that we could have a conversation about. But I think in terms of supervision, the mayor sets how he supervises, how he sets up the supervision of his unit, and that's just the way I've set it up.
But you understand why it's important to me that we understand and figure out how these violence prevention professionals who are doing this extremely important and dangerous work can be part of a union and be protected. Thank you.
Yeah. And the other thing I'll add too is that I'm very pleased that the action team report came out of the mayor's office. I'm glad it was put in last year's budget. It was not anything that came for council to vote on. The only opportunity for council to vote on the action team's report was the last budget cycle. It cost $20,000, and it came in the mayor's report. So Councilmember Lupien, if you voted for last year's budget, you would have voted for this report. So there was no other opportunity.
I'm confused why you're bringing this up right now.
No, I'm just bringing it up because you said thanks for the commission, the report that you.
Did I not connect us with? Was this not my idea? And did I not connect us with the consultants that did the report?
I'm going to keep us moving. We're not going to get into
that's silly.
Any back and forths about last year's budget vote. We're going to talk about the budget at hand. Do you have any further questions, Councilor Lupien?
Yeah, the last question I'll ask, unless we go around again. The number of pathways workers assigned to the RCSD, it's going down by 3. Is this their choice or ours?
This was the city school district's choice.
Okay, did they give any?
We continue to work with them to go up to 12, but their budget that they're submitting to us is at 9.
Okay, did they give a justification for the numbers?
No.
No, okay, thank you.
President Melendez?
Yes, thank you. Just 2 questions. The Rochester Peace Collective, I know that was ARPA funded. Could you maybe walk us through what the future of the Peace Collective looks like in terms of how the administration intends to continue and or partner with outside funders to ensure that those resources continue to flow.
Yeah, I think the goal is for us to try to continue the Peace Collective to the best extent possible. We still have some ARPA funds that are going to be paid forward. I started out as a pilot with Peace Collective 1.0. We started 2.0, and the hope is to be able to have a 3.0. So the goal is to continue the Peace Collective. It's been extremely effective in terms of collaboration with different organizations. It's great from a workforce development standpoint, but it also checks the box as it relates to violence prevention as well. So the goal is to try to definitely continue the Rochester Peace Collective. It would be a shame if it went away. So it's something that we want to try to continue going forward for sure.
So a follow-up there before my second question. So with what we did with NIA in terms of pulling in outside partners to help fund, I know that originally when we talked about the Peace Collective, the idea was hopefully that we would work with these grassroots agencies to build enough capacity that they can then find additional outside resources. Has there been conversations with local funders similar to NIA where we could potentially see others investing in violence prevention beyond what the city's doing?
Absolutely. There have been a lot of organizations, in fact, that did not come back to RPC 2.0 because they got dollars from other places. So the idea is to be able to create this ecosystem where the broader community sees the benefit of violence prevention and get dollars from other places to make sure the organizations can be sustained, but also more so to also collaborate with the broader community, other organizations to keep the Peace Collective going. I mean, when we came up, when I originated this idea of the Peace Collective, we knew that we had some ARPA dollars that we could use to do that. But the pilot, I think, proved that this was a very successful model that we had, particularly from a workforce development and violence prevention background. So we decided to keep doing it, and the goal is to continue to try to keep doing it and trying to raise funding. I mean, a lot of what the mayor's office does is trying to find dollars, be it through the Office of Financial Empowerment, the NIA initiative, and the Peace Collective. Those are all areas in which we always look for grant funding opportunities in collaborations with other organizations to do that.
Thank you. So my second question was around some of the retitling that's happening in OVP. So similar to what Councilmember Lupien was asking about, there were 4 senior field coordinators that were retitled or shifted within the context of OVP. At what level could you give us a sense of what that means and why that was done?
I'll let Zeke and Dr. Green take that. Dr. Green.
So if you notice, there were 4 senior field coordinators, but the work that they do are very different. And so what we did, we retitled those positions to align with the work that they do. So for an example, 2 positions were under Pathways to Peace that provide support to school-based as well as outreach, and they were all called senior field coordinators, and we changed those to be youth intervention supervisors. The other position was a senior field coordinator that was supporting advanced peace. That is now Neighborhood Change Agent 2, which is a higher level at that. So we wanted to align the work to the titles. The reason they were all senior field coordinators were when the programs all began, it was just all titled the same way, but the work is so different.
And just let me add this too about the Office of Violence Prevention, because I think people sometimes still forget this. The Office of Violence Prevention is now 3 years, 5 months, and 28 years old. So it's still a toddler, right? So you're going to continue to see shifts, changes, things will try out, things will change, because it's new. It's a new office. We've been very happy with the way things have gone in this office. We think that our violence reduction efforts are a result of a lot of the work done in this office. But it's still new, and we will continue to shift and try different things as we work to perfect the Office of Violence Prevention, and hope that it's something that will outlast any of us that are here.
And one final follow-up then. So in that explanation, so we had 4 senior field coordinators. Now we have 1 neighborhood change agent 2, which is a reduction in bracket by 2 steps or 2 brackets. And then we have our youth intervention supervisors, which are two positions that are at the bracket 20 where the senior field coordinator position was, and then I'm assuming the elimination of one position was that I don't see another position where there was a transition. So that was the elimination from 67 to 66 was one of the.
There was no elimination. The fourth one is now called Program Compliance Monitor, and that's the person who's working with Rochester Peace Collective.
Got it. So really there was three positions that were title was changed, re-bracketed, or kept at a 20, and then one position that was bounced down to an 18.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just one question about the action team, Mayor. Thinking forward, not backward. Can you help me understand where we see the dollars for those 10 positions?
Suzanne, where do we put that? Where do we put the money for the action team? Tucked it in somewhere.
It's in OVP, so it'll have its own. If you drill down in OpenGov Online, you can see the action team as its own subunit under OVP. So the funding is under there.
So that's on in 3-11. Is that the 332,000? So that 332 is meant to cover potentially 10 full-time part.
Are you looking in the change? The change is the 332, right?
Yes.
So that's the increase year over year. In the current year, we had 500,000 already built into 25 because we weren't sure of our timing.
Got it.
So really, it's the 5 plus the 332.
So around 800 plus thousand, right. And the thought is 10 full-time positions, benefits, etc.
The benefits will be in undistributed, but correct.
Got it.
The salaries would be in this budget.
And it'll be transferred eventually over to Department of Recreation and Human Services to be similar to where PIC is.
Thanks. And let me just say one thing about the action team with thinking ahead and looking forward is I understand that the biggest barrier at this point to us starting is in fact contract negotiations with the Locust Club. And let me just say that I hope and believe you have the full support of council and frankly the community behind this administration and making sure that we can have a win-win by taking some of the work off of RPD's plate and putting them into an action team that can report to the fine folks who are doing the Office of Violence Prevention work.
And our goal is still the fall. So
let's get there. Councilmember Martin, followed by Councilmember Monroe.
So with the action team, can you talk a bit about issues arising with the Locust Club?
It's all about, without getting into too much detail, it's all about unit work. It's all about if people think that it's a job that they should be doing, but there's other unions that think that they have people who do similar work, i.e. the PIC team, right? So it's a matter of that. I think we'll get to a resolution. I hope we do. And my goal is still the fall, but we'll see.
Yes, and following later in June, following the budget passing, could we have an executive session where we can get into more details about what you are talking about?
I love that. Yes.
Great. So how long, going into the Office of Violence Prevention, how long has it been since the late Vic Saunders was no longer supervising the department? When did that change happen?
It's been almost a year since. So Victor's job was what was the mayor's advisor on violence prevention, and he couldn't do that job because he was busy with so much other things. So Victor's job was strategy and all those things. So we wanted to make sure that we weren't putting tons and tons on his plate. So we restructured the entire office. So now we have a director of violence prevention, which is Zeke Tukes, who oversees all of those items. But we also wanted to make sure that there was support there, and there's an interplay between PIC and all of the other things that the Department of Recreation and Human Services does, and that's why Shirley is assisting me with that. And that's just an internal organizational thing that has nothing to do outwardly with the community.
Yeah, thank you. And with the two positions that the neighborhood change agents have been moved to, since it was 5 and now 3, can you say what what roles they've been moved into?
Yeah, good question. I'll leave that to our folks here. If they have it here, if they don't, we'll get it to you in writing.
So there's been no changes yet because this would be effective at July 1, And so we've had conversations with the entire team, but once we get to an approval process of the budget for July 1, we'll be able to make that noted.
Sounds good. Thank you. And finally, with the Rochester Peace Collective, we have had some organizations come to council and share that they haven't been paid or there's been a delay in the pay. Could you provide us just a chart showing when organizations have been paid?
Yeah, and we also can provide you with what's required to be able to get the money, what you can use the dollars for, and all those things. I think that that's very important. And one of the things we do with the Police Collective, anytime there's someone new, there's always like an orientation to say, hey, this is when you can expect to get paid. Here's what you have to turn in to be able to get paid. But I think that could be very instructive for everybody. But that's just not for the Peace Collective. That's just vendor payment in general. And I think that that could be something that we could provide the council, and it's just something that we should do regularly. Because, you know, people want their money when they want it, but you got to have the right paperwork. It's got to be looked at. Got to go through. This is all internal stuff. It's got to be routed through Munis. It has to be signed off on. Got to have, you know, all those things. So we can make sure that we show the flow chart from receipts or work being submitted, and then where it flows through. So if we can do that, and Sarah can give you a great flow chart on how that out works. Now, there's always folks that says, "Wait, where's my money?" Right? But it's all part of the process, and unfortunately, we're still a government entity, and there's I's that we have to dot and T's that we have to cross, and I think that does cause some frustration sometimes. But we can make sure we provide the flow chart on how that actually works.
Great. And my final question would be about UBI, which I know we all support. I've heard just incredible things about how people are spending money and the impact on our community. I see it's not included in this budget. So can you talk about why, or whether there's an opportunity to allocate council funds, or how can we make sure that we are investing in this program over the next year?
So you know, GBI, and I'm a member of Mayors for Guaranteed Income, so obviously I'm very supportive of GBI, Guaranteed Basic Income. As you know, this was a pilot that we used ARPA funds for, and we allocated money in the 22, 23, and 24 budget. In fact, next month I have the final report that we'll be getting from our independent party, which is the Leo Center at Notre Dame. They'll be doing that. But there is an opportunity for us to continue our direct cash payment. I'll have more to say about that in the future. As you remember, I advocated for $25 million in poverty aid that's going to flow through Monroe County, with the city having a say-so on how those dollars are spent. And it is a joint venture. And there is an opportunity for us to have, and there will be an opportunity for us to have what we call, similar to GBI, a direct cash payment to individuals that live in the top poorest zip codes in Rochester. So there will be more of that. That's something that we wanted to try to continue. And I think that once we have our final report, which we will share with council next month or either early July, we'll also be able to have more conversations, because now we'll be armed with the data. I've been going around town saying it, but now I'll be able to show it on how this impacted people's lives that got the opportunity to participate in GBI. I mean, and I'll just say, we know it works. When we passed the earned income tax credit was extended during the second year of COVID, childhood poverty in the United States was almost cut in half. It's now gone back up to almost the level that it was at after that went away. So we know when people have the opportunity to access those things, they use it to pay down debt, to maybe get a car to go to work, to pay their bills, and to save for their future. So yeah, more to come on that for sure.
Great. So essentially, that $25 million, you're thinking some of it could be used for?
Well, I know some of it definitely will be used for direct cash, but more to come. I don't want to get ahead of.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah.
Before I pass it to Councilor Monroe, just two quick follow-ups on Councilor Martin's questions, Mayor. First, the flow chart will be helpful, but I think in particular with the program that involves, you know, small grassroots organizations trying to get paid by the city, that is oftentimes a hindrance. We know that. So can we just see where people are in terms of their contract and the dollars they've actually received at this point as well?
We could show you the contracts in the dollar. Now the wrinkle is that if Mitch Gruber and Stanley Martin are not a 501c3 and they have a intermediary. They have a host organization, as I call it, or a, what's the exact word? Fiduciary. If you have a fiduciary, that's where it gets very, very complicated. Right?
Yeah.
So I think we also can flow that out, but we also can show you the folks that are still under contract, what they have left to receive and all that. I think that will be very, very instructive. But
Yeah,
the intermediary and the fiduciary, I think, is what really frustrates people in terms of their getting their payment.
Yeah, it'd be good to see all that, especially because I'm sure that there's some level of concern about getting all the dollars spent in the time that we have to get it spent by. So.
Oh, it's going to be spent.
Okay, would love to see that. And then the other thing is the 25 million. It was last year budget time, and recognize this money flows through the state to the county. But it would be really good. We still haven't seen any level of detail as to what's being planned or presented for that 25, other than what we've seen I think in news stories. So any kind of level of detail that you can share about how those dollars will be spent. I believe it has been voted on by the legislature at this point, hasn't it?
I believe so, but we can get you a high level. We can get you a high level written report on where we are now in that process as it relates to the current 25 million. And luckily, and again, we got another 25 million for this coming year, so we can get a high level part. I mean, this is different in that it's not flowing directly to the city. It's a collaborative effort. So
the new 25 is another 25 that came from OTDA to the county.
I believe so. I believe it was included in this past budget. Again, I'll have to double check.
Also specifically for folks who participate in TANF.
Now it's included, but again, let me put an asterisk there. It's New York State, so is it the other 25 million that we haven't gotten out, or is this a new one? We'll have to get clarification on that.
Yeah, I would ask for however much detail you can give us a little bit more, because I think that's something we all really want to see. Councilmember Monroe.
For the guaranteed basic income, I understand that we've gotten it from grants, and is that the only way that we would be able to support something like this, in that it's not something that is available to be supported by the general fund?
There's a lot of different ideas of ways in which you can do it. I think we have to explore some different funding sources that you can do it. I mean, there's one in Mississippi where it's a public-private partnership with babies. This item that we just talked about with the county is one way in which we think will pass muster to be able to do what we're doing as it relates to some direct cash payment stuff. But yeah, it's all about just making sure we find the resources and how we go about structuring a program that can reach the maximum number of people that we want to try to reach.
And for my other question, as we're talking about violence prevention, obviously there are victims behind the violence that happens, and I see here that there is a portion for victim services, which I think generally speaking is something that's lacking in the courts and on the county side. Too often victims are just left not understanding the system, much less getting the kinds of emotional, social supports that they need. What does Pathways for Peace do for victims?
Yeah, I think that's Pathways, but also Aaliyah Hinton's group. So people talk about the victim services stuff, which is absolutely critical as a part of it. And we just finished celebrating Victim Service Week a couple of weeks ago. So
the majority of victim services are through crisis intervention services, which falls under community counselors as well as person in crisis. But the Pathways to Peace team also supports victims as need be. As you know, they're out doing outreach in the neighborhoods, and they work in conjunction with our crisis unit as well as Advanced Peace. So the nice thing about it is they're all connected, and so if something happens with Pathways to Peace, they can work with Aaliyah's team and vice versa. And so it makes it connected to make sure the victims are being addressed.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to Office of Public Integrity and down to the rest of the mayor's office. If there's time to circle back to more OVP questions, we will. Otherwise, we'll put them in writing. So on to Office of Public Integrity. I just have one I guess technical question. So their variance is 5%, but there's no substantial changes in the work, and I'm assuming 5% is more than COLA. So what's making up that 5%? The 5% I see on page 10.
Yeah, it's primarily COLAs and steps that people might be getting. There is one promotion in the Bureau this year, so that added a little bit of money. It's not a very big unit, so those percentages can pop up.
Got it.
There's also a newly negotiated rent agreement next year to stay in the same location.
Okay.
That may have gone up a bit.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions on OPI from folks? Councilmember Lupien?
I do have one question on OPI and then a few in the general mayor's office. Hi. This is just a very personal, well, maybe it's not. So the ethics board, it doesn't make quorum. Like, what's going on? How can we ensure, in a complaint that was made, fell off the agenda, and how are we ensuring that ethics is being appropriately investigated and dealt with?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I'll address the Board of Ethics complaint. That complaint actually came before the board from you, and because we have 3 members that are 3 vacancies on the board, we need a quorum of at least 4. And so when your complaint came to the board, we had 1 council member who's on the board to recuse themselves. So that leaves us 3, and therefore we can't hear the complaint. So the result, the consequences of having 3 vacancies has been a challenge.
What are we doing to fill the vacancies?
Well, the vacancies, I think, are appointed by city council, and so
They usually get recommended to us from the administration, but maybe we could advance our own.
Yeah, I mean, they're approved by the city council, but they're typically recommended by the administration.
But we could recommend our own if they're not being recommended.
Sure.
Is that, yes?
sure, any help would be greatly appreciated. I
Okay.
think if we could at least get 1 or 2 more, then we won't be in that situation.
Thank you. Given that it's not on the agenda for future meetings, is it being kept track of? Should we get a quorum?
Excuse me?
The complaint that is no longer on the agenda because of the quorum issue, is that being tracked?
Yes, I have the complaint, and as soon as we have a quorum to hear that matter, we'll put it back on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. The 2 general questions I have, following up on the GBI, I do understand, and I have heard some details of the program that is going to be coming out to the county, but in terms of city dollars, it looks like the words being used, and the mayor is not here, to anticipate or explore, so very non-committal language. And I do know that our current program ended in November 1st, so I guess we'll keep this in writing. Do we plan to engage the Black Community Fund in administering future programs, since so much effort was put into setting them up to be the administrator of this current pilot?
Yep, thanks for that question, council member, and we will respond in writing.
Thank you. Last question. With the Rock Healthy Grocer program, we had someone from the community come to us during council this last round, saying that there, several Rock Healthy Grocers didn't actually have healthy groceries. And how are we evaluating that program to make sure stores are complying?
Happy to respond in writing. We did go through a pretty detailed assessment process to designate the 37 or so stores as Rock Healthy Grocers, and happy to provide an update on what we're doing to assess and keep in touch with those folks. There is active engagement.
All right, thank you.
I'd ask folks to keep questions to OPI for right now. So any further questions on OPI? Okay, then we will move on to the PMO, the Project Management Office. Any questions on PMO? Councilmember Lupien.
Yes. 2 questions. One, if we can get an update on the legislation management system project that's being worked on, so that we can be more public with our legislation and be able to organize it in a way that helps us do our jobs better.
Yep, happy to provide an update in writing.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lupien, I can give you an update.
Oh, great.
So at this time, we've gone through an RFP process to identify project management vendor. We are currently in negotiations with said vendor. The hope is that in the coming months, you all get legislation for consideration to move forward with the project.
That's very exciting. Thank you. And I know that our staff has done a lot of work on this, working with the project management office. Second question, a constituent management system is something that council's talked about for a while to help us be able to better address constituent concerns when they come in and track them. But administration has also been talking for a long time about the same kind of system, and maybe there's a desire to have us all go forward together. And where are we at? Where are you guys at with that on your side?
Yeah, so interesting. Both of your questions had the same thing in common. I think that they would benefit council. They'd also benefit the administration in terms of how information flows. So right now, in terms of a constituent relationship management system, we are looking at the alternatives that are out there in the market, and be happy to provide an update as we get into the new fiscal year with where we are on that.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. And is that something that has a timeline?
We'll get back to you on the specific timeline, but certainly, and I think it's the reason that you're asking the question, that there's an obvious benefit to having something like that in place for all of us.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. You know, I've done some talking around with vendors, and when they ask, you know, what's your legislation management system, and I say Microsoft Word, and what's your, you know, legislation management, what's your constituent management system, Microsoft Office. There are better tools out there to help us do our jobs.
A couple more questions from me. Just, I really appreciate the new KPIs, the KPI on the savings of via contract negotiations, and the KPI on the general ROI or projects. Yeah, the projects that bring an ROI. How do we plan? First, again, just thank you for putting those together. I think that's very helpful. But how do we plan to track or execute on those types of indicators?
Director Morris, you want to take that?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. As you said, we're adding those KPIs because we want to make sure that we protect our investment. It's a big goal for us. And in our strategic initiatives, we also added maximize financial resources. That's a big strategic initiative for us. We're going to track those project by project and then aggregate the values to the portfolio level. How are we going to do that on the project level? Let's take return on investment. We want to make sure that the budget that is being invested in every project brings the value that was foreseen before the project is implemented. We will keep that in mind as we implement the project to make sure that we stay on track as well. Regarding savings, we have started an initiative to do contract negotiations, and we have successfully saved big amounts. Our goal is we want to create a win-win situation to the vendor and to us. We want to make sure that we protect our investment. We want to make sure that we got the best product for the best price. We don't want to overpay. We don't want projects to go indefinitely. We're keeping projects on track. We're holding vendors accountable for what they signed up for and the assigned work that was agreed with them.
Great. Thank you very much. That's really helpful, and it's very, very important work. Appreciate it. Any additional PMO questions from folks? Okay, then we'll move on to the Office of City Planning. I'll just start with a quick question, because I think that the ZAP is predominantly in the hands of NBD and the mayor's office at this point. But I guess, Director Kelly, I'm curious from your perspective, what is the role of planning still in the ZAP process? Are there specific things that that need to be done by the planning office in particular?
So we're supporting zoning in completing the ZAP. Our role up to this point has primarily been on the land use side of things and the draft map and that sort of thing. But moving forward, it's primarily in the hands of zoning and Director Simonis.
And is there any? I know at the outset of this we had some consultants. I'm forgetting what their name was. From Chicago.
Right. Yeah, they're basically done.
There's no at this point. There's no more outside consultants. It's all we have. It's all about just getting to the finish line internally.
Correct.
Okay. Thanks. Questions for the planning department? Councilor Monroe.
I'm wondering what the plans are with the Percent for Art program.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for that question, Council Member. Yeah, so each year we get funds allocated that OMB calculates, and then we make a decision to split between operating funds and capital funds. So we have funds dedicated this year for a third round of Arts Bloom, which is the non-capital public art investments. And then we are on the capital side of the Percent for the Arts funds. We're exploring a conceptual project right now. The details still need to be worked out, but we're definitely a number of ideas that we're exploring. But a lot of that funds will be going to the Arts Bloom program.
And I would just say, just to add, I'm glad you asked that question because it's something we don't talk about regularly. I mean, this is the first time in the city's history where we've really done the Percent for Arts program. You know, we've done this 3 years in a row, but we're also working on an arts and cultural master plan that you'll also be hearing more about, and it'll be the first time. It's the first time the city and county have ever collaborated on such a plan as well. So it's good that we're prioritizing the arts despite it being a tough economic climate that we're in. So more to come on that as well.
And Councilor Monroe, you have any further questions for planning? Mayor, that I've heard a bit about this plan. This is a joint plan by city and county. When will it be completed?
Kevin, you want to? This is something else Kevin Kelly is very excited about. That's why I teed it up. So, yes. Kevin, you want to tell them briefly about this arts and cultural plan?
Sure. Yeah, we started it last summer, and we're now at the stage right now where we're developing the draft of the plan. So we will be doing, once that draft is complete and we're comfortable with it internally, we'll be going out and doing a follow-up round of community engagement with the hopes of wrapping it up this fall.
Like in a couple months?
Yes.
Okay. Great. President Melendez, followed by Councilmember Lupian on planning.
Yes, thank you. With respect to parks and recreations, my understanding is through the CIP we've funded looking at that more. I know in the past we've kind of looked at parks together and maybe rec centers together, but could you talk about the big picture for parks and recreation, what planning has been done and what's undergoing still?
Sure. So our intention is to develop a citywide parks and recreation master plan, and we are putting together the funds for that. We have CDBG and CIP funds, and we're about to submit an application to the ESL Foundation for additional funds. And if we're successful with that, which we're confident about, we intend to do an RFP to find a consultant that specializes in that work and release that RFP within a couple of months and get that project kicked off probably later this summer.
Great. So the intention with that Parks and Rec master plan is to look at every facility we have as well as every park space that we have and identify what is the overall overarching goal with that process?
We want to have a better understanding of our inventory and the needs of that inventory conditions and such, and then have that influence future decisions about investments in those facilities. So this is really primarily benefiting the work of DRIS and DES, but city planning is facilitating the planning process that will be a useful tool for them moving forward. But we want to make sure that all of our facilities are, serving the community as best as possible and identify ways for enhancing and expanding as is feasible.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Lupian?
Yes, in terms of the Percent for the Arts, especially the capital portion of it, are we prioritizing local artists?
Yes, absolutely. we are developing a conceptual project with some project partners right now, including Teen Empowerment, Flower City Arts Center, and Wall Therapy. And both the capital side and the operating side of Percent for the Arts, it definitely prioritizes. Those are the explicit goals of that program to reach historically underserved residents of the city and also provide paid opportunities for local artists and small arts organizations. That's kind of the explicit goals of the program.
Great, thanks.
Councilmember Martin.
Could you provide a breakdown of how the previous Percent of the Arts was spent in the last budget year?
Yes, we can provide that in writing, and I'll also call attention to a link that is in the online version of the budget to the arts investment map that we've developed. That's a public-facing map, and it is available in the budget and on our arts page on the city webpage. It shows how we've spent money both in Percent for the Arts and across all departments investing in arts and culture since 2016.
Thank you.
It's a very good map. Thank you for providing that. Okay, we're going to move on to Office of Financial Empowerment, a small but mighty team. Let me start by asking Mayor Evans, I know that the Children's Savings Account, the Rock Future Fund, if I have that name right, is
Our Future Fund.
Our Future Fund is a very significant, important project to you. I'm struggling to see the full dollar amount in the budget. Can someone point that out to me, please?
Well, you may not see the full dollar amount in the budget, but I'll let Angela speak to this, because remember, some of the dollars it has to be raised and routed through philanthropy, like the actual dollars that are going out. You will not see that in the budget. You might see a little bit of planning money for it, because remember, cities aren't allowed to give direct cash to people. It has to be routed through through nonprofit organizations. So you won't see a significant amount of money for our future fund. Our ultimate goal is to raise $5 million for that. None of that you will ever see in the city budget. It will be directed to a nonprofit organization that will then be responsible for monitoring and distributing the payments to individuals that are enrolled in kindergarten in the city to get those dollars. So, Angela, do you want to speak to any funding that's in the budget just related to?
Sure. So right now we have not, so we have secured one grant so far for our future fund, which we're really excited about. That has not gone to council yet, so that has not gone into our budget yet. We're hoping early Q1 of the fiscal year. We're actually pretty early on in our fundraising process for our future fund, so we're really thinking early fall is when we're going to see a lot of the funding come through.
So just for logistical purposes, I understand your point, Mayor, that the money is ultimately being dispersed by separate nonprofits. Am I right that this is going to be ultimately housed under the Community Foundation? Is that correct, or is that not known yet?
That is not known yet.
Okay. So, but it will go somewhere to a 501c3 that's going to be responsible for the direct disbursements. But ultimately, we, as Angela just mentioned, when grants come in to our future fund, council will be voting on it. We will be acknowledging a receipt of the money, even though it's not coming into us directly. Is that correct? Yeah, and I guess the only point I'll close on with our future fund is that this is I mean, we talked a lot about GBI for a while earlier, and this is in fact a version of GBI that I think is going to be incredibly impactful, and I'm hoping that we're not going to fund it for 1, 2, or 3 years, but we're going to bake it into the budget long term. I think it's important, even if we're not the ones dispersing the dollars, but it's a program being run by OFE. It's important to find some way to document that and note it in the budget, even if it's city adjacent dollars. So I would just ask OMB to think of how we can incorporate that as something to see, even if it's not something that we're able to act on ourselves. Okay.
Chair Gruber, just a point of clarification. It is very different from GBI because it is accumulated through a child's lifetime and is given at the end of a period, and GBI is monthly income. So I just wanted to make a clarification.
Questions on OFE, Vice President Harris?
Thank you. I just want to direct us to the Kiva manager position. Just got a question about that. I see that we are losing a part-time Kiva manager position. I think you kind of gave us a heads up on that. How will that impact the overall program?
So,
the Kiva manager position that's part-time, we're losing that in this budget, and how will that impact the overall program?
yeah, sure. So we've incorporated the Kiva role into an existing staff member's responsibilities. And in fact, even though we had budgeted for that part-time person, we never were able to hire and recruit for that position. And so effectively, it's no difference at all.
Okay, so the work continues. That's awesome.
Yes.
Thank you. I am. Thank you.
President Melendez?
Yes, thank you. So for the Office of Financial Empowerment, I know that the Financial Empowerment Centers used to be a thing that was mostly in-house. We kind of farmed it out, if I'm understanding correctly, I think to the Housing Council, partner with Housing Council. Separate, okay. Sure. So my question, particularly because it's now in partnership with the Housing Council, is there a strategy? Because one of the big things that I care about and want to see us do more of is figure out how do we create opportunities or pathways for our residents towards home ownership, and with the movement to have the Housing Council involved, how does OFE see its role in encouraging home ownership and preparing people? Because I know that a lot of the work that the Financial Empowerment Centers was doing was things like helping people build their credit to get to a point where they can be bankable, et cetera, et cetera. And home ownership is just something I think we all care about and want to see more of. So would love to hear more about that.
And I'll let Angela add in. I'm sure you didn't pay me for this question, but you know I can go on and on about this. It's absolutely critical. Remember, OFE has 3 key functions that we focused on. If you go back and look at our strategic plan that OFE had done a couple of years ago, home ownership is number 1, entrepreneurship, and youth. And we just talked about all 3 of those things a little bit. That is actually why the Financial Empowerment Centers being at the Housing Council is so critical and so important, because part of their function, and I've worked with them for 20 years, is preparing people for home ownership, keeping people in their homes as well, and that's why it's extremely important. But there is a strong interplay between the Office of Financial Empowerment, the Housing Council, and our Financial Empowerment Centers as it relates to home ownership. If you remember, we just recently launched our positive rent reporting, which helps with credit building, because if you have a mortgage and you are regularly paying your mortgage on time, that is being reported to a credit bureau, and that allows you to be able to go on and get your next mortgage. Currently, if you have rent, none of your rent payments are being reported to the credit bureau. So with our positive rent reporting pilot, which has thousands of Rochester residents in it, Rosie Homes is a partner, as well as Rochester Housing Authority, that will help people get ready to be able to be prepared to purchase a home. But also the work that the Housing Council does, they can have those conversations about how to increase your credit score, how to clean up your credit, how to do all those things. We also have, and we can share this with you, and I think we should, if we can take this down as something to share with Council, the impact that the Financial Empowerment Centers have had over the past 3 years in terms of increased credit score, increased savings, and paying down debt. That is absolutely critical. But the other interplay that's important here is also our Bank On Coalition, which is a part of the Office of Financial Empowerment as well, which helps people get into good, positive banking or credit union relationships. They're not paying money at check cashing places. So all of these things help set the stage for our home building. But there's also a connection with neighborhood and business development that administers the grants for home ownership, and that we have increased those grants that are available for people when they're able to secure a home and decide to get one as well. So yeah, it's all connected and extremely important as it relates to the home ownership piece, which is one of the 3-legged stools that the Office of Financial Empowerment is focused on. So Angela, I don't know if there's anything you want to add. I think I did okay.
Sure. Yeah, that was great. I don't have too much more to add except that the partnering with the Housing Council has been an incredibly natural fit for our financial counseling program. Our financial counselors are now literally sharing cubicle space with housing counselors, and so homeownership has been one of the goals of so many of our clients all throughout the homeownership journey, from I'm just now thinking about it and I want to do it in 5 years to people who are applying for mortgages now. And so what's really incredible is now we can literally refer from financial counseling to a housing counselor who's sitting right next to that financial counselor. And so this is really just added support for our clients. In addition to that, we've been working over the last year with our neighborhood and business development team to make sure that financial counseling fits into what housing is offering. And so if someone maybe doesn't qualify right now for homeownership grants through NBD, they do get to learn about financial counseling at the Housing Council as an opportunity for them. So we're really trying to think about every opportunity we can to provide and integrate financial counseling into different resources that already exist for homeowners. In addition to that, we're partnering with the Housing Council to do expanded workshops throughout our community to really talk about the homeownership journey and how financial counseling fits into that. We've been doing workshops at different Head Start locations over the last month or so, and we're going to continue doing that through the summer.
Great. I really appreciate that the answer that you provided. I know this is long-term work in terms of seeing the results, but I would love to understand, and this could be in writing and after the fact, what are we going to be tracking? And as we start to get data, an understanding and a report to council on how the Office of Financial Empowerment is impacting the opportunity to increase home ownership. I would appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay, we are going to move on to OMB, which is pages 314 to 317. I know President Melendez had a question here.
Yes, thank you. Specifically thinking about the uncertainty that we've been talking about this morning with the federal government. There was this big ugly tax bill thing that came up, and there's changes every day, multiple changes. Sometimes it's hard to keep up with what's what. My question to the administration is, internally, how are we keeping track of all of the changes and the potential impacts on cities? I'm assuming that as NLC members, as Civic League members, we get regular data or updates from what's happening in the federal government. I'm assuming also that we're connected to our federal electeds in terms of being on the ground and understanding what's going live every day or every week. But obviously these things are ever evolving. What's said today could be different tomorrow. And I imagine that OMB is at the forefront of trying to understand the impacts and how that's going to impact the financial situation in our city. So could you maybe give us a sense of how you're managing all of that at this point in relation to budgeting, and knowing that it changes every day, every week?
Yeah, I'll let OMB weigh in. But, first off, I was in Washington 2 weeks ago with a bipartisan group of mayors, obviously pushing back on a lot of the proposed, not only just the budget, but also the reconciliation process, which is an issue. So there's two buckets here that we really have to think about. So there is and I'll try to be brief. So, like every Friday, I get a note, usually about some type of grant that is supposed to be canceled, and then we, either our organization that we're affiliated with will file a lawsuit to say stop. So there are dollars that are appropriated, that were signed into law and passed by Congress, that were under threat. And a lot of that stuff you heard about earlier than years, why we went to court to fight the NIH cuts, which would have resulted in hundreds of thousands of people in the city losing their jobs. We got an injunction for that, to stop that from coming from that would have hit the University of Rochester particularly hard. So we have to track this literally almost daily. We meet every other week, a group with federal representatives. We have our Rock Resilience Roundtable, which meets monthly, meeting coming up on Monday related to that. And our OMB folks are tracking this in real time, as well as the U.S. Conference of Mayors, New York Conference of Mayors, as well as African American mayors, we are tracking all the things that are related to federal cuts that would affect us. For example, we know, for example, close to $11 million if CDBG went away. We know that would be $11 million and hundreds of employees that are related to CDBG grants. It would conceivably affect them. So we're working very closely with all of our partners, pushing back on a lot of these cuts. And it's three things: it's the courts, it's the legislative branch, and it's the court of public opinion are the three levers that we are pulling as it relates to this. I will tell you, I'm on a call at least 2 to 3 times a week as it relates to what's happening with the federal government. This has never happened. I was on city council, I interned at city council, I interned in the mayor's office, and now in the mayor's office. I never have seen this level of angst coming down from the federal government and the city being under threat like we are right now. So it's important for us to make sure that we are tracking this regularly in real time. And is there a doomsday scenario? Yes. We don't like to think about it, but we would have to. We're making sure that we are prepared if we do see some of these cuts that are that might materialize. And this is why this conversation earlier about the fund balance and sales tax are so very, very important, because it's important for people to understand the context in which we're operating and the what ifs. And in the words of Ving Rhames from one of my favorite movies, he says, Pulp Fiction, he says, I'm just trying to, he tells Samuel L. Jackson, I'm just trying to contemplate the what ifs. And he's like, I don't want to hear about the what ifs. But it's very important that we contemplate the what ifs, and we are daily, literally, because we get things. We got a grant that we haven't spent any money on, $1 million grant. That I got a note that said we're pulling your grant. It's a change, but it was already appropriated. It was already given to us. So we'll deal with that as it comes. Suzanne, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to that other than. Is there a doomsday scenario? Yes, it's not pretty, but we want to stop and advocate to make sure that we don't have a doomsday scenario. Because the other point I'll make, Mr. President, is that this is not some gift. There's only been, in the last 10 years, there's only been twice where New York State has sent more money to the federal government than we got back, and you guys probably know what they are, during COVID, during the CARES Act and during ARPA funding. That's it. Other than that, we have sent more money to the federal government than we've gotten back. So it's not like we're asking or begging for stuff that doesn't belong to us. These are our dollars. These are our residents' taxpayer dollars, so we shouldn't have to beg them for anything. This is money that we are owed, and we get less per capita than we send, and that's just kind of crazy. So, Suzanne, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add other than those are some of the things that we continue to do in terms of tracking.
I have a report that pulls out of Munis that has any federal dollars that have been appropriated so far by council. My biggest concern is the funds coming through CDBG that support operating budget positions in NBD, drives, and a couple other areas, and just the community organizations that rely on some of the CDBG money. We can't financially sustain those in the long run. So given what happens over the next couple of years, I think we have sufficient funds to not make rush judgments, to evaluate options. I know Patrick is keeping track of what kind of litigation is going on with the federal government, but yeah, it changes day to day.
Yeah, thank you for that. So just one final kind of clarifying question. So then with respect to, just because this is so hard to keep track of what's happening all the time, day to day, is there any internal mechanism where you're keeping track of what changes are happening and how it impacts the city? I mean, other than conversations and kind of general knowledge within the leadership of the team, is there someone that's their job more or less to keep track of these things?
Yeah, the chief of staff who does our government, who handles all our government relations, that's her job, to keep track of all these things. And she's our liaison to the U.S. Conference of Mayors. She's dispatched to go deal with the U.S. Conference of Mayors. She's dispatched to go deal with our lobbyists. She's dispatched to be able to do that. So we have a very robust government relations team that is responsible for this. Because you also, I just don't think there's an appreciation from folks about how connected all this is, right? Because we sit here, Rochester City does not get any Medicaid funding, right? But if Medicaid funding is cut to New York State will almost be crippled to its knees, which means that funding that comes via the state to Rochester will then be affected. Funding that comes to organizations in the city that rely on Medicaid funding, because Medicaid also covers a lot of things that you may not think about, such as some of the nonprofit organizations and hospitals, it will have a very negative effect. There's one institution here that if the current proposal, as it relates to Medicaid, goes through, $750 million loss. That then are our constituents, our people that won't be buying things in that sales tax conversation that we just had, then it affects that. So it is so interconnected, so serious, and it's why we have to pay attention to it. It's why literally, I'm telling you, every other week, I am on a call related to what's happening at the federal level, because it's that serious and that really ridiculous when you think about it. The fact that cities now have to be worrying about what the federal government is doing on a regular basis, and some of the stuff that's being done is just being tucked away or happening late at night, and then you just see the effects. CDBG is one of the biggest. Any of the stuff related to HUD has a major impact on us in the city, and that's what mayors across the country are stressing to folks, that it will destabilize us from an economic development standpoint. We talk about our housing challenges that we have now. You let Section 8 vouchers go away. You let HEAP go away, and it will be something that we have never ever seen before, because you will pull the safety net up from people, and let alone the smaller things that have already been cut related to food, Head Start, et cetera, things that have been proposed. It will have a major impact on this budget and on our region.
Great, thank you.
And procedurally, just on that note, some of the things, I mean, I'm wondering if anything in this budget here already feels like it's changed from the printing of it to where we are now. I mean, I see, I'm only going to talk about something that is related to drives because Commissioner Green is here, but I see there's still $312,000 for AmeriCorps in this budget. I believe that AmeriCorps has been zeroed out, and that's real. So are you going to come to us with any amendments prior to asking us to vote on this in terms of that 312 as an example?
Yeah, AmeriCorps is, and that's something that we're still fighting. States have filed suit against that, and AmeriCorps, for those that don't know, is one of the cheapest programs and one of the most effective programs that we have in the country. I mean, these are programs that not only support nonprofit organizations, but also support programs that we do here in the city. We've been trying to hold on to our employees the best we can until we get some type of message on what's going to happen there. We can't do it forever, and the time is getting near for that to phase out. But from a financial perspective, Suzanne, how does that fit in the number that we have in for AmeriCorps now fits into our overall budget? It has been cut, and that money does flow through the state from the Corporation for National Service, I think, to New York State to us. How is that reflected in Ruby's question?
So we do not, at this point in time, contemplate an adjustment to the budget. Basically, what would happen is any of the expense that has offsetting revenue would just not occur, right? At this point, we're not going to reduce the amount of the proposed budget, so we'll just assume that those expenses don't occur, and in turn, we do not receive the revenue. I don't know if Dr. Green wants to talk about some of the positions.
No, we can do that when we get to drives, but so what you're saying is the 312 that's in here, all of it would have offsetting expenses, and so you're not going to amend the budget before we vote on it next month.
Correct.
Taking the revenue out, you're just going to allow the two things to cancel each other out.
Correct.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be too messy to do that.
Okay. Other questions on OMB? Councilmember Lightfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, you can tell me if I can redirect this question later on the MBD. That would be fine. I felt like we were kind of in this space now, since we're talking about federal opportunities or challenges that may be arising in the future. And one of them that is huge, Mayor, and as all of us in this room, that could have a major impact on our community is the Interloop North project. And so I'm prayerful, and I can ask this question later if you don't mind, but up to date, have we seen and what are the feeling around
well,
that?
Right now, it's a great question, but it's funny, I got chills when you said Interloop North because we worked so hard to secure those dollars. $200 million we secured. Now, it was appropriated. So it was appropriated, it was passed, it was signed, it passed both houses of Congress. So technically, those dollars are supposed to be coming to us. Are we still concerned and could they be at risk? Yes. Right now, we're still proceeding as if those dollars are coming because we have not heard otherwise about them being pulled back. You know, right now we're proceeding as if those dollars are there. $100 million from the state, $100 million from the federal government. Senator Schumer secured 100, and the governor got us the other $100 million. So the hope is that we will continue to proceed as that. I just have a fundamental belief, and I'm sure all of you do. If you appropriate money and you promise to give that money and it's been signed, you have an obligation to do that. And I think we'll figure out what will happen if they try to pull that back. But right now, we're proceeding on with that. DES is currently in the design phase, some schematic, rough sketch design phase, and community meetings are still continuing to take place over at Lewis Street and other places. So right now, we're proceeding, but still very, very concerned because we have seen from day one money that has been appropriated and then trying to be yanked back, and then we've had to go to court for it. And one in which we went to court as an amicus brief related to NIH funding, which would have decimated this community, and we were able to be successful.
But at this point, there has not been any intention from the U.S. government to pull back the $100 million.
Not yet. We have not seen that. We're proceeding as planned as it relates to Interloop North.
Big questions, Council Rupert?
I have two. I'd like to see the total cost represented in the proposed city budget for all of the personnel increases which have occurred since 21-22, including salary, overtime, retirement, healthcare, and other fringe benefits. And two, you talk about the doomsday plan. Could you share with council the contingency plans that are in place should the budget need to be adjusted mid-year because of those reduced revenue sources from state and federal?
Sure. It's okay if we get back to you in writing on both.
Of course, that's what I expect.
Councilman Martin?
On page 14, it says one of the critical processes OMB engages in is conducting studies of city departments to improve service delivery and cost effectiveness. Could you give me an example of a department where that was done and what the outcome was?
Sure, we can get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna, Councilman Monroe, go ahead.
Also on page 14, you're talking about adding relevant data highlighting the demographic and socioeconomic status of the city. Now, is that something that you'd be working with NBD because they do have that fairly thorough profile in the 5-year con plan?
Potentially. I think I would really like to add it into the budget. So when people are looking at our budget and other departments, they understand the population of people that they're serving with their services. You know, what's median income? What's your cultural makeup of the city? Understanding that so you have that information when you're making decisions on the budget.
I guess what I'm just wondering then, will you be using the same information that NBD has already gathered, or is this something that would be done separately?
I've been looking at some other budgets around the country to see what they're including. I hadn't anticipated using NBD's information, but certainly happy to work with them to see, how that might differ.
And my last question is, as you're looking to engage with the community, it says you're doing that through neighborhood associations and service centers. So what I'm wondering is what your relationship is with the NSCs.
So they're really good about directing people to the surveys for us and encouraging the activities that we're doing out in individual, like the Fall Fest, things of that nature. I have to say, we're a back office department, right? We don't have a lot of engagement with the community, so it's really helpful for us to work through the entities like NSC and community organizations where we can really talk to people and understand, what is their understanding of the budget, how we make decisions, making sure we know what their concerns are.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to human resources, which is page 318 to 323. Any questions from folks? Vice President Harris.
Thank you, Chair Gruber. Just got a quick question in regards to the civil service exam. In this budget, I see that you were able to waive, last budget, you were able to waive the civil service exam across the board for public safety. And I was wondering if there's any room to consider that for other positions.
Thank you for that question, and good morning, everyone. Are you speaking of the HELPS program?
Yes.
Okay. So just to give a little background, HELPS program stands for Hiring for Emergency Limited Placement Statewide New York HELPS program. It was first started in COVID, and that was to deal with public safety. So the two positions that we could submit, and we started with telecommunicators. That was the first position. So since that time, it's been so successful across New York State. We've been able to submit an additional 384 titles from across all departments that currently have provisional people in those positions. And so every month the New York State Civil Service Commission meets. They look at all the submissions across New York State and all the jurisdictions, and they approve X amount. We don't really know how they go about that process. But at their last meeting, they approved out of the 384 that we submitted 78. So those are positions that will go across the departments. This program is slated to be in place until June of 2026. So let me know if I'm giving you too much information. But so when they become a part of the HELPS program, they go to permanent. They come out of the competitive class, go into the non-competitive class. They go from provisional to permanent. We still encourage people to take the exam, if and when they come out. But if an exam does not come out, if this program should end in June of next summer, it would go back from non-competitive into competitive, but they would still remain permanent. And they would not have to take the exam.
So for example, anyone who applies for like police or fire, they're encouraged to take the exam still?
Police and fire, it does not apply.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that would be 911. Okay.
Yes. So we've gotten, as I said, the very first one we did during COVID was telecommunicators, and recently dispatcher was also approved by New York State to be in the HELPS program.
So they don't have to take exam?
Right.
Okay.
So we'll be rolling. We just got this information, and we have to wait for them to send us the resolution, the signed resolution. And then we will sit down with the departments that have those titles and those individuals in those titles and explain to them how the process works. But right now, telecommunicators and dispatchers, they already know they do not have to take the exam. They go through the regular hiring process and go into the training program.
That's awesome. So can you provide, the numbers that has increased our, that particular department as a result of the HELPS program?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. And then I would like to follow up. I have another question in regards to the public safety departments, of course, 911, police, and fire. What are you guys doing? How does this budget address our prioritization of recruiting of diversity?
That's another great question. So I'll start with 911 ECD. We have the HELPS program. So that helps with them not having to take the exam in those entry-level positions and go straight into training. So we have been able to start more classes. There's also ongoing enrollment, so you can apply it throughout the year for those positions. In May, we started a training with 9 people. Right now, we're slated to have another class in July for about 17 people. So we are chipping away at the vacancy numbers. We also have the Summer Public Safety Intern Program, which is ECD and the fire department. We've had that for, this will be our 3rd summer doing that program. And that is an opportunity to, from ages 17, I think we took it up to 25 for ECD in particular, to have individuals either for ECD 4 weeks of training or fire 6 weeks of training to learn all there is to learn about ECD and fire. With ECD, when they come out of that, they don't have to take the exam. They can go straight into the next slated training class as long as they complete the entire hiring process. So that's ECD. With fire, I said in the Summer Public Safety Intern Program, that has grown exponentially in the last 3 years. The number of people between ages 17, I think it's 25, we'll get you the right number, has increased. And again, it has grown from the first year was 4 weeks, it is now 6 weeks. And again, it helps them to prepare to be acclimated to a position as a firefighter. And then we also encourage them to sign up for the fire exam. So everywhere we can have an inroad to get them into the fire department, whether it's CPPS, which is going to take a couple of years because we just restarted that, the Summer Public Safety Intern Program, the trainee program in the fire department, and taking the regular exam.
So now residents have multiple pathways into these opportunities that are city residents.
Right. Also within the fire department, and I'll just give you some numbers I do have in front of me, and it's kudos to the administration and city council. In 2022, when we had the exam the last time, we had 742 applicants. It closed at midnight last night. And this year, for this year's exam, we had 1,140 applicants, which is a 54% increase. And I truly believe it is because in last year's budget, it was requested and City Council approved having a full-time recruiter in the fire department. And we have been, in HR, I've been working very closely with that recruiter and the firefighter leadership to help in any way that we can, not only with their trying to have like a similar workforce development program that the police have, that they're volunteer, they're having conversations with them. They're offering all sorts of classes to prepare people for different parts of the process to become a firefighter. We had a training session for educate people on parts of the firefighter exam, how to be prepared. There was one in May, there's another one in June. So we're doing everything we can in partnership with the fire department to get as many people to take the exam in June.
So I would assume the dollars that's allocated in this budget will help support those efforts ongoing,
right,
and continue that progress.
We also, overall in public safety, again, from last year's budget, thank you very much, you increased, which had not been increased in many, many years, our dollars to media buys. So in conjunction with the communications, all the public service, and HR, particularly Tom Miller and Barbara Pearson, her team, they have sat down and you've probably seen the whole media campaign for the police department, the media campaign for the fire department. Hopefully in the future we'll do a media campaign for ECD, and any other difficult to fill positions across our departments. When you go to police, they of course have the volunteer workforce development program, and then we have also partnered with that program from our equity office in DHRM to offer some training to those that are in there that hopefully will become candidates once they take the exam. So we help them to understand implicit bias, discrimination, prejudice, things of that nature, community policing, So we just started that. We had our first two-part session. We're taking all the feedback from that to see how we can make it evolve going forward.
Thank you. I appreciate the efforts that you guys have done. If you can just provide, I know Councilmember Lightfoot has you guys submit reports every month, but if you guys can give us an updated report for this budget.
Thanks, Vice President Harris. And before I move us along, I just want to note the time for council. We have, I'm going to stop us at 12:30 sharp for lunch. So we still have comms and law. I think on distributing contingency, we can put in writing some questions or have time later. But just want to note that comms and law, if we don't get it done by 12:30, we're going to have to try to squeeze another time in the next couple of days. Councilmember Lightfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Nichols, for sliding in that update about thanking not only administration but council, because God knows, everyone knows that has been one of the things that we have been fighting for years, to try to get a full-time recruiter for the Rochester Fire Department that dates back several administrations, and also want to give kudos to Deputy Chief Teresa Everett and her efforts and consultation around all of that, and of course to Mayor Evans for actually under his administration actually making it possible, and we see the impact that has had, as well as the communication efforts done by the communication. I see you guys. I see you guys everywhere. Like literally, you're out there on all of the platforms, and I appreciate that. And my son was at the house, who was a fireman the other day, and he said, "Dad, it ends tomorrow night." And you know, we were talking about how much more can we get before the end of the day. So I'm very excited about that. And that's, sorry, Mr. Chairman, but that's exciting stuff. These are the ways that we change poverty in our community. That's a direct line out of poverty. These jobs literally change families' lives. And that's just reality. It's like hitting the lotto, literally. So kudos to everyone for doing that, and hopefully we can get a great a bunch of candidates out of that particular class. I wanted to ask you about, and one question, and I'm done, Mr. Chairman, is that I didn't see in here, and I could be missing, and I don't know if we're changing directions just based on what's happening federally, and I know we've been through several DEI personnel folks, and over the years prior to changes of administrations federally, etc. And where are we with our DEI positions? That position still exists? Are we moving away from that? But I didn't see anything mentioned in the budget around DEI, and that was unusual.
Well, we're not moving away from it. The budget equity tool is still in there. Currently, Aisha, what's her last name?
Winters.
Aisha Winters is filling our current DEI position, but we've been clear. We believe in freedom of speech, and we're not moving away from our diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts here at the City of Rochester. We think that it's important that we say who we are, because I believe that if you're moving away from it, you didn't believe it in the first place. So we've made clear that we're doing that. Right now we have somebody acting in that role until we find a permanent person to doing that, but she's doing an amazing job there. But no, our efforts are going to be the same. We'll still be working with people for the People's Institute in the fall. We'll still be working with them as well. It might look different in the budget book a little bit, and that's just we want to make sure we keep it in there, but it's there. Yeah. And if you want to speak to the way it might look different in the book,
right?
So
in the front part of the book, there's a whole section on budget equity. There's a whole description of how we've evolved since 2019. And asked more direct, specific questions of each department on what they're doing internally and or externally. And we've taken the highlights because they submit every end of January, a couple weeks before the budget is due. And then we take and we highlight what they're doing. And there's two particular departments that are right in the front of that section we really wanted to highlight, because now we're moving to being data-driven, because that's big here in this administration, and being able to track the data to see where we are making inroads. So that gives you a summary of all of that. That work has not stopped. Every department still has an equity team, and between Aisha, myself, and the Deputy Director Fernand Sapiro, we do road shows. We're on our third set of road shows in the last 9 months, where we go to each department. The first one was to just refamiliarize everyone with the work we've been doing in equity since 2019, because we have turnover on the equity teams, etc. The second set of road shows was to get them ready to understand how to submit and answer the questions, to look at what they submitted last year, and to maybe narrow down what their focus would be. And then the ones we are in the middle of right now, we started about 3 weeks ago, and we'll be finishing in the next 2 weeks, going all to departments, going back over what they submitted, and helping them to figure out how to measure that. And we even are bringing the Chief Data Officer, DeMont Master, is coming to as many of those as possible to also help so that we can have great data to measure, because as he says and the mayor says, there is, your story is based on your data. So the work is still continuing. Just because we don't have that top position in the equity office filled at this time, the work is still continuing.
Okay, I'm going to open it up now to continuing with HR, but also just opening it up to comms and law as well. Comms is 324 to 328, law is 329 to 333. Please just call out where you're asking your question about, and then I'll just say, Director Warren will ask questions about undistributed and contingency at the top of the after the lunch break, before we start finance. So law, comms, HR, open. President Melendez.
Yes, thank you. I want to jump straight to law, and I have two questions. One related to the housing attorney and the demand for service. Could we get in writing a sense of, so we've had several updates on the work that's being done, and from all accounts of what we've seen, it's been a lot of positive work and energy in that space. But just get a sense of the demand and the potential for it to grow moving forward. It feels like we've been doing a lot more around code enforcement, taking people to court, fighting things like lead issues, et cetera. And it would be helpful to understand how that demand is growing and whether we can keep up. So that could be in writing. I don't need an answer today. The other question, though, was on the role of the county grant-funded legal assistance, a legal assistant that's hired to assist with lead enforcement legal proceedings. So what is the city's current caseload regarding this type of legal proceeding, and how specifically will this position assist in that work?
Yep, we'll get that to you in writing.
All right, thank you.
But I do want to go back to your first question. I saw Patrick was about to give some information about generally the work that we're doing around bringing legal action against completely absentee landlords. I also saw earlier in the revenues line, I was going to reserve this till we got to you. In the revenue line, there's a significant amount of increase in municipal in fines and code violations. So I'm wondering, like, how do you square that up with the work that your office is doing? How are you prepared to do some of that work?
So I think in general response to kind of how we're doing and how we might grow, the way we manage this right now is we look at what is getting us compliance out in the field, right? And so sometimes that's with notice and orders, sometimes that's with ticketing, and sometimes that's with affirmative actions by our housing attorney. So we don't want to duplicate efforts, right? And so it really only escalates to law where ticketing is not getting the job done. And even in that context, we're taking kind of the worst of the property owners or the largest of the portfolios so that we can make the biggest splash, so that it's not just that one case, but it's picked up popularly and landlords know that we're out there, we're going to be after them. And that's been working. A lot of times when we do bring folks into court now, we get a settlement on all the issues before even the first appearance before the judge, because folks know, okay, this is a losing battle, right? So the next step, of course, is to make it so that people are getting their act together and we don't even file the pleadings against them, right? So we're going to keep doing that. But I'm happy to put into more detail kind of the plan and, you know, whether there's room to grow there.
And in terms of the what I was referencing before is on the summary. Sorry to make you go back, but summary page 15, municipal code fines. There's a projected increase of $700,000. Is that the work that's done out of your office, or is that work done by code that they then go to make sure that it's kosher with your office?
That's out of NBD, code enforcement officer.
Okay, then I'll ask.
Municipal code violations, correct.
Got it. I'll ask a bit more when we get to NBD then.
But there is a summary that I'm sure he can provide for you of the number of court proceedings that we have taken to court since 2022 in terms of some of the folks that we have really, really bad actors that we've taken to court to tell them that they need to pay up because they're not doing what they need to do. And those actions will continue going forward for sure.
Yeah, it'd be great to see that. In addition, I mean, we see the headlines of what we're bringing to court, but we don't have any way of seeing what the settlement is always. So seeing some of that now would be very helpful in a written report. Additional questions for Comms and Law? Councilmember Martin, followed by Monroe, followed by Lupien.
Yes, I'd actually want to go back real quick to HR and then to law. When city workers exit their roles, whether they're terminated or by choice, what is the process for keeping track of their experiences or their reason? Are there exit interviews conducted? And if so, do you have just general data of what that's about?
I'm sorry. Did you hear my answer?
Yes.
So far? Okay. In October of 2023, Mayor sent myself, at the time Budget Director, now Deputy Mayor Burns, Fernand Sapiro, and Barbara Pierce to Harvard Bloomberg. And it was all about talent management. So when we came back, we basically took our whole recruitment and hiring process and did a process mapping for several months. We have pulled that apart. We have put together a new plan that we will be rolling out piece by piece. And part of that is to begin an exit interview process, whether they, even if, like phase one would be if they're leaving the city. We also want to, if they're retiring, also if they're being promoted. So particularly if they could be promoted within the department or they could go to another department. So we are putting together an exit interview process that we hope we'll be able to roll out in this upcoming fiscal year.
That's really exciting. Thank you. And to law, so when the city is sued, for example, for not providing information that's foiled, if there's a fine that comes with that or fees that come with that, where would it be in the law department budget?
So the general rule in the American legal system is that each party pays for their own fees, right? There are exceptions to that, and you've identified some of them. So federal civil rights actions brought under 42 U.S. Code 1983 has a fee recovery provision, and so does the New York State FOIL law. Generally, those fees are paid out as part of the final judgment. They're kind of rolled into that or as part of a settlement. And so all of that is coming out of the insurance reserve. And the insurance reserve is something that we estimate and set annually between law, finance, and budget.
Thank you. And could you provide a breakdown of those fees that we've had to pay over the last year?
Sure.
Thank you. One last question. Also in the law budget, when outside counsel is paid for, where in the budget would I find that?
So depending on the situation, outside counsel is sometimes paid out of the law department's legal services line. And I can follow up in writing with you about where specifically in this budget document that would come out of. Other times, though, it's paid out of undistributed. And it depends on what we anticipate the kind of cost and length of time will be. So oftentimes, right, we get a litigation in the door, we're served with it, we make a determination that we need to get outside counsel either because my office is conflicted or because we don't have the expertise in-house. But we don't have time to come to counsel, right? So we'll start with a PSA for a low value coming out of legal services, and then once we have a better estimate and idea of what it's going to be, we'll come to counsel, and then funding will often in that instance come out of undistributed.
Thank you. And also a breakdown in writing of how much we've spent between council and actually the administration on outside legal services would be helpful. Thank you.
Also over the last year.
Councilmember Monroe.
This goes back to human resources. Could you talk a little bit about the implicit bias training curriculum that you're offering to police officer candidates? And is it just candidates, or is this something that's also happening in the academy for existing officers?
Right now, we're working with those that are in workforce development, which is that volunteer arm of the police department when they're a recruitment tool for them. I'm going to ask our Deputy Director, Fernand Sapiro, to speak to the details of it because he and Aisha Winter actually performed those 2 sessions, and I just helped out a little bit, so I'll let him do that.
Thank you. Also on page 17, the appropriations for services is up by 134%. What does that reflect?
So what that reflects, if you look, I think my page isn't where it says year-to-year comparison, you will see funding for Workday and Kronos professional services transfer from IT to DHRM. That is because we are responsible in HR for all the employee data and payroll, and since we own those 2 systems, it made sense to move those contracts out from IT that we can own and manage that money. So that was part of it. In addition, the race funding, which used to be, I believe, an undistributed, is now any race funding is going to the particular departments that handle that. So $80,000 came in will be coming into HR for that to continue to work with the People's Institute and Undoing Racism. So when you add those 3 lines up, it comes to a little over $1 million. So that's where all the jump is, the increase.
And that one point that you made, that one question you asked, Councilman Monroe, is actually, you'll see that reflective in a lot of other departments because we have to find efficiencies where they are. We are now making sure any department that has a technology type thing associated with them, that they are now managing it and can justify why that is important. When all those expenses or licenses or whatever were in IT, and they belong to a department, they may not have been looked at as closely as they should. So now this year, we've made sure we've taken all those things out of IT and distributed them to the various departments. So you'll see that across departments in this budget, those type of technology type things actually captured in their budget, so that way they can manage them or not if they're not important.
Yeah, we'll discuss that more in IT in the morning. Councilmember Monroe, do you have any further questions?
Yes, regarding we can follow up with the IT piece as far as how that works with management and changes that might need to be done to certain programs. In writing, I would like to hear a little bit more about the succession planning and what the direction is and what kind of data you're using, as well as more information about the exploration of an employee resource group, what that would be. As we look at the key performance indicators on page 20, we see there's still a good division there between male and female employees. Could I have a list of the top 3 departments with the greatest differential between male and female and what that percentage is? And at number 10, the number of days for the hiring process. What's the starting point for that?
So again, that goes back to what we're doing in relation to talent management and looking at our hiring recruitment process. We can provide you more detail in writing, but we are looking, I can tell you, to cut that number down. There are some parts of the process that are out of HR's control once we hand it off to a department. But if we can streamline it, we're hoping that we'll bring the numbers down. We do have a relationship with the City of Albany HR department as well as Monroe County's HR department. So we meet with them bi-monthly separately, and we are benchmarking and seeing what they're doing as far as some of these KPIs, so that we can make sure that we're moving in the right direction. So, but we can answer anything further in writing.
For law, if we could have a listing year to date of how many emergency closure orders were done and court issued restraining orders.
Will do.
And that's it for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Lupien.
Yes, if you could provide the number of FOIL requests that were denied, including the cases that were appealed and then subsequently denied in the current fiscal year to date.
Got it.
Any further questions from folks before we recess? I have just two that actually, Mayor, one of them I think I'd like you to answer, just where the neighborhood ambassador dollars are in the budget. I don't see those anywhere clearly.
I'll let the expert answer that, but they're there obviously because we're continuing our neighborhood ambassador program. What do we put that? Is it in the mayor's office or is it in?
No, those are spent directly out of the opioid fund.
That's on our opioid.
Special revenue.
So those sit elsewhere,
Yeah,
and they
that's
just
opioid, because we use our opioid dollars for that. So that's not, you won't see that reflected in this budget.
Okay, I'm sure we'll have further conversation about that.
And
And then just one question for Director Pierce, because I don't want comms to be totally ignored.
I'm sure she's fine with being ignored.
I'm sure she was hoping to be, but here we are anyways. In terms of the new website, I just see in terms of the KPIs, it hasn't led to some new mass utilization. I think it's a much better and improved website, but there hasn't been a ton of additional users according to the numbers given to us. Is there, I mean, do you have a sense, is that coming? Are we seeing more utilization and more interest in using it?
We are actually. The reality is the new website is mitigating the bots. So we used to see a lot of traffic that wasn't real traffic, and now we're seeing the traffic that we're seeing is real traffic. And also, the other thing we're also noticing is the way Google is now supporting their searches with AI. People don't actually have to go to the page to see the information from the page, so that's also having a negative effect on our actual traffic.
Got it. Might be a reason to have a different KPI, but I do think it's been a successful new website. And on that note, we're gonna recess and come back sharply at 1:30. Thank you. hoping to reconvene folks in the next minute or two for those who are listening. Okay, as folks gather, just a reminder. First of all, welcome back. We're still streaming on social media and XXI. And we had a thorough morning. Did not get a chance to do two very small but mighty sections of the budget, which is undistributed and contingency. So I just wanted to open with those two, and then we'll give Director Jones and her team an opportunity to change seats. And then we'll go bureau by bureau in finance. And then finally we'll close with NBD. So 13 and 14, those are the two tabs for undistributed and contingency. I'll open it to the floor. I will ask Suzanne, maybe, or Deputy Mayor, either of you to just explain what is the 475 in contingency. I know it talks about grant matching, but any additional detail would be great.
Right. We typically don't necessarily reveal the details of the amounts in there, but they are matches for grants. Just future grants that may come up if, like, the fire department were to receive the assistance to firefighters grant that they received last year. They've applied for another one. We typically have an amount there that would be the match for those grants.
And obviously this is money that can just move back and forth during the course of the year as needed.
Correct. Right. Yep.
Okay.
Chair Gruber, I would just add with regard to contingency, in past years, I think we've seen larger amounts, and that usually relates to contracts that are in the process of being negotiated. As we sit here before you, all of our contracts with our bargaining units are current, so that's why you're seeing a much smaller amount in contingency than all of you have seen in past years.
Yeah, that's great news, and they're current and also extend beyond the course of this year. President Melendez?
Yes, so in undistributed, I'm assuming this is where we see some of the unexpected hikes in retirement and healthcare benefits that I know that impacted that $97.5 million budget gap we had to close. Could you speak to what changed year over year in terms of cost allocation and undistributed to retirements and health benefits?
Sure. Thank you for asking about that. Yes, this is these are big numbers we're talking about. So small percentage changes in the rates we pay for pension can really lead to big increases for us. And I'll speak about pension for a little bit, and then I can say a few words about healthcare. So the way the pension bill is calculated for us every year, it's dependent on two things. One is how much we pay out in salaries and wages, and then that's multiplied by a rate that the state gives us for each employee based on their system and their tier. We have two different systems. One is our civilian system. It's called ERS, and that has one set of rates that are typically lower. And then the police and fire system has its own set of rates for tiers, and those tend to be much higher. What's happened in the last couple of years is that the average rates system-wide have really just continued to go up. I think 3 years in a row now. Let me see. Yeah, 3 years in a row we've had increases in rates. They tend to go up and down, so we might have a bad year and then have a good year in terms of what we have to pay out, but it's really been a steady increase. So, for example, over the last couple of years, the civilian system has gone up by 26%. And the police fire has gone up by 21%. So that's a big jump for us, just a couple of years in a row. We do have information on what drives these things up. You might wonder what's making it go up and down year to year. And we do receive a report from the Office of the State Comptroller every year that breaks down those changes. Some of the driving factors recently have been benefit improvements. You may have heard of Tier 6 has been getting more generous in its benefits, so that drives our rates up. And another contributing factor has been demographics. So that could be people living longer, retiring earlier, whatever it may be. So that's pension.
When do we get those numbers?
We get it about a year ahead of time. So we already have it for the fiscal 26 year. We got it, I think, in August. So it's right in time for us to start developing our maintenance of effort. And so we get the rates, but we don't necessarily know what our salaries and wages are going to be. So we are projecting. And then just other things kind of come into play along the way. So this year it went up by more than we had initially projected in our multi-year calculation. We don't tend to predict such a high increase in rates year over year. In fact, the state has long-term rates, and those are much lower. So the state tells us, you know, if the stock market makes 5.9% per year or more, these will be our long-term rates. Well, our stock market's been bouncy but reasonably good, but still the rates have gone up, and it's partly due to some of these other factors.
So additional follow-up in terms of, obviously we don't know exactly when our staff will decide to retire, but do we have projections of what we can expect potentially as retirees in the next couple of years and what that impact would be? And do we track that regularly?
Yeah, that's such a good question because it's so important as we do our multi-year projections. There is something called, it's essentially like a conversion factor. So year to year we make an assumption. We partly use data from the state on how many like tier 1 and tier 2, which are more generous tiers. There's very few of those people left anymore on the civilian side, only 3. A former council person used to ask that question every year. So there's 3 left in the civilians. And then the kind of mid-tier, which are the 4s, and then the 5s and 6s are the lower cost tiers. So as people retire, say from tier 4, and we hire someone new in at a tier 6, they're a lower rate. So that's going to bring our costs down. So for years we've been hearing about the conversion to tier 6 would bring rates down on average over time in both systems. But again, it's just not necessarily panning out that way yet.
Thank you.
I just want to add to that. What we pay for the pension bill is based on current salaries. So what we're paying people currently. So it's based on state fiscal year. So it's April 1st of last year through March 31st of this year. And those are the salaries that our bill due in December of this year is based on. Actually due in February, we pay ahead of time.
Because we get a discount. So that's pension. Any other follow-ups on pension? Okay, and then healthcare. You know, healthcare is going up for everybody. I mean, there were some dips around 2020. There was talk that people weren't going to the doctor as much. 2020, 2021 with COVID, people were staying home. We probably all heard about that. Then kind of people were going out more in 2022, 2023. There was more of a bump. I think these were trends nationwide. And now we're just continuing to see increases that are related in part to new technologies. They're related in large part, I think, to prescription drugs. You know, there's a lot of great new treatments for very serious illnesses that are now treated pharmaceutically instead of with other means, but those drugs are very, very expensive. So that's just something we continue to monitor. We work with our Labor Management Healthcare Committee, so that's our team of administration representatives and reps from each of the unions. We meet on a monthly basis to talk about the trends and make sure we're up to date on what's happening with our the body of people that we're covering, and do our best to just manage that going forward, but it is certainly a challenge.
Any follow-up questions on, and welcome to Councilmember Patterson as well. Any follow-up questions on any of the contingency or undistributed questions? Councilmember Patterson.
You just mentioned the group that meets monthly about healthcare and all those items. At one of our previous council meetings, I had mentioned that there are some things that aren't covered through healthcare, and I know I've got to reach back out to Rose Nichols about that. But do you guys look at those items for healthcare that are covered every month and looking to add things or not, or is that outside of your scope?
So, council member, thanks for that question. I actually participate on that committee along with others, and so we're always looking at what we do cover, what we don't cover, and doing that in the context of developments within the healthcare environment. Also receiving guidance from our benefits consultant to kind of tell us what other municipalities are doing, what trends they're seeing, and they're providing their own professional guidance.
I only asked because I remember we were at that last meeting, we were talking about limiting coverage for GLP-1s for folks who are looking primarily at weight loss. And, one of the comments I made is that weight is one of the key indicators of negative health. And to the degree that we can address that, we increase the health of our workforce. And I get it, those drugs aren't cheap, but at the same time, the studies are showing time and time again that they're having a positive impact on a range of long-term debilitative diseases, heart disease, diabetes, all of that stuff, with weight being the key driver of it. So I'll get back to you on that later, but so that is, just to reiterate, that is something this administration is looking at monthly and considering.
Yeah, points well taken, and certainly inside of the overall environment of healthcare and what's covered and what's not, you might imagine that that's towards the top of the list in terms of things that we continue to consider.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, we are going to transition to finance, so we'll give Director Jones and her team an opportunity to get situated. And as they get situated, to my colleagues on council, I'll just point us to section 5, and we are going to go bureau by bureau. I'll call out the pages, and I just ask people to keep their questions within that bureau. I think an hour is going to be enough time for finance based on past experience, so hopefully there's no rush. Okay, so thank you very much. And Director Jones, I would turn it to you in case there is any introductory remarks you'd like to make, or if you'd like to introduce members of your team. And again, we're going to go bureau by bureau, so feel free to do it however you'd like to do it.
Thank you, members of council. I don't have any introductory remarks, but I would like to introduce my staff. Sitting next to me is Deputy Director Kathy Havens. As I call your name, if you can just wave or stand up if you'd like. I have Timothy Howard, the Director of Purchasing, Mike Cesara, the City Assessor, John Fornoff, the City Treasurer, Dr. Leslie Smith is the Director of TVA, Sarah Nowak is the Director of Parking, Sharika Jackson, the Deputy City Treasurer, Shamika Davis is the Assistant Director of Purchasing, Jackie Rodriguez is the Assistant Director of Parking, Shandon Jackson is the Assistant Director of TVA, Tim Hurley is the Assistant Director of Accounting, and Enza Minio is the Deputy Assessor.
Thank you so much. We look forward to spending the next hour with you and your team asking some questions. We'll start with the Director's Office. So this is 5-1 through 5-7, but please note that the strategic initiatives and the KPIs that are in the specific bureaus will wait to get to those bureaus. So it's actually really 5-6 and 5-7. And I want to start, Director Jones, with a question about something that we incorporated into the budget last year. There was an additional position specifically to help people apply for exemptions. And if this belongs in one of the other bureaus, if it's related to assessment or taxing or treasury, let me know. But I actually don't know what the position was titled and what the results have been. So can you give me some clarity there?
Absolutely. It's actually a position that's located in the Bureau of Assessment. And it's a clerical type position. And that position is being utilized to help assessment reach out to our property owners regarding additional exemptions that might avail themselves. And when we get to assessment, perhaps the city assessor can speak more to that.
Okay, yeah, I'll wait and come back to that because I do have some follow-up questions around that. Anyone have questions on the specifics in the director's office on 5.6 or 5.7? President Melendez, Councilmember Lupian.
Yeah. So, good afternoon, team. The strategic initiative related to the review of properties receiving not-for-profit exemptions was removed. Can you speak to that and why that was removed?
Okay, and that's actually an assessment question as well. I can actually ask Mr. Tesoro to answer that question.
Okay, we can hold on that then. I guess my questions are going to be more about the KPIs. I'll hold off.
Okay.
Okay, well, yeah, we'll come back to that shortly. Councilmember Lupian?
Yes. As interest rates go up, how might this impact the cost of the city's bonding?
Yeah, so it will actually have a negative impact if interest rates do rise. It actually costs us more money as it relates to interest. It affects what's called the coupon rate, and that's the rate that we actually pay to investors. So as interest rates go up, so will our borrowing cost. Our hope is that, and I know hope is not a strategy, but our hope is that interest rates actually decline, because that when interest rates decline, the coupon rate changes, is lowered, so that we're not paying, as much interest. An interest rate increase benefits investment. So all of the cash that we invest, that benefits from an increase in interest rates. Borrowing, not so good.
And I would imagine the borrowing far outweighs the interest that we're making.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, thank you. And is there a plan to increase bilingual positions within the department?
So the way I look at it is every position that, that we hire for in the Department of Finance, and my bureau heads know that I look at every position with a lens toward diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so that not only means bilingual positions, but I'm basically looking for black and brown people. And so that's really my mission. I'm looking for the most qualified applicant. But in doing so, I'm also looking to increase diversity, equity, and inclusion.
I very much appreciate that, especially in this environment. Thank you.
Vice President Harris?
Thank you, Chair Gruber. I just got a follow-up question about the bilingual. President Melendez kind of touched on it a little bit, but just for purposes of bilingual is basically meaning that a person speaks 2 languages, and we all can agree that in most cases that people assume that it's just Spanish. And I'd like to just make a suggestion is just consider other languages when you guys hire for those bilingual positions, and that would also increase our diversity in our city.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're gonna move to the next bureau, which is accounting. So this is on page 5.8 and 5.9. Any questions for folks on accounting? Okay, well, you can continue to ask questions of accounting if any come up, but we will move on to Treasury. And this was touched on a little bit earlier, Director Jones, but I'd like to just understand a little bit more. So on page 11, it talks about the RFP you mentioned earlier, that there's going to be a professional services agreement with a third-party vendor, specifically as it gets to foreclosure outreach. Has has this been a strategy that's worked in other cities, other communities that we've studied, or what kind of spurred this work?
You know, I don't know what other cities are doing as it relates to this particular initiative, but the thing that precipitated this was that we were having issues with a lot of property owners saying that they were not aware of the foreclosure action, they hadn't received our delinquent notices, no one had called them. So in working with the mayor, we decided that we would try to do something to kind of spur, actually someone actually going out to these property owners' homes and leaving notices with them, trying to get telephone numbers to contact property owners, because a lot of our elderly delinquent taxpayers don't have cell phones. Some of them don't. They still have landlines. And so we don't have access to, to be able to get the landline numbers. So what we're doing is we're going to try to see if we can partner with an entity that might be able to help us, get landline numbers so we can reach out to the occupants, and also to visit the homes to post notices of the, impending foreclosure action. So it's generally more outreach. And in addition to that, the Treasury Bureau and the Bureau of Assessment have actually worked together with this new foreclosure action, so that those occupants that are tax delinquent that may be eligible for some type of exemption relief, property tax exemption relief, that we can reach out to those individuals to say, hey, did you know that you're perhaps eligible for the senior exemption, a senior exemption, or some type of exemption that would decrease the property tax burden.
I remember, I think it was my first year on council, it was then Councilmember Molly Clifford who had looked at something that was happening in I think in Syracuse, where they were actually doing handwritten cards and letters to people who were delinquent on taxes, and had found a bit of a surge in responses. To your point, is people who may be more inclined to open up a handwritten envelope than an email that goes to an account that they never check. So I'm hoping that there's going to be all sorts of different strategies used with this firm. Do you have any sense of, is there someone who does it locally?
I am not sure. I'm actually going to ask City Treasurer John Fornoff to comment.
Yes, there are a number of firms locally, regionally that do this kind of work. So we've been reaching out to gauge interest. But as Director Jones said, it's really an effort to just leave no stone left unturned, exhaust all opportunities to get a hold of people before foreclosure takes hold.
So we're at about 94% collection rate, roughly, and that seems to be pretty standard of where we end up. Can you benchmark that against other communities? Is that roughly what happens in cities like Rochester?
Probably not. We're probably in a better position, and the reason for that is because we have an annual foreclosure sale. So a lot of cities don't. A lot of cities don't foreclose annually. They just let their delinquent taxes linger. And they have other strategies like selling their tax liens and things of that nature. But we are pretty diligent about holding an annual foreclosure sale.
Got it. Thanks. Questions for Treasury? Councilmember Monroe?
Could you walk us through the process of what starts to trigger a foreclosure action?
Yep. So the property actually has to be at least a year delinquent. So what happens is it becomes a year delinquent. We do what's called, we send out warning notices. So we let, property owners know that, no, your taxes are a year delinquent, and if you don't pay, you will be included in the next foreclosure action. So we send those notices out generally, I've been doing it for many years, so around 5,000 to 6,000 notices, go out. We give them a chance to cure the delinquency before we actually put them in the actual foreclosure action. And then once the foreclosure action starts, of course, they're in the action. There's a foreclosure fee that's then assessed, and we actually work through that whole process until it culminates into a tax foreclosure sale. So there are a series of notices that go out, partial payment notices, If we notify creditors, creditor notices go out to the property owners to let them know that their creditors have been notified. So there's a series of notices that go out. And so what we're hoping actually this third-party vendor will be able to do is help us with more outreach so that the occupants are aware that they are included in the current foreclosure action, and that if they don't remedy the delinquency via paying the taxes, which we call redeeming, or entering to a tax agreement, filing for bankruptcy, those are some of the options, that their property will be up for sale.
So it's after the second year, if it's 2 years in
Yeah,
a row.
absolutely.
That process can begin. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Martin.
On page 4, in the accounting KPI, there's housing loans. Can you talk about what that program is and how it's administered?
Okay, I'm going to ask the Deputy Director to speak to that.
Okay, so accounting oversees those receivables for those housing loans, but the housing loans are determined by the Department of MBD, what types they do each year.
That's helpful. So
Okay.
I would put that question in MBD.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilman Lightfoot. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's so good to hear that we have shifted our approach towards foreclosures and how we do our business with unpaid taxes, because I think me and Councilman Gruber, we first year, I think we jumped on top of
And Councilman Ortiz.
Yeah, right.
three of
Thank
us,
you.
yeah.
That was like one of our pet peeves, and for someone who personally has been through that process of almost being foreclosed on, and I remember sitting in your office in tears, Deputy Director Jones, and you helped me through that process, and so I know how that feels being on the other side of that, and I'm so glad that we have changed that. In regards to that, I would also offer consideration that we think about as we're being proactive in our foreclosure process, and in how we're handling our processes. I would like to see the impact of that in writing. It doesn't have to be now, of looking at what has been the outcome of us handling internally our tax sales liens as opposed to going third party with ATF and those organizations. It's been a few years now, and can we see how has that impacted our city, as far as our overall monies that we're receiving in, or monies that because at one point we knew that was supposed to be more of a money grab, if you will, and we're, some people were saying, well, if we shifted, then that would really impact our bottom line significantly. So I'd like to see the impact of that over the of shifting from before, when we weren't doing that, to when we started doing that and we stopped it, to now, especially looking at our future, financial situation of our city could decline. So it'd be nice to see that in the data, in the numbers of how that's changed, if that makes sense. Is my question?
It does. So
Okay.
I just like to say that anecdotally, it was kind of seen as kind of like a way to clean up an old receivable tax base. And so that's what we attempted to do initially. But after a while, we saw basically diminishing returns. It just made sense for us to just stop selling the tax liens, because we were basically getting paid pennies on the dollar, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And it made more sense for us to revert back to a full foreclosure sale, not just, not just a sale that included delinquent liens that weren't sold. So anecdotally, I think it was the best move for us.
Thank you.
Councilor Lupia.
Yeah, I know that there was some issue with the county selling their lien, and that would kind of force our hand. And has the county agreed to stop their practice too?
I am not sure, but that's something we can find out.
Yeah, thank you. And also, I'm so glad that we are taking that approach. I think it makes sense just in terms of overall saved money to not, if we can keep someone in their home, to keep them there.
And it affords us more control too, because what was happening was we were seeing that asset just drift far away from us, and it was basically at the point of no return. So what this does, to your point, Councilmember Lupien, is that it does give us the flexibility to be able to control that situation.
Okay, we're going to keep moving on to assessment. So President Melendez, I'll come back to the question you started with.
Yes, thank you. So the strategic initiative around the review of properties receiving the not-for-profit status was removed, exemption was removed, and can you speak to that a little bit?
I'm going to ask the city assessor to speak to that.
Okay, that's a project that we do every 4 years, typically the year after a citywide reassessment. I mean, we send out renewal forms every year, but we don't always get them back from every entity. So every 4 years we go out, the appraisers go out, they drive past, they look at water consumption. Does the property look like it's in use? You know, is there high grass and weeds, or is it maintained? And then we do a follow-up inspection or letter to the owner.
So that, in theory, then that KPI returns every 4 years into the budget book, or why was it removed?
Well, we just did it last year for 24-25. So we wound up adding probably about another $2 million to the tax base, removed about 20-25 exemptions.
Got it. So in about 4 years we should see it again, or 3 years from now we see it again in the budget book. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lightfoot.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Jones, I just wanted to follow up from last year, because you know we had a big contentious around our assessments and all of that good stuff. We did give you some recommendations concerning our assessment process. I just wanted to know, were any of those helpful or at all to our overall process?
You know, I don't recall receiving anything in writing as it relates to the recommendations, so if they were given to someone, that never trickled down to me.
Okay, yeah, I think during the conversation last year, I think the mayor said he got them, he was going to get them to you, but we'll make sure you get those. Thank you.
But can I go back to the initial question that I asked around the new clerical position, and specifically, if you have any now, that'd be great, but if writing is better, that's fine. I'd love to know like some of the deliverables around this new position. So ostensibly we hired someone for the first time to really be proactive about helping people with receive the exemptions that they qualify for. Have we seen fruits of that labor?
I think that has resulted in increased exemptions, but I will let the city assessor speak to that.
So a lot of that focus was on the seniors, because there was a big issue when we did the citywide reassessment, that a lot of seniors that were coming in and speaking to us did not have the exemption. So what we did, and it was probably the most efficient thing, was we took a 3rd-page insert and inserted it into the water bills. The water bills run on a 3-month cycle. So we started it so that every property owner, commercial or residential, would get this flyer. So as a result, we probably had about 350 new applicants. Now, some of them didn't qualify because of their income, or they were not owner occupants. So we probably picked up another 290, 280 new applications for seniors.
That's great. And so that position is staying. That's a permanent position. It wasn't just because it was an assessment year.
That's correct.
And so what kind of strategies do we have? I always like the idea of using the water bill to reach people, but what about actually being out in the community? There's certainly a lot of senior centers that exist in the city. Are we spending time on site in those places?
So I think our next step is we want to begin to perhaps work with the churches and partner with, you know, some of the pastors, like Pastor Stevens comes to mind. We talked about potentially partnering, you know, with some of the religious organizations to be able to do outreach, especially to some of the seniors, because that's where they are. They're there every Sunday. So things like that. we're still developing strategies.
Great. Two things I just recommend. One, as I mentioned, there's a number of senior centers. I know Councilmember Lightfoot provides at his church provides a lunch, but there's 19 or 20 sites around the county that provide lunch to seniors on a daily basis. Not all of them are in the city. Maybe half of them are. That's a county-run program, obviously, but it'd be great to make sure that we have someone on site at those places on a fairly regular basis. And then the other thing that I would just say is Lifespan, who this council has several times worked to provide some funding to because they do great work with older adults, is doing some work right now on financial literacy with churches in particular to help some of the seniors in our community apply for SNAP and WIC benefits. A lot of people don't know that seniors can get WIC benefits if they're raising their grandkids. But so there's a lot of work being done already in the financial literacy space, and I think that's a great thing to be able to piggyback onto.
Thank you.
And I'll make sure to follow up in writing on those things as well. Any additional questions folks have on assessment? Councilmember Monroe?
Could you speak to the assessment tracking system? And I guess basically what the tracking is. You list here inspections, inquiries, and fire reviews.
I will ask the city assessor to speak to that.
Could you repeat that question, please? It was in regards to the KPIs.
Sure. I'm asking about the assessment tracking system, the new one that's being developed.
Yeah, see, since we're migrating away from the mainframe, we need something to track all the sales, the appraiser's productivity, basically. So, I mean, we get a list of building permits every month. Every 2 weeks, the appraisers go out on sales. All that gets fed into the current mainframe system. And then as they complete a task, we call it our task log, it gets marked off. So it's a way to track their progress and what's going on with a specific property if we have any questions.
What are the fire reviews that it references, including those?
I'm sorry, what kind of what?
Sorry, I'm looking at page 1 under the departmental highlights. And so it reads to develop an assessment tracking system for inspections, inquiries, and fire reviews. I'm just wondering what those are.
Inquiries are basically when a property owner disagrees with their assessment. I mean, they can call at any point in time during the year. We'll send the appraiser out to go look at it. Administrative reviews could be refuse cancellations, could be a discrepancy in the inventory on the property. Fire reviews, we get a list of significant fires from the fire department, probably quarterly. That gets fed into there, so we go out and we make a determination, you know, how bad was the fire. We could reduce the assessment and then mark it as a partial and wait to see if it gets rehabbed or eventually torn down. So everything gets fed into that system.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're going to move right along to parking, but I think we'll have time if folks need to come back to any of the bureaus we've gone through already. On parking, I want to start with a question about garage sales, but not the kind that happens in people's yards, the sale of garages. There's two talked about in this budget book, Washington Square and what's the other one?
Court Street.
So can you or Sarah, can someone provide just a full sense right now of what garages sales have not been that we voted on have not been finalized yet, and what is planned? What's the inventory? What are we trying to sell right now?
And actually, I'll answer that one,
Great.
Chair Gruber. So the only one that council has voted on that has not moved forward is the sale of the Mortimer Street garage. And so the successful respondent to that RFP has had difficulty securing the financing needed with the building at 36 St. Paul. And so we've elected at this point not to move forward with that sale.
Got it.
And in fact, as development continues downtown, it has proven to be quite useful to have that garage as different needs for it have arisen. With regard to any of the other garages that we have, we are not engaged in any active sale pursuits at this time, but there is one that we may issue an RFP again in the early part of the summer, but we'll certainly happy to provide that update as we get closer.
So there's no active RFPs right now.
There's not.
So we successfully sold the East End garage to the U of R.
Yeah,
that's going okay.
East End, yep, and so they've had that for, I want to say, over a year.
Right.
And that's been going fine and well operated, at least as we hear. And then more recently, the sales of the Court Street garage and the Washington Square garage to Laz Parking closed, and those operations, as we're told, have been going smoothly under the new owner. And the transition was smooth thanks to the efforts of the Parking Bureau and turning over all the monthly account holders and revenue control equipment and all the things that are way down deep in the details, but are really important to the people that use those garages.
Yep, and it's easy to see in the budget book here in the parking section the types of savings, the ongoing savings that we have for not operating those garages. So that's nice to see. Mortimer's been pulled back. We're holding on to it, and the administration may choose to go out to RFP for one garage this year, but that's not determined yet.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple other questions on parking, but I want to give other council members a chance to ask. Councilmember Monroe?
I understand that the city had to really subsidize the parking garages to a large degree, but what are our concerns, or do we have concerns that having them all just kind of vie for each other, go to a free market, that then keeping prices down might be a concern if we don't have that control?
So I think anytime you go up control, there's certainly a risk. But I will tell you, and I think the buyer of Court Street and Washington Square, Laz Parking, who's got garages that they run in Binghamton and Syracuse and DC, Chicago, and Boston, kind of run the full gamut. They're also very conscious of the market in which they operate, and so certainly that is an incentive to keep prices reasonable and affordable for folks. I think even before the sales that we undertook, with regard to the other garages that are owned by entities other than the city, I think those owners as well have kind of kept their pricing in line with what we had, and so I think the market is kind of known and provides a built-in incentive to keep things at a reasonable level.
Councilmember Lupien?
Yes. Have you gotten any feedback from the new parking meters?
So yes, we have. Most patrons are pleasantly pleased with the meters. The technology is pretty much advanced. We still have those patrons that, stick an occasional coin or two in and, may experience an occasional jam. But for the most part, the feedback has been positive. And I don't know if Director Nowak wants to opine.
The flow, sorry about that. We also have the Flowbird app now, and pretty close to 80% of the people are using it. So it was a need, and we're getting the response, from the customers that they're pleased with that opportunity. When they're in a meeting, they can extend their parking instead of running out the door and try to put a quarter or whatever into the machine to get an extended time. So it's been well received.
Yeah, I have great feedback to offer you. It's wonderful. So I know that there's maybe 4 different types of meters out there on the street. The ones that we're moving forward with are the single ones that have the capability for, credit card coins and the Flowbird.
That's correct.
Great. Thank you.
And what is the timeline on installing more of the Flowbird meters with the app?
I think we're getting, Sarah, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're expecting an additional 30 in this week, and the plan is to get those installed immediately.
Are is there, or maybe what is the gap? How many more of those meters? Because I have slightly, and you already know this, Director Jones and Sarah, you both know that I don't feel great about our parking meters. Not because we're not trying, but I just have constituents regularly telling me and showing me I'm trying to pay for parking and I'm struggling to do so. I still don't think it's particularly intuitive, but I think what we have, the newest ones are the best we have. So how are we going to get? What's the timeline to get all of them there? 30 more is great. What's the delta?
So I think right now we'll be looking at approximately 130, I believe, that will have been installed. I'm going to ask Director Nowak to answer the question relating to the remainder of the installations.
Okay.
By the end of June, we should have 150 of those Flowbird Calais pay stations installed on the city streets. Palm has now been upgraded, which is the lollipop ones. They have now been upgraded to 4G. We've had huge success with them too. The plan is to, we did submit money into the CIP for additional Flowbirds to be installed, and that will be possibly approved on Friday at the CIP meeting. So.
Thanks. My last comment about the parking meters is just as we continue, and I'm a broken record on this one, particularly to the Deputy Mayor, I would love to see some video communications about how to use the app, how to use the meters. I know it may seem intuitive to a lot of people, but I go out for coffee most mornings, and most mornings I overhear people talking about how they've been trying to pay for parking and can't do it. I really mean most mornings. And it could be user error. It probably is. But why not have some really good, strong communications and videos that make it really clear how to use it? That'd be my only comment on that.
Thank you for your suggestion, Councilmember Gruber.
Yeah, and just one last question for me on parking. I've actually encountered a number of people in recent months who have complained about parking on lawns, which is typically thought of as a code enforcement issue, and it is a code enforcement issue. But I am wondering, considering the number of people we have who do parking enforcement for the city, has there ever been talk about how the parking team can help with some of the parking on lawn code enforcement work?
No, we have not had that conversation as of yet.
Is that something, maybe Deputy Mayor, question for you, is that a reasonable conversation to have?
Possibly. I don't want to commit to doing that because we do have people whose job it is to do the addressing people that are parking on lawns. But I mean, it's something I'd be open to, but it's not something we've had conversations with yet. I know Dana Miller hates people parking on lawns. It drives him crazy. It drives me crazy as well. So, but I'm sure that's a conversation we'd be open to having. But I think the most important thing is that the folks that are supposed to be enforcing the code violations as it relates to parking on lawns needs to make sure that that's strictly enforced.
Okay, any more questions on parking? If not, we're going to move to purchasing. Purchasing starts at page 18. We have purchasing, and then we have the TVA. So any questions on purchasing? Councilmember Lupien.
Yeah, the questions about the new initiative about the NYS DOL process to ensure prime contractors and subcontractors that do business with the city adhere to the registration process. Can you say a little bit more about that?
I'm going to ask Director Howard to speak to that.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your question, Councilperson. This new initiative pertains to the New York State Department of Labor projects that require prevailing wages that are covered under Article 8 of the New York State Department of Labor law. And so it's been in effect since the 1st of January. And what it requires is that contractors are required to register with the State of New York Department of Labor, both prime contractors as well as subcontractors, to register with the State of New York. And so and so at bid, or when there are bids that occur, the proof of registration is to be included with those bids. There's a certificate that is used as proof to ensure that they're registered. As far as outreach, what we solicited and worked with a number of our partners to kind of get the word out regarding this requirement. And so we reached out to the Chamber of Commerce to ask them to use their networks to distribute this new information as well. And as you know, we have what is called LCPT Tracker and B2G Now software platform that allows us to track our contractors and subcontractors. And so we spoke to our representative from that company, LCP Tracker, and asked them to also share that information with registered vendors. And then the department, the finance purchasing department, we posted it on our website. We posted this information on BidNet, the platform that we use to upload all of our bid opportunities to make the community and those contractors aware of the process. And we sent out emails as well to our contractors.
Thank you. And so this is to make sure that they're paying prevailing wage. Is there also to ensure that they're also following the MWBE standards as part of this?
Well, it's primarily the New York State Department of Labor just requiring that they are registered with the state of New York.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Lightfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if this question is off, just let me know and we'll answer it in a different space. But when regards to when we look at Director Howard, view and approve minority women business enterprise utilization plans, and I noticed this was in it was in a not work session, but it was in a presentation that was done before in the Finance Committee, talking about and we as council we upped our PSA to $20,000 as opposed, which the intent of that was to see if we could have more of an influx of small and micro businesses that channel through the city of Rochester that typically would not through the cumbersome process of going through a professional service agreement and having to come before city council each time that happens. How are we tracking it? Have we seen an increase? Did that work? Are we seeing more local opportunities that are being provided by businesses or individuals getting involved with doing business with the city of Rochester as a result of that PSA being increased to 20,000 as opposed to before? It'd just be interesting to see is that data being tracked or what has been the outcome of that change.
We can follow through in writing.
Thank you.
President Melendez.
Yes, thank you. I know that we are seen as, at least in terms of the cities in upstate New York, we're seen as one of the best, if not the best, when it comes to MWBE participation. And the conference that we do every year, I know we've done 3 years in a row, we've had the MWBE Upstate Conference. So we're a leader in that space. But my question is around compliance. How do we monitor and track whether as we engage, it's easy to track like the internal stuff. We know how many vendors we're using as a city to participate in local city purchasing and expenditures. But when we have projects that, and this might be a DES question, I'm not sure, when we have projects that are funded through the city that have project goals, is the finance team tracking that? Is it DES that's tracking that? Or how are we keeping on top of the projects to ensure that they're in compliance with what the goals are?
So I'll start off by responding to that, and then I'll ask Director Howard to opine. But we do keep track of that information. Council President Melendez, the Bureau of Purchasing actually tracks information relating to our MWBE goals and our respective contracts. We do work in conjunction with DES as the project managers for those individual projects. And so, for instance, if they're working with a vendor and a vendor is saying, I can't find an MWBE for this particular project, The expectation is that they reach out to purchasing and work with purchasing so that purchasing can provide them some leads, if you will. I'll ask Director Howard to speak more to that.
Thank you. And to piggyback off of Director Jones, when contractors have issues or concerns or need assistance, our NWB officer is one that they can contact, and our NWB staff to help assist them when they're unable to locate or identify NWB contractors or subcontractors. And so we work closely with them, and so to ensure that that NWBEs are included on projects.
Great, thank you for that. And I think that's very helpful. So if there is a contractor or a lead agency that's on a project for the city of Rochester and they're struggling, we step in, we provide resources to say, here are some certified MWBs that you could consider. Okay, got it.
And you know, we're not just taking someone's word for it. So we're asking for proof. Have you truly exhausted all your efforts?
Yes, good, very good. And then a second question, in the KPIs, there was on page 4, it talks about the total number of trainees and apprentices placed. What type of trainees and apprentices are we talking about specifically?
I'll ask Director Howard to speak to that.
So the Bureau of Purchasing, we work very closely with the Department of Environmental Services. They, in terms of placing apprentice in part of the apprenticeship program, and so that can run a range regarding the skilled trades and placing of the various skilled trades in various programs and apprenticeship programs for those types of projects, public works projects.
Got it. Thank you. So essentially, we are we're working to. So my last question, I promise. In this space, one of the things that I've heard very clearly is the lack of opportunities for apprenticeship programs. I don't necessarily think it's always going to be the city's responsibility to fund those programs, but there's clearly a challenge with identifying people and finding the resources to cover some of the gaps related to apprenticeships, such as transportation or buying someone their first tool set. I know the city can't do all those things necessarily, but I just wonder if there's any additional partnerships external to what we do internally here at the city that help us to remove some of the barriers related to apprenticeship.
Yeah, I mean, we have tons of programs that we work with. First off, I mean, I got to put a word in for the ReJob program, which is been around for a long time, funded by the EPA for now, in which we put people in environmental training programs, and they are placed with jobs after that program. But we also, there's the TRACS program, there's the MAP program, there's also Youth Build. So these are all organizations that we work with as it relates to apprenticeships. We review our apprenticeship language regularly with skilled trades. I meet with every union in Monroe County at least once every other month. So we're always looking for ways to make sure that we are giving people access. What we want to continue to expand upon is making sure that when there are public works projects, that there are apprenticeship opportunities. That's why the Interloop is so very important. This gives us the opportunity to have literally hundreds of possible apprentices to work on this project. This is why the facilities modernization project is extremely important. The city does the bonding for that project. In fact, City Council just approved bonding for those schools, which are owned by the city but belong to the school district until they come to us. We have had very good success with having apprenticeships use that and go through projects like that. So to our best extent, the things that are in our control, the public works projects, we like to try to form partnerships in which we can able to get people to work on public works projects as apprentices. But other programs like ReJobs and others are also important because most of the projects that we have in this community are non-public work projects, and we want to try to encourage to the best extent possible to get folks working on those apprenticeship projects as well.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Lightfoot.
Thank you. Just also a comment to be offered for consideration to the mayor or Director Jones or Howard. In regards to critical processes and when we look at the KPIs, typically, and this really just came to my attention recently, even though I've always known about it, but I kind of wanted to bring it to the attention of this group. When we review and approve minority women-owned business, we always talk about NWBEs, but oftentimes we miss. Are we missing opportunities? I would ask for consideration about SDVOBs, or veteran-owned businesses, and service disability veteran-owned businesses as well. We typically don't hear those words mentioned in the same light of NWBE, but they kind of coincide.
They're critical.
And yeah, I'd like to kind of see us, when we have that conversation, to link those together.
And that's feedback that I get all the time about the veterans, is what you just said, veterans particularly.
Mm-hmm.
And we've tried to do that. So there's 2 conferences that we do every year. MWBE, which we do every year. I know we've tried to include more of the veteran language in there as well. We did a very good job with that with the county, so we also collaborate with the county, countywide conference. And the first year we did the county one, I heard from many of veterans saying, wait a minute, make sure you're also including us in there too. And I think that's a great point, because that is another source of individuals that are also in this space, but sometimes we don't mention it because we just say MWBE. But I'll say, when I say it, I also mean veterans when I say that, but I think we can do a better job in terms of the language and making sure that we're also saying veterans as well. And some of the veterans are also MWBEs as well. I think of Sheen and Shine, which has been and he reminds me all the time, hey, not only am I an MWBE, but I'm also a veteran business as well. And there's benefits to all of those to all of those designations for sure. I think it's important that we continue to mention all those designations, because there are people that can really take advantage of some great public works projects, as well as projects in the private sector as well.
Okay, lastly, we're going to move to the TVA. And I know that the TVA has a pretty big request into the CAP, but we'll talk about that at CAP time. I just want to ask about the automated work zone speed enforcement and bus patrol programs that are both recognized and added here. Councilmember Monroe and I have both been in pretty close conversation with the county about this and trying to understand their program. We understand there's not been really any real revenue raised from the program. It's been helpful, it's been useful, there's been tons of tickets written and people and hopefully lives being saved. But I do understand why there's not a lot of revenue built into this, but I'm curious about, mostly from a both in and out perspective, there's no real new revenue recorded, and it doesn't seem to me to be additional staff positions or staff time allocated. And I'm wondering if that's just because we just don't know, or if that's intentional.
Okay, so are you referring to the automated work zone speed enforcement?
Yep, and the bus patrol.
Yeah, so the bus patrol, we haven't actually started that program yet, so that's why you don't see anything. But the automated work zone speed enforcement program, we have had some hearings, and I'm actually going to ask Dr. Leslie Smith to speak to the outcome of those hearings. Essentially, we've had some hearings, some tickets have been dismissed, but the revenue that we receive from those tickets doesn't amount to much. So, Dr. Smith, if you can speak to that.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to just to give status that between the period of September and November of last year, we received 225 cases. And out of those, so far, we have had 115 hearings. And out of those hearings, we have had 33 of them were found liable, 29 of them was found not liable, 30 had to be rescheduled, and 23 23 had to be rescheduled, and 30 of them was failure to answer. Unfortunately, we haven't had an opportunity to even request for another staff because it was basically forced on us by the state to proceed with this program. And the program existed at least, I'll say, 2.5 years prior to these increase in these cases. So it's always been around, but we just received more visibility during that time period. It has slowed down, but we're using the resources that we have internally.
Got it. I guess my question about the, so I hear your point, Director Jones, that there is no bus patrol program yet, but it is our expectation, as I know it's the administration's expectation, that that gets started in the upcoming school year. And so I'm curious, is there no need? I understand the school district's dragging their feet still, and hopefully we get that resolved. But let's just assume we're in a world where during this fiscal year there's some bus patrol work being done. Are we going to need to staff up at all?
I think that's to be determined, but we don't think at this point we'll need to. I think let's get the program launched first, and I think we'll see what we need to be there. I mean, the priority with bus patrol needs to be able to get it launched. I mean, it's been passed by both bodies much later. Remember, we passed it. This body passed it back in October. So I mean, it's just long overdue. I think we'll know more once we get it up and running. I do want to say with the revenue piece, we're very careful about what we're putting in for revenue, because we want to be clear to the public that the purpose of this is not really to gain revenue, but more so to change behavior and have safety. So that's why we want to be very clear about that this is not just like a money grab for us to get money from people. But I think my concern right now with bus patrol is just how long it's been taking. I mean, we're going to be coming up on almost 9 months, and we haven't been able to have this thing launched. My goal was to be able to see this up, at least in some type of a few buses in the spring, and now we're at the end of the school year. So,
yeah, Councilor Monroe and I both actually just today submitted a joint letter to the president of the school board, particularly after our budget hearing of a month ago, when she very clear this was a priority to her too. So we're trying to urge some action. I'm not concerned about the revenue either. I don't think it will generate revenue. I do think there will be an expense though, and that's what
it could be. I mean, bus patrol has told us that it should not be an added expense, and if it is, we would have conversations with them about possibly covering that.
Okay.
So
great to hear.
I'll leave that there. But my concern is that right now, bus patrol is happening in the suburbs. It's been happening in the suburbs for some period of time now, but the city of Rochester isn't getting it, and that should piss people off, honestly, because it pisses me off. There's no reason why it should be taking this long for us to get.
Agreed.
And I hope that before the start of the school year that we'll have this up and running.
Agreed. Councilmember Lupien.
I was going to ask the same question, but just kind of in a very acute experience this morning on my way here. I was behind a bus, and the oncoming traffic went by, and I noticed that we didn't have the cameras. And so I'm happy to hear that we're putting pressure on the school district to get moving, but it is really important, and our kids deserve that.
Councilmember Martin.
Can you talk about the specific barriers to getting the program app up? And second question, my understanding is there would be personnel reviewing the camera footage, and based on that would likely have to come out of the city budget, so that's an anticipated cost, right?
Yeah, well, right now it would be an anticipated time for us, because we would have to have someone else do that. But if it starts exceeding it, Bus Patrol has told me that they would talk to us about some type of reimbursement, and I have notes from that, so I hope that's the case. But I don't, to be honest with you, I don't know what the drag is on it, right? I mean, we did our part in terms of passing it in October. We passed it in October. I was told it was going to be passed in February, then it was March, then it was April, and I think we finally got it around that time. So we continue to check back, but I just think all of us see this regularly. People driving past buses, and that's something that everybody can agree on. We've even started and said maybe we'll start off with a warning period, right? To educate people and then ramp up to say, hey, this is here, you need to understand it. But I just think from an equity standpoint and from a fairness standpoint, Monroe County was able to do this, and most of the surrounding suburbs, and it's been met with great adulation and praise in the suburban areas. And yet here we are in the city where we disproportionately, this is part of our Vision Zero program, disproportionately more pedestrian crashes happen in the city than anywhere else. More people pass buses in the city than anywhere else, and we're still trying to figure out when we're going to be able to do this up. I think we can put in writing too, because we can use this to go back to the district and say that this was asked in the budget hearing on where we are for the timeline. But I think we can get in writing as well what Bus Patrol thinks in terms of what they can realistically do in terms of a timeline, and then we can follow up with the district to see if there's stuff that's still missing that's out there. But we did our part in October. I think it's a matter of just not saying let's be ready by September. And if we're not, we need to be honest with city council, the administration, and the public as to why we're not going to be able to be a year later, right? So I think we can get a more detailed update on where we are and what the barriers are. But I will tell you right now, the barriers are definitely not City of Rochester, because we did our part in terms of that.
Thank you. Final question on this section. The judicial hearing officer role, how is that person selected and what credentials do they have to have?
Let's see. I will probably ask Dr. Leslie Smith to speak to that, or maybe Corporation Counsel if he's here.
Hello, that decision was made by the mayor, the former mayor, and also by the legal department. And it was based on the background of the person that was interested in fulfilling that role.
Got it.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know if the Corporation Counsel is here, but maybe we can get something in writing too as well, just to see how that works, because we also, I think there's other cities that have these hearing officers. A lot of times they're former judges. Is ours a former judge?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think ours is a former judge. But I think we can get something in writing as well, just to talk about how that process works.
Great. Thank you.
I don't mean to belabor the bus patrol conversation, but when we put this budget together, we intentionally did not include any expense or revenue related to the bus patrol program. First of all, because it wasn't settled necessarily as to who was going to get what percentage of the funds. A lot of the other school districts and municipalities are just happy to get a share of the revenue coming in. I have to say that we as a municipality are more conscientious about making sure that we are recording the expense and revenue in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. And maybe some other municipalities and school districts don't necessarily care about that. But we need a clear picture of what our expense will actually be, and making sure that we have the offsetting revenue to record that cost.
Got it. It's very helpful. Thank you. And we'll continue to put some pressure on to make sure that this program does move forward. Thank you, Director Jones. If there's any additional last question, Councilor Monroe.
What is the speed zone, the work zone speed limit?
I actually am not sure, but we can get that to you in writing.
It depends on where the construction is.
Yeah, that's what I thought, and then it was like a certain number you're supposed to, because it's not always posted. So that's why I was asking.
Sometimes I've seen it at 50, sometimes I've seen it at 45, but I don't know what number, what the speed limit is consistently.
It'd be great to get an update, generally speaking, about, because as you mentioned, this is a state program that we're being asked to implement. It'd be great to get a little bit of an overview as to what it means and how municipalities are affected.
And actually, it was a program that was started in 2021 by Governor Hochul, and it was supposed to be a 5-year program, but I think now it will be a permanent program.
Well, great time for an update then. So we'd look forward to seeing something like that as the review to the budget. And if we need a work session, we can schedule that. I'm going to close the finance department budget review. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you everyone for joining. As NBD gets situated, we'll take a 5-minute recess and start at 2:50.
Thank you all for your time.
this what you gave us? We're gonna get started in a moment, so just encouraging folks to take your seats. All right. So, Commissioner Miller, I'll give you an opportunity to make any introductory remarks and to introduce your team. But let me just start by reminding council we're going to go bureau by bureau. So we have 5 bureaus to consider with NBD in particular, and I'll call out pages, and we have until just about 4:30, 4:45. So hopefully no rush, a lot of very important stuff in this department. And I'll make sure we spend plenty of time on each different bureau. So with that, certainly Mayor Evans, if anything you want to add, by all means, but I'll turn it to you and Commissioner Miller for any introductory remarks.
No, I'll just start by, I know this is a lot, and we'll probably get to a lot in questions, so I'll reserve any comments that I'll make on any questions that you might ask. And anything the Commissioner wants to add, we can get right into it.
Thank you, and I will dispense with any opening remarks, but just introduce my staff. So to my right is our Deputy Commissioner, Eric Frisch. I think everybody knows Eric. And behind me are Elizabeth Murphy, my Director of Policy and Strategic Initiatives. Cosmic Reed, who's the Director of Buildings and Compliance. Behind him is Ann Wallace, who is the Manager of Code Enforcement. Next to Ann is Matthew Simonis, who is the Director of Zoning and Permitting. Erica Hernandez, who is the Director of the Neighborhood Service Center operation. Behind Erica is Carol Wheeler, the Manager of Housing. Next to Carol is Johanna Santiago, Manager of Contract Services. Next to Johanna is Thad Schofield, Manager of Business Development. Behind Thad is Ann De Silvatella, the Manager of Development. And next to Ann is Paul Scuderi, the Manager of Real Estate. And that is much of the NBD leadership.
Great, thank you. Let me start by first commending NBD on a lot of great work done. I really appreciate the booklets that have been passed out between today and the last work session. Clearly not just good work being done, but a lot of pride in the work and good communications to the community. Much appreciated. I do want to say though that and the KPIs are great too. I want to say the one thing that I find particularly challenging with the NBD budget is just the org chart, in particular because of the restructuring that is being proposed here. There's probably no other department that feels that there's that needs an org chart for council to understand more than NBD. So I'd ask for that to be some kind of follow up to this conversation, is just who is where, and following the creation of a new bureau, I think generally speaking we should just have a clearer sense of all of that work. So other than that as an overview, I will ask council to pose your questions to the Office of the Commissioner, which is pages 8 and 9 specifically. If you try to ask questions on a different bureau, I'll probably pull back. But let's start with Office of the Commissioner, which really at this point, because of the reorg, really consists of strategic initiatives primarily. So Councilmember Patterson, a question?
Yes, well, actually, I'd like to start before then. I'd like to start on page 3, strategic initiatives. So one of your strategic initiatives, got a couple of them, but we'll just start with them. The first one here is complete the sale of 4752 Lake Avenue, the Marina Overlook site, for mixed-use redevelopment. It's been quite some time since we've had anyone seriously since we've had a proposal for that site. I remember we had one when I was first on council, and obviously it didn't go through because it's still a great big empty space. Can you talk about what the thinking is there? And obviously you can't tell us who or how many are in the running, but what's the thinking? Because that would be a major development site in the city.
Okay, thank you. The Deputy Commissioner will answer that question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Yeah, agreed. This is a high priority site and one we're very excited about. Current status, as you know, we issued an RFP quite a while back, and we now have an executed memorandum of understanding with a selected or identified preferred developer. And we're in a period of exclusive negotiations with that developer right now. That period of negotiations extends approximately to late summer at the latest. At that time, it is expected that the developer will unveil their refined development proposal. And we'd be looking for what I think everyone would expect, right? A mixed-use, mixed-income development of support year-round vitality in Charlotte and meet the needs of the community.
So in the offering of this new proposal and in this negotiation period, the previous proposal met stiff opposition from the Charlotte neighborhood. Has this new proposal, the new vendor, are they aware of what the obstacles were in the previous, and how informed are they of what they may well be encountering and proposing anything in this location?
Yeah, certainly. During our evaluation process and interviews, and since that time, we've been in close contact with the developer. We also have had multiple meetings now with leadership of the Charlotte Community Association to talk about what the community preferences and priorities are for that site. Okay. And recently helped to facilitate sort of an introductory meeting between the president of CCA and the development team. So I haven't talked about any specifics with respect to the development proposal, but they have a good understanding of what's happened in the past and what the community wants to see today.
Okay. My next question is on page 4. Business and housing development, increased city owner occupants. Number 3, properties sold by the city to owner occupants through auction, direct sale, or RFP. That number has been significantly, or for all intents and purposes, for a pretty long time.
Councilmember, two things. First, the interpreter is having a hard time hearing you, and second,
I can do louder.
But I'm also going to hold that question until we get to the right bureau. Well, so I know you're talking about the KPIs and strategic initiatives, but they all fall into one of the bureaus, and I want to go bureau by bureau.
Okay.
So I will make sure to call on you when we get to neighborhood and business development.
Okay.
Right now, we're just at Office of the Commissioner.
Okay.
And I would ask anyone to pose any questions about the Office of the Commissioner. I have One specifically about, there's a couple notes in the budget book about the changes to the lead law, and that seems to be falling into the office of the commissioner specifically. So Commissioner, I'd ask you to just tell us what the high level changes are and how it impacts staff and city operations.
Yes, thank you. The changes in the lead law are fairly substantial. New York has adopted a new law, PHL 1377, or Public Health Law 1377. It is not surprisingly based in large part on work that was started in Rochester and has been done in Rochester for many years, but it does go a little bit farther than our current law. Currently, some properties are inspected every 3 years for a C of O, which includes a lead test, and some are 6 years. Under the new law, they will all be 3 years. So we will have to do twice as many inspections for many properties that we did not have to inspect so frequently before. So we have received additional funding for that, and we have hired additional staff for that as well.
So that staff is going to be in code enforcement, but the reason why I'm looking at particularly just for council's sake, section, what tab is it, 6, page 9 at the bottom, this program and service level changes. The reason why it's in there, Commissioner, is just because your office is leading the kind of development of the strategy as we embrace the impacts of the new law.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Well, it sounds like there's no additional questions on this. Okay, there is. Councilmember Lupien. And then, just so you know, Councilmember Patterson, we will go to Business Housing Development next, and you will be first in line. Councilmember Lupien.
What is the current turnover rate for staff in NBD?
We don't actually measure turnover rate in that way. We have hired 26 people in the past year, and those are primarily people who have replaced other people or people who are in new positions. For example, the folks that I just talked about for public health law, or the 4 people that we hired for NIA. So there have been some additional folks, but in general, we have not seen a significantly high turnover in existing staff as opposed to adding staff.
So most of the 26 are new or replacing staff, but have there been multiple iterations? So like of this 26, would some of them be in the same position? I'm trying to word this in a way that makes sense.
So
have there been multiple
left and they've been replaced?
Have they left again?
That are new.
Have any of those people left again? Like, has there been a cycling? No. Okay. No. Thank you. In terms of, what hopefully doesn't come to pass with the federal government, what are we taking any steps to look at diversifying funding to be maybe not so dependent on the federal funds? And should they be taken away, what criteria will be used to prioritize which things lose funding and which don't?
That's a good question, and unfortunately we can't predict that any better than anyone else can. But on a typical year, and this is a typical year, we get about $13 million in federal funds, primarily from HUD, and that is broken into multiple programs that are provided by HUD. We already know that there have been some impacts. The local HUD office is in Buffalo. We've been informed that many of the staff in that office have been released, but we have not heard anything negative about the funding. In fact, we received our funding award, and it is within 1% of what we expected, a little in the neighborhood of $13 million. But that's this year, so we don't know what might happen either at a different point in this year or next year. But if for some reason we did not receive that funding, there is a significant issue. Approximately 50 staff members are either wholly or partly funded by that money. So that would put us in a very difficult situation if that money disappeared.
Right. So is there a direct line for programs that are funded by those CDBG dollars would go away, or would there be some shifting and restructuring of how we spend money?
Yeah, I think that would to be determined. I think we'd have to determine our highest priorities as a city, what they are, and if we were able to make up those dollars. And I think that's why our earlier conversation about fund balance and all the other stuff is so very important. Because, for example, let's say HOPWA went away, or the roof repair stuff that we use from those dollars. I think we'd have to prioritize and see what we would be willing to cover from fund balance and other places. And then what will go away. Some of it we just wouldn't be able to absorb. It would be impossible to make up $13 million.
Thank you for that. Is it planned that we will try to make those decisions ahead of time, or just kind of see what happens?
I think a combination of both. I think thinking about it, you have to. It's like planning for an estate or a funeral. You don't like to think about it, but you got to do it. I think we've already kind of at a high level had some of those conversations, but I think I'm still hopeful that people's better senses would reign, and they would see that if they did this isn't just affecting Rochester, but really this is cities. This would be cities across the country, and this would be Democrats, Republicans, red states, and blue states, and it would have a detrimental effect. So I hope that people in Washington would see that it would just be untenable, and I hope that it wouldn't happen. But we've said that before, and stranger things have happened. So I think it's a matter of prioritizing what we think are like key programs for us, and then deciding how we move from there once we see what happens. But I think we have to continue the advocacy of showing the results of these programs. We have the results, right? I mean, this isn't because we're supposed to present regularly the results. So I get a report every other month on like our lead program that we get from HUD. They send me a score. We get a score. We always get high scores because we've been doing it for a long time. So we know that it works. So what I've been saying to people is, look what this lead program has done. Regardless if you think whatever, this program works. So here's why you should support it. And I think that that's what we have to try to push more on, and then be prepared to cross that bridge if we get it. The other thing is that I want our staff to know that we're fighting for them, right? Because they do good work day in and day out, and it has not been, it's not good for morale in some of the nonprofit organizations that are already doing some of this stuff. So we also want to try to let our staff know that we're going to fight tooth and nail to make sure that we hold up and recognize the important work that they've done that comes through this CDBG funding. But I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. If we lost this money, we would lose services, we would lose staff, but we would prioritize the stuff that's important to make sure that.
Okay, and thank you. And as those plans become available, I'd be interested, and maybe some of my council members would be as well, to just understand what it might look like in that doomsday scenario. And lastly, can you share a bit more about the restructuring that was done?
Sure, absolutely.
Before you just share about the restructuring, I think from a historical standpoint, everyone should remember MBD ended up getting combined. Back in the day, for those of us that were around, there was like economic development, right? And then the other one was, and then net and all the other ones. What we did was, and then community development. So you had all these separate things, and then we can argue later about the wisdom of putting them all together. I mean, it really created a gargantuan organization, and kind of unwieldy, really, when you think about it. So after studying this for a while, we saw and said, all right, we gotta streamline this thing and make it easier to manage, but more importantly, to increase accountability. Because when you have something that's just like this big thing, it creates issues. And with that, we took, almost a year to come up with some restructuring. And you can speak to that.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so as the mayor said, this was not either unilateral nor unplanned. I worked very closely with the mayor and the deputy mayor and my team to determine what would be the best way of structuring this organization. We're not the largest organization in the city. We're about 172 people. Fire and police and others are obviously much larger than that. But as was stated, we do a wide variety of things across the department. And really what we wanted to try and do is focus the department so that similar functions were connected together, dissimilar functions were able to function on their own. So for example, zoning and permitting really go together. We have a permit office, we have a permit counter, people come in all day long for permits. Many of those permits also need something from a zoning standpoint. It made sense to put zoning and permitting together. So we did that and created a position that has a head of zoning and permitting. In the same way, we have other departments that work together. Code enforcement, for example, is a very, very large department. It's extremely important, but we also had buildings and compliance. Well, code enforcement is all about buildings. So putting buildings and compliance, which is really making sure that not only do we cite violations, but that people comply, putting those departments together made a lot of sense. So we did that. And then in business and housing development, we left that essentially alone. Business development and housing development, we did create a separate development manager because we have housing, and housing focuses very, very intently on building housing for people in the community, but a lot of that housing is primarily affordable housing. And we need affordable housing, make no mistake. We need as much affordable housing as we can get, and we're looking at all kinds of ways to create affordable housing. But at the same time, we have developers coming in every day saying, I want to build something different. I want to take this downtown tower and make it into housing. I want to take this downtown building and make it into housing. We didn't really have a department to do that, so we created a development department to work with those developers on those kinds of projects. And you know, they are a little bit different. The funding sources are different, the funding streams are different, the needs of the developers are different. So having those as separate entities but under the same overall department made sense.
Thank you so much for that. And I didn't know that this was going on, and that doesn't necessarily mean that other council members didn't, but I didn't get the impression that we knew it was coming before it was introduced as legislation. Was there a reason that, since it was planned and worked on for so long, that council kind of came late to the party?
No, this was originally, we were originally going to do this through the NBD committee, and it actually came to NBD, to Councilmember Patterson's committee during the committee process.
Right.
He actually pulled it back and said it's best to do it during the budget process. So this is something that was talked about, right? It came months ago. Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like, it came to us in legislation through the committee, and we weren't involved in the process beforehand.
No, I mean, I know council members, some, maybe not all council members weren't involved, but I know I've talked to several about the
I guess for something that big, I would have thought it could have come to us as a work session so that we all knew what was going on. And I appreciate, you know, that we did have a work session. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it maybe a month ago, but ahead of the budget to really understand. Thank you.
Okay.
And I again just want to follow up that I would appreciate some version of an org chart. I'm sure there's something that's available, not something that needs to be remade for this, but it would be great to see it all.
To provide that.
Thanks, that'd be great. Okay, we're going to move over to business and housing development. If people still want to come back to the previous section, we can, but we're going to keep it moving. Councilmember Patterson.
Thank you. So I direct everybody back to page 4. Performance indicator. So if we can talk about the third key performance indicator, property sold by the city to owner occupants through auction, direct sale, or RFP. What's the thinking? Because it's not really something we've been doing, and I don't really know if we actually have an inventory to support this. So what is the plan?
Council member, the way this typically works is we would have properties that the city might acquire through various means, typically through an auction. And when we acquire a property in the auction, and if the tenant is in the property, if there is a tenant in the property, our goal is to try and work with that tenant to see if they could become the owner of the property as opposed to being a tenant. So in some cases that requires credit work, in other cases that requires assistance with repairs to the property, but we do try to get those properties into the hands of owners. If we were to look right this minute, and we checked, I think yesterday, the city only owns 6 properties that are vacant. So there isn't a huge opportunity to do this, but when we do acquire properties, we do try to make sure that they become owner occupied.
Okay, it's my hope that we might work on developing a plan, given the changes in the Trump bid process, to acquire more properties, given that at the old process, we could just kind of say it's ours and we're buying it for that what you owe us. Court said that's not fair, doesn't give the previous owner the opportunity to maximize the profit that could be there. With the new process, from what I understand, we have to participate in the market, but yet we do not have to pay until we sell the property. So if we're the high bidder, we obviously need to give the other person, that person, their change, the delta between what they owed and that there. But have we thought about trying to adjust our process to be very particular about acquiring more properties at the auction? Because here's my challenge. My challenge is that in our current auction process, we have people from all over the world who participate in our auction process, buy properties in the city, and then immediately turn them around and turn them into rental property. If we can find a way to participate more actively in that process, it's my hope that we can turn more renters into homeowners. And so, do we have a plan? Are we thinking about that? Are we looking to be intentional going forward, since we've got this new KPI going, hey, we're going to do this? Is this part of that thinking?
Absolutely, yes. It is intentional. We are always looking for, there isn't a day that goes by that I don't run into the mayor that he doesn't say, you got to increase this home ownership rate. It's 37% and that's unacceptable. So I hear that every day. But the ways that we have to do that are somewhat limited. You've just described one of those, which is participating in the auction, acquiring houses that are going through foreclosure, and then finding ways to make those owner-occupied. But as you know, we have a number of other things that we're doing to create owner-occupied housing, like Buy the Block and some of the other programs. So we certainly are intentional about creating owner occupancy in the city of Rochester, and we will use every opportunity that is available to us.
And the other thing we talked about, to be determined and more to come on, is not waiting to the auction, right? So regularly trying to move these properties, whether or not they're city owned or not, in a more regular fashion, so that way when you get to the auction, it's far less. And this is a working group right now, is working on that method, and we'll have more to say about that soon. But that's another option. We really want to try to maximize also the use of the land bank to the best extent possible. Some city. We've been a leader in this. And some cities are just now getting caught up in terms of having a land bank and being able to do that. We now know how it works. We know how effective it could be. We need to maximize the use of the land bank to the best of our ability to be able to do exactly what you just described as part of one of many strategies to get more of these owner-occupied units stood up.
Is part of this process also, and I understand we may well have is part of this process also some manner or form of trying to maximize the conversion of vacant lots into owner-occupied housing? Is that something that we're actively looking at? Absolutely. Because again, our funding is limited. So if that is something that we're looking at doing, we can't build $400,000 houses and sell them for $150,000.
Right. And that's why you have to have partners coming in. As you know, we'll have an announcement soon about another one of our up-and-coming building on lots, and that's where you have to have the private sector and partners come in to help to be able to build those houses. Because remember, we were lucky in that we had ARPA dollars, that we could use to help people who probably would have never been able to get a home, right? But now they had this opportunity. And how we could justify that is because they're in redline communities, right? Generations of their ancestors being denied the opportunity to get mortgages in the first place, which would not have been a problem if they would have been getting mortgages the same way everybody else did. Because the GI Bill and all these other programs did not apply to black people, to black folks. So that was rewriting that wrong. But going forward, in order for us to do it at scale, we have to make sure that we maximize the use of our lots. And there are plenty of people that are interested in helping to build single-family homes there to be able to make the financing work for those folks that are doing that. And it has to be an all-of-the-above approach as we do this, because as the commissioner said, in terms of the city, we only own 6, right? Structures that are vacant. So more to come on that, but it's extremely important in order to make sure that we're maximizing the space that we have, and we know that more people want to own and want to take advantage of those lots. Every day someone asks me, how can I get one of those lots, right? The buildable lots, because not all of the lots are buildable, as we all know. They have to have that structure, but we're working on making sure we maximize those to the best of our ability. It's really a resource for us that can be turned into something that is beneficial to the entire community if done correctly.
Okay. Same page, number 6. City Home Buyer Assistance Grants to homeowners. We've always had significant participation there, which is good to see, and we're looking to see that the administration's looking to push for more participation there. I guess my question is this: is there anything in our home buyer assistance program structure that states that prior to receiving these dollars, you have to prove prior city residency? I say that for a reason. It is my hope that we are going to be very intentional in trying to turn renters into owners. I'm not opposed to someone moving into the city of Rochester from outside of the city of Rochester, but I don't think we need to subsidize your move. I am interested in subsidizing the transition of renters into homeowners, especially and so I think this is I think our first time home buyer program creates a unique opportunity. So if you can get something to us in writing detailing what the requirements are, if there is a prior residency requirement for that program, it'd be nice to know. I bought my home and I went from being a renter to an owner in the city. So it wasn't an issue, and I don't remember if I was asked the question. But it'd be nice to know, and if we don't have that limitation in there, I would hope that as a council we'd be willing to consider that. We have limited resources. I don't have a problem with somebody moving into the city from one of the suburban communities or from outside of this community. But again, I don't think I need to subsidize you moving here. If I'm going to subsidize anybody, I want to subsidize turning renters into homeowners. So if we can get that report from you, that would be great.
Yes, we'll be happy to get you that information.
And in the same section, I now direct you to page 13. And you talk about a development division. So if you could tell us a little bit more about the development division. It seems like, just by the name of itself, name on its face, you should be able to figure out what that is. But if you can give us some specifics on that. When you say development, what specifically are they doing? What are they focusing on? What's the big play here? That's page 13, ladies and gentlemen.
So the development division, as the commissioner mentioned briefly earlier, kind of grew out of the housing division, recognizing that housing staff focus primarily on affordable and supportive housing products, right? And making sure that we maximize every bit of affordable and permanent supportive housing that we can get, and services as well. But that there also is a whole segment for mixed use and market rate development, right? So housing, but also commercial development, right? Making sure that we have a division that is focused on that and allows the housing division to focus on the important work related to affordable and supportive.
So the work of the development division, prime example would be my first question when I asked you about the property up in Charlotte. That's their work.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So they're going to be looking for the big projects, more market rate, mixed income, mixed use. They're looking for those deltas.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, if you think about some of the projects that you're all very familiar with nearby here, right, nearby City Hall, whether it's the former Gannett building, the Edmond, or Old City Hall, the Rockford, projects like that, right? They may have an affordable component, but they are largely mixed use, market rate. They're not regulated, affordable housing, such as, say, Center City Courtyard.
Okay, so right, so something along the lines of the hotel across from the convention center. That would be the work of the development.
Exactly.
Okay, things along the riverway, Rock the Riverway, things that correlates to correlate to that. Those things. That's their work.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
Vice President Harris, followed by President Melendez.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair Gruber. I'm sorry. I'm looking at page 5, just following up with what Councilman Patterson was talking about. You know, some unique ways that we can improve our housing. And I was looking at, you have at the very bottom of the page demolitions, and it shows that we've decreased our demolitions according to your projected budget, but it's still pretty high. And I just like to talk about, or at least urge the administration, mayor and his administration, to consider, some other alternatives besides demolition. Of course, our housing stock is shrinking, as we already spoke about, but we understand that the blight and the safety is also important. So, can you talk to us about how the balancing act of, doing all of that and also being able to preserve our housing stock?
Sure, council member. The challenge of demolitions is a difficult one. Any property that has any value whatsoever, we are extremely hesitant to demolish. As a result, the properties that we end up demolishing very often are properties that have been fire damaged, properties that have been uncared for many, many years and are really unrepairable. The roof is gone, or the foundation is gone, or all of the plumbing and everything has been stripped out. So, if there's a property that has any possibility of being rehabbed, we generally would not put it on the demolition list. And as you know, because we're here talking about the budget, we have a limited amount of money for demolitions, and the cost of demolitions is steadily increasing because, again, most of our housing in Rochester was built between 1870 and 1950. So when we're demolishing a house that was built in 1900, we know it has lead, we know it has asbestos, we know that we can't just demolish it. And what used to happen in the old days is we demolish the house and just put the contents of the house in the basement and put some dirt over it and say, we're done. We can't do that anymore. Everything that comes out of that property is considered hazardous waste. In most cases, we can't even truck it to someplace local. It has to go to someplace like Cleveland or somewhere on a truck. So it's very expensive just to demolish the house and then remove all of the demolished remains. So we don't really want to demolish any more than we have to. But when there's a situation, for example, with an active fire, the fire official on duty at that fire makes a call at that point. Is this house damaged to the point that is structurally unsound and it has to be demolished? And then we demolish it immediately. If the decision is that it's not structurally unsound, then we generally leave it, and then we work with the owner. Did you have insurance? If you have insurance, are you willing to spend whatever the amount is that you'd have to pay to get the house rehabbed, and how can we help make that happen? So, demolition really is unfortunately a little too common, but it is a last resort.
Have we thought about, I know years ago, many years ago, long time ago, to do like the, give a house away for $1, help residents find a way to get funding, that type of thing, facilitate that. So if someone desires a house that has that kind of structural damage, that they would be able to get the repairs done and move in.
You know, I mean, if I had $1 for every time I talk about that $1 in a Dream program to our manager of housing, Carol Wheeler, I'd be wealthy. But I'm constantly saying, why can't we do that $1 in a Dream? The challenge that we've run into is that many of those houses that folks got for the $1 never got finished.
Okay.
They just never got completed. There was not enough money, or they were farther gone than we thought. So it's a great idea. It sounds great in principle. In practice, it becomes extremely difficult. But if there are opportunities to, again, to rehab a house, whether it's with the person who owns it or with a new owner, we would certainly always look for those.
And I would say that most of the demolitions that I sign, because I have to sign every single demolition, are related to health and safety. I mean, the cost of demolition is crazy, but it's health and safety. I mean, for example, this is a commercial structure, Otis Street, that was set on fire, $1 million demolished. Now, granted, city taxpayers aren't going to cover that because we're going to go after the owner, and the owner's going to pay for it, put it on the tax bill. But there's still the upfront cost of us having to do that. So we try to avoid demolition as much as possible, but there are just so many cases in which it's a health and safety hazard where we have to do that because the cost of not demolishing it outweighs the benefit of demolishing it, particularly where you have people that might be renters and homeowners that are calling the mayor's office saying, you better do something about this structure because X, Y, and Z is going on here. And in the place, it would far exceed the amount that it would take to bring it up to code. But in all cases, in most cases, we always use demolition as a very, very last resort. We would much rather, which I've seen, I saw a few yesterday, get them over to people that are working on it. Now, sometimes they move a little slower than I would like, but that's really our ultimate goal. And if it's something good that we can get into the land bank, even better.
That's good news because I've experienced that fire scenario, so I know all too well about going through those whole processes and trying to rehab a home. But I'm glad to see that you guys did decrease the number this year. So let's hopefully we can hold it to 80 instead of 100.
Yes. President Melendez.
Yes, thank you. Couple of things. First and foremost, I do want to commend the staff of NBD. There's a lot of tremendous affordable housing work being done, other development projects in the works. I think we've made tremendous progress. I do want to push a little bit on the land bank, which I know is technically not a city. It has its own board, it has its own executive director, et cetera, but we staff it, so there is a connection there. So the question that I think I've asked a couple different ways over the years is around, really what it boils down to, I think, is around property management. And I know that other cities utilize land banks to really dictate the future of properties in their cities. I think our land bank tends to be more in line with, we see some opportunity, it's going to go to auction, we try to recover the property at auction and then do something with it. Whereas other cities are truly managing the entire inventory and saying, we're not sending it to auction, we're going to hold it, and we're going to try to do something strategically with property to include potentially selling it. So I just wonder if there's an opportunity for us to, while we have done great work through the land bank, maybe spend some time throughout the course of this upcoming year looking at and evaluating the functions of our land bank with respect to this reorg in NBD and what's going on, as well as maybe 2 or other cities that are doing it differently to understand models that could be implemented. Because I think there's an opportunity here with the limited housing stock we do have to figure out that same pathway towards home ownership and reinvestment in our properties, and to hold property from going to predatory people who may want to just, get the rent out of our community kind of thing. to achieve that goal of home ownership. And I just wonder the administration's reaction to that thought of maybe spending the next year trying to really dive into this issue deeply.
Well, I'm not a member of the Land Bank Board, but I'm certainly willing to suggest that we could certainly take a look at that. It's not something the Land Bank hasn't done. For example, there's a property that I think probably Councilmember Gruber is familiar with, 6 Madison Street, that the Land Bank acquired and then worked with a potential owner to do a major, massive rehab of that house, which sits in the Susan B. Anthony area, a very, very nice historic home that needed a lot of work. So the Land Bank worked to make that happen, and where that is possible, we certainly do that. Unfortunately, in many cases, by the time properties get to auction, they're usually used up. I mean, it's unfortunate, but if there are opportunities, we certainly would want to look more closely at those, and I can certainly, in our Land Bank members are here today hearing you say that, so we'll certainly make sure that we take a harder look at that.
Thank you, and I would volunteer my time to figure out how to be helpful in evaluating that. The other piece I wanted to bring up is I know that in conversations with folks in the development community and housing providers that are interested in trying to figure out how they can help increase the amount of units in our city, there's often a conversation, I couldn't point to any specifics, but conversation about how cumbersome the processes are. And I wonder if the administration, given the ever-changing regulations that happen around housing, if there's been an evaluation of what our internal processes are for trying to make as little red tape as possible to accelerate opportunities for housing development, specifically single-family housing development.
Well, here's what I tell people, and I talk to a lot of people, as I say, if you're not getting if you're not on the government teat, T-E-E-T, if you're not coming to the government teat to get any money, subsidy from state, county, state or county, feds, it can be done pretty quickly. It can be done. But there are absolutely lots of things you have to jump through. I mean, invariably, we'll hear from people who will, in order for them to be able to complete their project, they'll have to go through the state process, which you know is a lot more cumbersome. Now let it be, and then let it be a building that needs SHPO. If SHPO has to weigh in, that adds a whole nother layer of complexity to it. But I will tell you that one of the things that I've tried to do here at City Hall is make sure that any of the stuff that is related to the city, that we try to fast track that and move that as fast as possible. And there have been so many instances where we've met with folks and we say, well, you got everything you need from the city, but then they say, oh, but we're waiting on the state for this, or we're waiting on the state for that. So I think that what we tried to do is try to see how we could help bridge the gap from the other government entities that might be participating in the project. Because remember, it's not just the government or the city, it's also the financial institutions. The financial institutions also play a huge role in terms of making sure that it's done. So this is like an octopus with a lot of different tentacles, so it's just not one thing. Streamlining our process is good, but it's like treating a patient. You got to treat it with multiple different ways, and it's not just one thing. So even with our process being done, if it's a public project where it's going to be public money that's going into it, and if the state's involved and others, that also will play into it. But from our perspective, our part we've tried to make much more streamlined and easier, and then always look for ways to ever evolve the project. There's one project I'm thinking about in particular right now where it wasn't anything on us. There was some state stuff that needed to be done, and then for our stuff, we try to get it to move quicker, like things that we control right away, right? Or an abandonment. That's something that we have control over that we can that we can do. But for the stuff that we can't do, what we try to do is see how can we work to help and facilitate other folks. Because for most of the affordable housing projects, there's so many different components that just go beyond the city, the state.
Know all about that.
You know all about it. So we try to see how we can also help. And invariably, I'll get a call and say, Mayor, do you know such who do you know such and such at the state that can help push this along. But if you talk to New York State and others, Rochester's a leader in this because
Absolutely.
we far outpace any other city in New York State, and this is documented per capita. Any other place in the state as it relates to particularly affordable housing construction in our process. So much so that Center City Courtyard right over there is being built because there was a certain city, I won't say what city it was, didn't move fast enough, and we were able to move up and say, hey, we're ready to go on this. So we have a list, right, of all of the projects that if something happens in the state, we're ready to be able to move up and say, hey, let's get this project up and running. But yeah, you're right. We always want to make sure that we don't stand in the way through some bureaucratic red tape that would stop a project that can move. But I always tell people, hey, if you're doing it on your own, you just need a lot from us. You're not asking for any money or any subsidy from anywhere else. Go do it, and we'll make sure that it moves quick.
Well, that's helpful, and I'll just wrap with a comment, which is I agree. You know, every time HCR comes to town, they talk about that actually, that the city of Rochester is one of the best positioned communities in terms of affordable housing. I do think that there's always efficiencies to be gained, and I think if there could be some conversations around what are some of the obstacles that we still are facing, whether it's city-owned in terms of the responsibility or not. I think it is a conversation we should be having because we can't build housing fast enough, but also as projects wait in pipeline, the costs go up just based on what's happening in our economy. So we continue to see, we may price something out at $300,000 today and it's going to be $500,000 tomorrow. So we need to figure out how do we move that pipeline as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll add on to President Melendez's point by just pointing to a KPI. I think it bridges a couple things you talked about. Last year, the budgeted number of expected owner-occupied units created by the land bank was 5. The estimated right now is 0. This is all on page 4. And the budget for next year is 10. So, I mean, I do think that a KPI like that, and I'm sure there's a number of factors that went into that, but a KPI like that suggests that there is some strengthening of the land bank that I think we all want to do collectively, and I would love to figure out how we work collaboratively to do that, including engaging the private sector. And 2, that sometimes I don't think it's wrong to say that the bureaucratic system, not just the city of Rochester, but we can get in our own way of being able to build things quickly. And I think having 0 owner-occupied units created by the land bank last year when the budget was 5 is evidence of that. And I'd love to see us get to 10 this year. But I just wanted to point out that KPI and see if there's any kind of response to that from folks on the land bank. Maybe Deputy Commissioner.
Sure. Yeah. With respect to the numbers that are in that KPI, specifically that references a program that the land bank is leading that's partially funded with ARPA dollars for new affordable home ownership development in the Josana neighborhood. And so there have been some complications. It has you're right. We run into bureaucratic processes. This is dependent on state funding, and so they are. The land bank and its partner are working with the state on 2 different funding programs now, and looking to do this in a kind of a phased approach to make sure that they get done. So specifically 0 this year, we anticipated that would get underway during the current fiscal year. It did not happen, but it will get underway during the next fiscal year, and we anticipate 10 of those homes to be completed by the end of next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. Last couple of questions on this section, then we're going to keep moving. Councilmember Martin, then Lupien. Please limit it to 1 or 2, and we can put the rest in writing so we can keep moving. Councilmember Martin.
So I have quite a few that I want to ask. Starting with... So with the First Genesis Affordable Housing Project, and you can answer this in writing, could you remind us of the measure of affordability and also how many units will be put into the community? Second piece, since over the last 3.5 years, how many new housing units have been created? And could you also provide a detailed breakdown of where those units are located throughout the city, and the kind of housing? Is it rental? Is it new first-time home ownership?
Have we provided counsel with the housing? Okay, we have. Okay, good. I don't know if we just gave the books. Did you get the books yet?
Yeah.
So some of it's in that book, but we also can provide it in writing as well. And it has locations, dates, where they are, how much they are, et cetera.
Oh.
Yeah, you probably haven't had a chance to look at it yet, but
no.
But that would be I think that will help answer that question as well. But we can also provide that in writing. But a lot of it will be in those two books that you have there.
That's helpful. And this was put on the desk today?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. Thank you.
We also got that at the work session. Yeah, a couple weeks ago.
Got it. So in the finance department, there was mention of housing loans and 94 being processed and 100. The goal is to provide 100 loans in the upcoming fiscal year. I'd like to learn more. Like when you say housing loans, is it the home buyer assistance program? Is it a different program?
Is that one of our?
Well, I asked it in that department, but
okay.
it seemed to be like they just do the accounting piece, and you all.
Okay, yeah, I was just trying to figure out which program.
Yeah.
If it was home buyer assistance or.
Same. I wasn't clear either. It just said housing loans in the accounting section.
It's the right, the employer assisted housing initiative, but I do believe it represents anything that we there's some sort of covenant's probably too strong a word, that somebody has to stay in the house for a certain period of time after receiving some sort of financing.
That's helpful. Could you provide, obviously in writing, a breakdown, and it's in the accounting KPI section, just housing loans and the number, just a breakdown of what that entails in the different programs, because that is a significant help to the community. And finally, there are 2 vacant positions in part-time positions for code enforcement that have been eliminated. Could you share a bit about the anticipated impact of that? As we know, there's a high need for code enforcement.
Can we get to that when we get to the compliance department?
Gotcha. Cool. That's it.
Thanks. Councilmember Lupian?
Yeah. So similar to what Councilmember Martin asked for, I understand it's in this pamphlet, but more in a consolidated form. Some of the projects, they have an estimated completion date, but I'm also curious about the start date. So if we could have it kind of maybe in a spreadsheet format with all of this information, that's already provided here, that would be very helpful. Low income, the income range, whether or not they're supportive, whether they're new construction or rehabs, rental or home ownership, zip code, and then what was our support of the project. Thank you.
Okay, as we move on to our next Bureau of Zoning and Permitting, I do just want to, that last bureau, there is also a wonderful team of folks who do the business development. I just want to ask for just a quick update on where we are in terms of business development. Is there still, I couldn't necessarily follow that's why I kind of want the org chart. Is there still a business development staff member broken down per quad? Is that the way it works?
Yeah, that's right. Business development has 5 team members. The manager, that's Schofield, and then there are 4 team members, 1 in each, assigned to each quadrant.
Got it. They work out of City Hall, out of the NBD office,
That's
but
right.
are assigned to
work with small businesses in their respective quadrants.
Got it. And those quadrants are broken down by the same geographic way that we tend to break things down.
That's right.
Okay. Thanks. Let's move on to the Zoning and Permitting Bureau. So that will be found on page 15 to 15, 16, and 17. So this is where we see some of the reorg play out. Let me start just by asking the administration specifically for a sense of timeline related to ZAP.
The timeline for ZAP is the fall. That's the timeline that we're on right now for
that. Okay. So sometime in the fall to come to us and for council to hopefully, I'm assuming, approve something by the end of the calendar year. That's correct? Okay.
Just really quick on that. I think once council receives that, we probably will hold that item and take some time with it because, this is really going to set the next 25 years of development in the city. So I guess to the administration, just keeping that in mind, whenever we get it, we're going to hold it and we're going to spend some time with it.
A question with the changing in the department here, just about hours. So I see that a full-time permit office coordinator is added to oversee permit office functions and coordinate with relevant city staff teams, etc. How are the hours of operation changing, if at all, with this new reorg and staff member?
We have not changed the hours of, well, when you say hours of operation, obviously people are there 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. The thing when we think about hours typically is the permit counter. The permit counter is currently open 8 hours a day, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. It is closed on Tuesday and Thursday. So that is something that we are taking a look at. That was started during COVID. It is something that we may or may not need to continue. It has actually worked out to be helpful because as we've implemented our new system, Infor, there are some back office tasks that need to be performed, and we've been using the Tuesdays and Thursdays for that. But it is something that I've been directed by the mayor and the deputy mayor to take a look at in terms of the number of hours a week that the permit counter is open. One of the tasks that Infor has provided, though, and one of the things that we have focused on is Infor allows folks to do a lot more online than they could do in the past. So part of the goal of implementing that whole system is that I'm a developer, I'm in my office, and I need to get a permit. I can get my permit right from my desk. I don't have to get up and go anywhere. So, and I can do that any hour of the day. So part of this process is helping people do what they need to do at their schedule as opposed to around some fixed amount of time when an office is open.
Yeah, and we'll have more to say about the Monday to Friday permitting hours and the changes that might be happening soon. That's something that we're looking at.
Great. Well, let me echo, Commissioner Miller, let me echo the mayor and deputy mayor, and I'm sure you're right that there are some efficiencies gained, but there's probably nothing that is more helpful to most people than human-to-human contact, being able to talk to people about what's going on. And I do hear regularly from folks, including not people who are developers, people who just are trying to figure out how to do some work around their house, or maybe they have a single income property, they're a mom and pop landlord, they want to do something, that they do find the 2 days a week of the office being closed to be a bit of a barrier. So I'm hopeful. I understand staffing is always a challenge, but I'm hopeful that with the reorg plus the addition of a new office coordinator, that would very clearly lead to additional office hours for folks. Additional questions from council members on zoning and permitting. Councilmember Lupien.
I wanted to get an understanding of, with the zoning alignment project, it seems like work on it had been completed for a while, and what is happening in the interim? Why was it such a delay to come to council?
In the mayor's office, we're still reviewing it. There's a secondary review that we're doing right now on the entire plan, because as you know, this is once it's done, that's it. It's like 25 years, so we got to make sure that this is right. Once that review is done, then there's other. I refer you back to any work session that you had, all the other stuff, environmental commission, et cetera, that needs to go through, and then we'll make sure that we pass it on. We pass it on to council. But right now, it's going through a review through the mayor's office, and after that's done, then it will be. It will proceed in short order after that.
Are you anticipating any changes between the draft and by the time it gets to us?
I'm not sure yet. I don't think any significant changes could be, but I won't know until probably July.
Okay.
What, if anything, might change. But then remember, council has to weigh in as well.
Right.
On that as well. So I think that's why we set this fall stage, and I have no problem doing it at this stage, just because this is just such a big deal for us. I mean, we've been good in terms of keeping up with our zoning stuff, but this will probably be the last one that we'll do probably for another 25 years. So.
Should there be changes because we've been able to view the draft? You'll let us know.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. And I think to the council president's point, you all will also have your opportunity to review and go back. There is hope also that some of this can be done in parallel, so that way that will also save some time. So including council members in the conversation now as we're looking at our stuff, I think would also be extremely helpful. So that way it's not December or January, it can be September, October to get this done.
Thanks, Councilmember Martin.
So is there a legal or structural reason why it has to be reviewed every 25 years or so? I went back and looked at the history, and
I mean, there are literally cities that have not updated their zoning in like 50 years. There's like a best practice, and then we have like an agreement with New York State on when we're gonna review it. Our comprehensive plan called for us to do our comprehensive plan called for us to do this zoning review, which is important for us to do. But the last one was done in 2003 was the last one. So, but like Syracuse, I mean, it's been much longer than that.
Yeah.
But with all the things that are changed, you should at least review it, even if you don't change it, at least every 10 years. Think about how much our city has changed since 2003.
Exactly.
So yeah, but there are cities that go forever without reviewing their zoning stuff. If you look at what's happening in New York City right now, there was a whole thing about whether or not they should do zoning in order to increase their housing, and it just wasn't something that they were doing. So we've actually been a leader, the city of Rochester, in terms of reviewing ours more frequently than a lot of the other cities. But there are cities that have gone decades without reviewing their zoning.
Yeah, and those I was also able to find cities who take significantly less than 25 years to review it. And is there any interest in making it 10 years? Because there are a lot of changes. We learn a lot after implementation. We want to be responsive to the needs of our community, and things change significantly every decade. So
I think it should always be looked at least every 10 years, whether or not you change it or not. Because, I mean, I'm using this thing to look up information, and 20 years ago, we wouldn't know that we would do that. What's going to be the latest in housing in 10 years? We might have, I don't know, mushrooms up in the sky somewhere. And what if our zoning code doesn't call for that? Right. You always can do exceptions. What I always tell people about the zoning code is, and I have this conversation with people all the time, they're like, okay, if the zoning code doesn't call for that, we have boards that people have to go to get exceptions, right? And they have to be able to do that. But we want to do that to the least extent possible. So that's why it's important to make sure that you have a code that can fit in all the things that we're trying to do. I think that it will have to be reviewed more regularly, just because housing types are changing. Modular homes, small, tiny homes. Who knows? I interned in City Hall 25 years ago. No one talked about any tiny homes, right? So what is it going to be 10 years from now? So I think it's going to be important to get through this code, which is why I'm not, and I know staff gets nervous. This is why I'm not wetting my pants about trying to do it quickly, because we know that it's going to have a major impact. and we have the ability to go back and review and make changes as necessary. I think you have to be flexible. And I think the cities that we're struggling with, we have our challenges with housing, but the cities that are really, really struggling with housing are ones that just have not done anything with their zoning code for decades.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Monroe.
Are business permits the only permits that are decentralized?
Let me ask.
And if we don't know,
Permitting person, or we can get.
if we don't know, get the answer in writing. Don't tell. We don't want to give the wrong answer.
I'll ask a clarifying question. Councilmember Monroe, you're referring to like NBD related permits for location of where they start or end?
That's correct. As I understand it, those are only issued by the NSCs and they're not issued here at City Hall?
Yes, that's correct. So the business permits are permitting the operator, whereas zoning issues permits for land. And so the NSC actually issues the business permits, which are relative to the operator, where building permits are relative to the use of land.
Just a final question on this bureau. The $19,500 that's added to support ZAP technical assistance and professional development, is this a kind of post-implementation pot of money, or what is that meant to do? It's on page 16, if you're looking. Someone knows.
Yeah, I can provide that. Just to clarify, Councilmember, you're talking about 16, the funding added to support the zoning alignment project?
Yep.
Yeah, so that is additional funding to retain staff as needed to complete the project.
Got it. And I was asking planning earlier. So we no longer are engaged with the consultant at all that we started with years ago?
Very little. We're still engaged with them to the extent that they will be through, they will see it through to the finish, but in terms of the majority of the work that we've used them for, that has by and large been used up over the last 5 years.
So, but this money is predominantly to engage with them or potentially other staff?
Potentially other staff.
Okay. So then I guess my last question on this is will there be a need? I mean, typically when Buffalo redid their zoning code a few years ago, is there a need to have money to do some kind of post-implementation work?
Yes, that money is actually housed, and I'll defer to budget on this, I believe within the city clerk's budget. So part of the story when you adopt the new zoning code for what you're referring to also involves rolling it onto E-code, which houses the city charter and all of our codes. So that costs money. The beauty of using E-code is their functions have expanded, so they can actually take on a lot more of the mapping functions that we're currently doing in-house. So those funds are being allocated to achieve that.
Got it. And so we have all the money that NBD feels we need, even if it's not in the NBD budget. All the money you need for post-ZAP implementation is already somewhere in this budget.
To my knowledge, yes, at this time, yes.
Great. I would love for just a follow-up in writing on that, just to make sure that we can track, especially if it's in the city clerk budget, that we can track what it is and what's expected of the clerk.
Yeah, and I'll just make clear or to explain why it's in the city clerk's budget, because when this body adopts text amendments or map amendments, they are referred to E-code for that to happen. So it's just part of that regular contract that's already managed by the clerk's office.
Yeah, no, makes sense, but just want to see it mapped out.
Sure,
okay,
we can get that.
Final two bureaus of the day. We have neighborhood preservation. Councilmember Patterson.
Thank you. So, obviously, I don't expect you to get me this answer now, but I would like this answer for the last fiscal year, and hopefully I'd like this as a quarterly report that we can get. And that refers to the nuisance advisory activity points. I'd like to know how many are issued per quadrant. I'd like to know who they're issued against, because actually in the process you propose points, they can come in, they can kind of have a little meeting and talk to you, and maybe they don't get the points if you decide to act right, and then if you don't act right, you get the points. And I'd like to see if we can get a spreadsheet breakout of the entire process with the addresses, so we know what's going on and who's getting what and what kind of response. something tells me you guys already have all of this information probably already in a spreadsheet. I see people shaking their head, nodding their head, yeah. If we could get that, especially as district council members, that would be very informative, because we hear about the nuisance spots, but at the same time, it'd be nice to get a quarterly report so that we know, we already know that you guys are active and engaged, but it'd be nice to be able to see it and look at it, so that when we're hearing, as council members, when we hear about a spot, we can go, oh yeah, I know they're working it, they've got, and also include in there how many points they have towards closure. And I'd also like to know how many locations, when the closure order was issued for a location, this is the date they close, this is the date they open, how long the closure order is. Do we have any locations current? And the question, so that's the report question. General question now is, have we closed any locations for nuisance activity this year using a nuisance abatement, using the nuisance activity process?
I don't have an answer right
Okay.
at my fingertips on that, but I'm happy to get you an answer in writing.
Okay, great. Yeah, I know it's a little comprehensive there, and it'd be kind of nice if this was included in the KPIs too. I mean, going forward, ideally we should see a number and it should trend down, because after a certain point in time, we've closed you a couple of times, or we hit you in the head a couple of times. You decide to act right, or you decide to sell the property, and the problem goes away. That's it. Thank you.
So I'm gonna, pardon me. I'm gonna just note on the neighborhood preservation piece here that it references the NSC study, which we had a couple of council members had an opportunity to see a presentation around it a few weeks ago at this point, and I'm certainly not intending to veer away from budget hearings, but I will say that I did not feel as though the information that was shared back was an answer to the request that we had made for a study. And that was done actually through budgetary intent 2 years ago. So I know President Melendez is going to follow up specifically with just a rehash of that letter of the budgetary intent, and specifically ask about some follow-ups to that work. But I do just want to ask about the NSCs in particular. I think there's so much really excellent work coming out of the Evans administration that is quadrant based. I just talked about the business development folks. We all know about the neighborhood ambassadors. All this great work with NIA is being done. We have the street liaisons. There's all this really good, smart, quadrant-based work, and it doesn't feel like the NSC is a centralized place for all of that work to happen, which is in part, I think, and maybe we weren't explicit enough, in part, I think, what President Melendez and I and others were asking for when we asked for this study to be done. So I understand at minimum right now in this budget, we're seeing an addition of the NIA positions housed in the NSCs. And so I'll start, I only use that context to explain where my question is coming from, because we'll follow up separately on that. But I'd like to just understand, what are the NIA positions meant to do, and how will they integrate with the NSCs?
Yeah, just let me say, I think I recommend, we definitely need, I'll answer the question about NIA in a second, but I think we definitely need a work session with me in council to talk about NSC's structure.
Great.
And the way NSAs work or should work. I think some of the stuff is the prerogative of the mayor, right, in terms of how he structures his staff and what should be in NSCs and not, and what intents are and intents are not. So I think we need some clarity on that. So we should definitely do a work session, and I'd be open to that, to have that conversation.
Great.
In terms of NIA will be quadrant based, and their job will be to literally to work with the organizations in each quadrants that received each of the grants, but also to work with NSCs and other departments within the city. So they have to liaison with other departments of the city. So, for example, some of the projects that were approved by NIA require the support of the Department of Environmental Services. Some require the support of the mayor's office or the Department of Recreation and Human Services. For a layperson to navigate that process might be a little difficult, but that is really what the NIA folks are going to be doing. Right now, for all intensive purposes, NIA is, those positions, I think we have them in MBD, correct? That doesn't mean that they're always going to stay here, because this program is extremely important to me in terms of it, in terms of it staying around, having staying power. It's why we work with community-based organizations to do this. And when I came up with this concept of NIA, it was meant to be able to be something that would outlast subsequent administrations and councils, which means that the work of also the Community Foundation and their role in this will be extremely important. But those positions are meant to really work hand in hand with the organizations that are there. And that's a lot of work. There are 47 organizations that have gotten funding based upon quadrant. Each of the 4 NIA representatives will work in each of the quadrants with those organizations. And this is just phase 1, because we hope to have NIA phase 2 next year, which I'm committed to here, and I hope our other funding partners are as well. Some have already expressed interest, and others may come on. So they're going to be extremely busy working with the organizations that have put forth the projects that they have. But the main job of those individuals are going to be really liaison with those organizations and basically working with every single department of the city, because each of those projects takes different things from the various departments that would have to help them in some way.
And from a budget perspective, the NIA positions are in this budget. That's money that's already, that the city is investing in it, but the grant dollars from ESL and RACF have already been allocated here, and the second tranche of that is to be determined based on the ability to get support from them.
Exactly.
Okay.
And others. But the city will always be in, because if you remember, we each put in, how much did we put in? So we put in 100,000, and the other ones put in 100,000 as well. So the other ones put in 300,000. So we know that for next year we're in for 100,000, and we hope that the others will be too. We can't speak for them, but
okay. Thanks.
We think there will be.
President Melendez, followed by Councilmember Lupien.
Yes, thank you. So with respect to the neighborhood service centers, and this is kind of an RPD question too, so I'll probably bring it back up when we have the public safety sections. Crime prevention officers in the neighborhood service centers, I know that given the understaffed positions on patrol and other places, typically the crime prevention officers have been maneuvered around, but I can't express enough how valuable those officers are in the neighborhood service center setting. And I wonder if we're getting better at keeping those officers at the neighborhood service centers, or is this something that's still an ongoing challenge?
Yeah, I'll refer that to the chief, and we'll probably put it in writing just from that perspective. But I'll say that I agree with you. I think it's very important to have those CPOs involved in those communities and tied to the neighborhood service centers. But I think it's also extremely important to be extremely clear what their roles are and what they are to be doing and not to be doing. And we can expand upon that as we go forward. But I agree with your premise, absolutely. It helps to have that presence in the neighborhood service centers, and it gives them an opportunity to interact with community groups that NSCs may be a part of, as well as connect with community leaders. They roll up under the Community Affairs Bureau, which you know was part of the RPD reorg. So that also may be a question that you can have to ask the chief. We can kind of, I'd like to have in writing just for memorializing your question, because it's so important what the role is of the crime prevention officers, what they're doing, and any challenges that might be out there, and how they're and more importantly how they're deployed on a regular course of the day.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mayor. I think the challenge that I see, and it's kind of similar to what Councilmember Patterson led with in an earlier discussion, is around things like the nuisance abatement process and, you know, having enough manpower capacity to shut down properties. And I'm assuming to some degree that if we do not have the bodies working in the NSC office from the community affairs perspective, the process to address those nuisance properties in a neighborhood become a lot more challenging. And I know that, you know, last year in the budget we talked about the lieutenants being split, whereas before we had a lieutenant in each quadrant of the city, now we have a north and a south kind of version of that. Understand it's a capacity manpower issue, but I think it has an impact on the bandwidth of our ability to address some of those quality of life and nuisance concerns.
But from an organizational standpoint, and this is why I want to have a work session about roles. From an organizational standpoint, I don't want RPD going and addressing nuisance issue. Now, when it gets, if there's a fight or a fire or something like that, that's fire department will come and put it out. Or if there's a shooting or something like that, RPD can go there. But we have other roles within the organization that really should be on top of these nuisance issues, and they should be solved before they get to becoming an RPD issue. You know, so that's why we have code enforcement officers. Is why we're standing up the action team. But we also have other people in NBD, and they know this because we do Mayor on the Block. That when I'm on Mayor on the Block, I don't expect the RPD officer to tell me what the nuisance is with that house. I expect the folks that are over the nuisance process to be able to do that. So I think there's lots of conversation about. I think people see the role of the crime prevention officer. I think many people have different views on what they think they should be doing. But I think we should have a work session after the budget on what CPOs do, how the other folks in the NSC in terms of code enforcement, what their role is, what the roles of the administrators are in the NSCs, and as well as the NSC staff in terms of addressing that stuff.
Great. So I'll end on a comment. And I think to your point, and I think this is kind of what we were discussing related to the NSC study, this idea of understanding the roles and responsibilities and functions of everything that falls within the neighborhood service center, who does exactly what. Maybe when we get this study report, some of that will become a little bit clearer. I'm not sure. But I do think that there's been so many iterations of what the net office or the neighborhood service center is, and it changes depending on who is leading in the administration. We just need clarity on all of that, because we want to be able to say to our constituents, if you have this problem, this is the way that it's going to be handled. And I don't think it's clear on our end how we would navigate someone. I mean, we know generally who to call, but what is the overall process? How's that going to work out? And I think for consistency's sake, it'll be good to understand a complete workflow on some of these issues, and maybe we can have a work session where we kind of go through the process of, if problem A happens, this is what it's probably going to look like in terms of the workflow. Problem B happens, this is the workflow, so that we as council members and in our communities, we can have that conversation about how this works. Thank you.
And you know what, to your point, a lot of this we did to ourselves, because neighborhood empowerment teams used to be, anyone that knows how they used to be up here, very efficient, and then we chipped away at that over like a 20-year period where NET became NSC, and it became like this thing over here. We're still doing it, and I think now what we're saying, and your expectation, is where it used to be, and the question is, how do you get it back to where it was, right, and how it used to be, and it's a lot of work to get back to that level that you expect, right, and that I expect, and I think that's why I'm really pushing for that for that work session. But I also will tell you that leadership matters in a lot of these different types of positions, because when you're an NSC administrator, you have to understand that you're really like a mini mayor, right? And you're helping your constituents and the residents in those areas, and you have to be empowered. And for many years, NSCs were not empowered. They were just this thing. When they were neighborhood empowerment teams, they were empowered. They did a lot more. They were all set up to be mini city halls. All that was stripped away. So now we're trying to play catch up without the mustard and get to the level of what you're talking about. And the question is, how do we get there? What resources do we have to be there? That's why I'm so excited about NIA. That's why I'm so excited about pushing this stuff in. That's why that study was important, but I think that's the larger conversation that we have to have is what do we expect our NSCs to be able to do when someone walks in or they call you and say, who do I call about this loose dog that's been over here forever? Is it animal services and RPD, or should they be able to call their neighborhood service center and get somebody to be able to take care of it there? And I think that those have been the tensions since those changes have been made from the mid-2000s to now. And now we're trying to still sort that all out.
Last question on neighborhood preservation, Councilmember Lupien, and then I'm going to just open it to the last bureau as well and try to get everyone one more shot to ask a couple of questions. So feel free to ask from previous bureaus there.
Yeah, 2 questions. One is related to a NIA grant that was given to one of the neighborhood associations in my district. It went through the approval process, they won it, and then they were told that they were no longer receiving it or there were issues with it. And it has to do with neighborhood branding. And you may, as soon as I say it, right, ACE, Emma. Emma doesn't exist anymore.
I think before you finish that question, I think we figured out a solution.
Did you?
I believe so.
Is it having the side-by-side messaging?
Yeah, I can't remember what exactly we came to, but didn't we figure out a?
Yeah,
I think we figured.
Mayor,
out.
it's Josanne. We did figure out, and no one was told they couldn't have a sign. That was kind of something that
maybe a
people
miscommunication.
just sort of, thought. So they can have their sign, and nobody's sign is taken down.
Oh.
So we're good.
Yeah, I'm very glad to hear that. I think it leads me to wonder, and I know we addressed this years ago, and it was a landmine about who gets to be a neighborhood association and, who gets to claim an area. And I don't know if we've made any progress in that area.
Well, we haven't. I think more to come on that. I think we definitely need to have more conversations like that, particularly. Now, the only one main one in the city is the one you mentioned that really where it's a landmine.
Right.
But what we've said is how can we coexist and work together? And
yeah.
I think this.
Well, I think that's the right approach.
And I think this sign example is a prime example of being able to say, hey, how can we? Everyone's doing good work. Everyone should be recognized for their good work. How can we make sure we still collaborate and make sure that any arguments or disagreements overshadow the good work that you're both doing? And I think that's the whole purpose of NIA. I mean, it means purpose in Swahili. It's all about how we can neighbors in action. How can we all work together and not supplant any one group, even if there are things going on? And I think I commend the NIA team because I think they were definitely able to figure that out, because the landmine that you're talking about, I heard about it and I said, look, let's talk about it and see how we can accommodate everybody and fix it.
Happy to hear it. Thank you. Second question is around the Housing Trust Fund, which may not be the right section, but what are the plans for renewable funding for the Housing Trust Fund and what we're going to be using it for?
I can get that to you in writing. We have a meeting on Monday.
Great.
About that, including possible funding sources and how we can have ongoing operating expenses to fund it. There's a lot of different ideas. I wish we were getting more money in our marijuana tax, but there's a lot of different things that are out there. But if we can just capture that, we can follow up in writing.
Great.
But right now, a lot of it's still at the conceptual phase in terms of that. But we'll have to make some decisions sooner rather than later on how we continue the ongoing funding.
Thank you.
Okay, open up to the final bureau as well. Councilmember Monroe.
This question goes back to the nuisance points that Councilmember Patterson was speaking about. Could we also add where the information is coming from as we're trying to determine if points are there? Is it strictly from police? Is it from 911? Is it 311 calls? Or does it have to be people who are actively calling the NSC office to complain about a particular property?
Yeah, we can add that. We even report it at or any of that stuff, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So the source of the complaint.
Yes. Yes. And then my other question goes back to rehab grants that the service centers oversee. My concern had been that grants were being received by different people simply based on how well the NSC may have promoted it and gotten people out to apply, so that there wasn't an equal or an equitable impact of these grants throughout the city. And I was wondering if a process has been put in place to ameliorate that problem.
Okay, yes. Let me see if we can put together a report for you that shows what the grants were, when they were issued, and then explain the process, if that would be acceptable.
Yeah, that would be great, and to see the impact by quadrant.
By quadrant.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I ask a question about just the difference between the difference and the sustainability of THIP and VRIP?
In terms of how long they'll be around?
What is the different types of units that they both touch? And I know these are state dollars. Are they one-time dollars? Should we expect them ever again? Do we have a sense of any of that?
I don't have a sense of the longevity of it. We were given the opportunity to apply for those, so it's an application process. We were fortunate to have been awarded $4 million for THIP and $2.5 million for VRIP. THIP is specifically for targeted home improvement, and it's for owner occupants. VRIP is vacant residential, but it's specifically for non-owner occupied properties. So they work together, but they're different programs. They're operated differently, but it is an application process. Whether the state renews that each year or not, we don't really know.
And when will we put out the applications to the community?
It's been out for.
THIP is out already.
Yeah, THIP is out.
And our argument for us getting THIP and VRIP is going back to this all ties together. So it's like, hey, if we're not going to get more AIM aid, $35 million, then give us access to other resources that we can use to help our constituents in our community. And THIP and VRIP are, great examples of us leveraging state dollars to be able to still meet our objectives, even though we're not getting it in the AIM aid. The challenge is that we don't know if it's going to be sustainable, renewed, or any of that. But I can tell you, if another round of THIP or VRIP comes out, we're gonna apply for it again, and it's very competitive. But we've been able to make the case that this fits in with a lot of the other work that we're doing, and that's how we were able to obtain those funds.
Given that, would you just make sure there's some kind of, again, you guys have NBD's put out some excellent materials. Can we just make sure that we get some clear sense of what the impact of those two programs are? And of course, if there's any application dates that we should be sharing out with our constituents, please send that our way as well. My last question on this subject, and then I'll turn it to Councilmember Martin and then pass it down the line, is just about code enforcement generally. Has obviously been a huge point of investment for this administration. I know that's a lot of what some of the reorg is about as well over the last year. We had a work session probably 3, 4, 5 months ago at this point, specifically about code enforcement. I forget how many council members were present, but we went through the screen and looked at some various properties, and not only me, several of us were continually asking about some kind of a regular scorecard or report card or something for us to understand. And then, Commissioner, you sent a follow-up email probably not that long thereafter saying heard and we're working on it. So I'm just looking, that was back in March. So I'm looking for some sense of specifically where is the department in terms of having, I don't care what we call it, a scorecard, a report card, whatever. And most importantly, I think the root of the question is, how do we know how to prioritize where to send the very valuable resource of code enforcement officers, who we don't have a million of them? How do we know where to send them, when to send them, to make sure that they are going to the places where there's the most concern on a regular basis? Which is, I think, the root of what we wanted in a scorecard. So curious, any progress there?
Well, when we talked about the scorecard, we had our chief data officer there with us, and we talked about the process that they are going through to put together essentially an electronic way of us producing that for you. They are still working on it. You've heard it called different things, a dashboard, but but they are still working on that. They're making progress on it. As soon as we have a version of it that can be shared, we'll absolutely make sure that we get that information out to all of you. You can take a look at it. You can see what kinds of things you're looking for. So when we had that work session, I showed you kind of the back part of that application, which is kind of mapping and searching and sorting. What you didn't see yet is the front part of that, or the customer facing part, which allows you to get those kinds of reports. So we will get you some update in writing on exactly what the schedule looks like, but rest assured, we are working very hard to come up with that. But your question about who gets to decide where code enforcement folks go, they start every morning here downstairs in the office. They have a tab. The tablet tells them exactly where they have to go. There are CFOs that are up for renewal, and they come up for renewal at different times, so that gets focused. If there's anything that is specific above and beyond just a renewal, they get those updated as well. So they don't just get sent randomly. I mean, there is a process that determines where they get to go on any given day. And then we have senior code enforcement officers who generally are responsible for a quadrant. So they're available to go to specific locations. And then we have the management staff who also are, in many cases out in the streets. So.
And just so you know, we are working very diligently on that item that was mentioned. And the other thing I would point out is that we also have an internal list of the worst properties that are being addressed on a regular basis by code enforcement, and then if that's not working, to be able to be sent over to the law department, both in terms of commercial as well as residential.
Okay, thank you. Would love to see a sense of timeline for that scorecard. Understood that it's being worked on. I'm going to go Martin, Monroe, Patterson, and then this way, and give everyone one last swing at some questions here.
So looking at the Housing Quality Task Force recommendations from 2022, some of them have been implemented, including the housing attorney who's doing amazing work. But there are some that still need work. And I know it's one of the critical processes of this department. Could you talk about a plan to aggressively implement some of the recommendations, including increasing participation in the building owner registry, amongst other things?
Who wants to take that in terms of the housing quality task force? I'd say just broadly, we've made a lot of progress on most of those recommendations. Some of them are, I think, were short-term, medium-term, and then some of them are longer-term, obviously, like the increase in the home ownership rate and all that stuff. But in terms of the building registry, which you're asking about, who wants to?
Yeah, I can just talk about the vacant building registry, or the VBR as we call it. It is something that we've put in place. It is a way of helping to provide us with a means of tracking those properties that end up, unfortunately, all too often like the ones we discussed earlier, where they've either been compromised or they have a fire or something and they end up demolished. So the VBR is intended to give us information. We have had less than 100% success in getting people to actually sign up for the VBR. And if you don't sign up, you do get ticketed. If you don't sign up after that, your tickets increase. So, the only mechanism we really have that has been effective at all is ticketing people who do not follow the VBR. But we do, to be honest with you, we do have a couple of folks that, I've talked to them on the phone, and they just refuse to do it. And all we can really do is just keep, hitting them with tickets, and hopefully they will eventually realize that, the cost in a few minutes of your time to go in and enter this information is far less than the cost that is going to end up in tickets that will be added to your tax bill that you will ultimately end up paying. So we are working very diligently at getting everyone aware of the vacant building registry, understanding the process to fill out the information that puts your building in the registry, and ideally to find a way to use your building so that it's no longer vacant, because that would be the goal. Just having a list of vacant buildings is not our end goal. Our end goal is to have buildings in useful operation.
That's helpful. Thank you. Could you also talk a bit about education efforts around good cause? When the law was passed, council supported an additional resolution asking the administration to educate residents about their rights as it relates to the new law. I haven't seen anything happen since then, but I don't want to assume anything either. So I just want to hear if there are any efforts or if there are plans to do so.
I will. We'll ask.
I'm happy to take that. So glad to. I am over. I'm hiding. Glad to provide a response in writing to that to give you the update that you've asked for. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. And my final question: could you talk a bit about the decision to remove part-time code enforcement from the NSCs? I asked that because in the Housing Quality Task Force, one of the recommendations was to increase code enforcement, so they're a bit in tension with each other.
We talked a little bit about, actually we talked quite a bit about NSCs, and NSCs are, as we know, we're working very hard on this study, but the way the NSCs work right now is a challenge because we have an NSC administrator, and as the mayor said, that administrator is kind of a mini mayor. And what we used to say is those administrators need to know their area like they know the back of their hand. They need to know where the problems are. They need to know where the challenges are. But more importantly, the administrators are managing a group of people that don't necessarily report directly to them. They're managing someone from the police department. They're managing someone from NIA. They're managing someone from code enforcement. They're managing someone who's a street liaison. They're managing somebody who's from business development. And all of those people are into the neighborhood service center on a regular basis, possibly not on a daily basis, but on a regular basis. But they're all working with that administrator. So the code enforcement, the senior code enforcement officer is working very closely with the neighborhood service center administrator on essentially on a daily basis. I mean, I think they report in there almost every day. We had a snowstorm months ago, and the code enforcement administrator was shoveling the sidewalk at the NSC. I mean, they are very closely integrated with everything that the service center is doing. So if there's a need for code enforcement, the senior is there and can help make that happen.
That's helpful. Thank you. Thank you for all you do, Commissioner.
Councilmember Monroe. Councilmember Patterson. Council Vice President Harris. Councilmember Lupia.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on the vacant property registry. So there's a fine structure should they not register. And what is that fine structure? You can get it in writing.
I will send that to you in writing.
And what percentage do we know have signed up versus not?
In our report here, I believe is a KPI that speaks to that. So
okay,
we
and
can
then
get that to you.
The third is, why is it voluntary? If we know a structure is vacant, couldn't we register it?
No, it's not. It's not voluntary. I mean, you're required, if you are the owner of a vacant building, you're required to register. So it's not voluntary.
Well, I guess maybe I'll phrase it differently. Why can't we just add them?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Why can't we put?
We know it's vacant, so why?
Oh, okay. I would have to get you an answer for that.
Okay.
I don't know if there's information that they have to provide that we wouldn't necessarily have, but it's their building. They're supposed to take responsibility for that.
I understood. I guess if we're going to be using that data for something other than just having it as a list, knowing that it's vacant, I would think we could at least put it on there even though we didn't have all of the information. Last question. In building blocks, I'm able to see, you know, like a owner or score, but it's right next to the name and it's just kind of a colored dot. It's not very intuitive. I know what it is because I knew where to look for it, but how are we make it more visible, and also where would I go to find the property manager score?
Okay, because both of those things are in building blocks.
So I think maybe how do we make it more intuitive?
How to actually identify that.
Yep. Thank you.
I'm happy to do that.
And Commissioner, I think on that note, one thing, I mean, we oftentimes go back to a work session for situations like that. I really think that making sure, you know, as our council staff office gets bigger and better, I think making sure that they are very well trained to be able to make sure that our council members and staff can understand how to use all the systems would be a good way to go instead of always trying to schedule new work sessions. President Melendez?
Yes, thank you. To that end, but also to counterpoint you a little bit, Chair Gruber, I think that one of the opportunities that I would like to take on in the next year is going back to quarterly MBD updates, particularly because I think there's so much happening in MBD, whether you're talking about development or code enforcement or NSCs. Be helpful for us as a team to be able to dive deep on a more regular basis. Simply that something that you can't really do in the committee structure or in the monthly legislation review. There's other things going on. To that end, I think for me, one of the focus in the next 6 months or so, I really want to spend time diving deeper in code enforcement to get a better understanding personally. I know enough to get in trouble, if you will, but certainly also want to figure out how we as council can be supportive of the administration to catch up. I know that there's been a lot of challenges. You know, at one point during COVID, we weren't inspecting houses, so we had a lot of catch up to do. But now we are at a point where I think we are fully engaged in terms of the investments into code enforcement. We have this restructure that's happened. We have the team in place. So I think from a council perspective, what I hope to accomplish is diving deeper into what are the ways in which we could be more supportive as a body to move things in code enforcement, to get the backlog of inspections down, to retain our staff, to train our staff. All of those things I think are critically important. And I feel like this is the right time to dive really deep into that, because what I hope to see, given some of the other things we've done, like good cause eviction, et cetera, is have this conversation about, okay, so what are we doing to preserve our housing stock, and how are we using the hand on both sides, from the tenant perspective and the property owner perspective, to respect our properties in the city of Rochester, to make sure that we're not losing more property. I mean, we're a city that was built for $330,000 people. We're at 211,000 people, but the reality is that we still don't have enough housing stock. So we were built for this massive amount of people. We've demolished a lot of housing over the years. Now we're kind of in the place where we have to make sure we preserve what we have and build more. And part of that is having a full, robust plan for code enforcement to ensure that the properties we do have don't further deteriorate, and also tenant education and opportunities to talk about why it's important when we have good property owners that we respect the properties we do have. So I think there's a large conversation in the realm of code enforcement, in the realm of NSCs, that I'm interested in continuing to have over the course of the next year, at least on a quarterly basis, maybe more often, but to ensure that we're getting on track with how we preserve our housing stock. Thank you.
Any final questions? If not, Commissioner Miller, thank you very much for your time. Deputy Commissioner Frisch, Deputy Mayor Burns, appreciate everyone's time. We will do our second day of budget hearings tomorrow on May 29th in this same format, and we will discuss IT first, then Rec and Human Services, Emergency Communications, and the Fire and Police Department, and then we'll have a third day on Friday. I want to thank all my colleagues, staff, and the administration. Today's been a long day, but a good one. And again, a big shout out again to the OMB team for keeping us in check and with great information all the way through. Thank you. See you tomorrow.